win the Central. Their 15.5-game deficit would be the largest overcome to win a division in MLB history. The Tigers now have a 1-game lead for the last wildcard spot over Houston in the American League. The Red Wings win their preseason opener, 3-2 against the Blackhawks at Little Caesars Arena last night. Emmett Finney scored the game-winning goal in the third period. Carter Mazer and Nate Danielson also found the back of the net. Connor Bedard, a power play goal for Chicago. Wings host the Sabres tomorrow downtown. Lions head coach Dan Campbell says he's not sure if running back Sione Vaki will miss time with a groin injury. He suffered it during the first half of Monday's win over the Ravens. Campbell says we'll know more later this week. He adds that corner DJ Reed, who sat out the final few plays on Monday, is fine. WNBA playoffs last night. Mercury overcome a 20-point deficit, beating the Lynx 89-83 in overtime. That series now tied up at a game apiece. The Aces tie their series with the Fever with a blowout 90-86 win in Vegas. Asia Wilson, 25 points in that one. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Broadcasting live from an igloo today, but nobody's colder than our baseball team. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates. Yeah, Heather's got a blanket on. We cranked the heat up. We'll be good to go.
It's cold.
I wish someone could crank the heat up on the Tigers.
Well, no, the heat's been cranked up on them. They just haven't responded.
Yeah. John, they've lost 7 in a row, and we can't even do the thing where, well, if you wake up in first place, they're not.
Nope.
They're in the wild card. If you go to the standings page of whatever your favorite baseball website is, you'll find the Tigers in the wild card section with 5 games to go.
Yep, and they obviously lose the tiebreaker as it stands right now to the Guardians. So it's an epic collapse. That's really about all you could say about it. It is an epic collapse.
This is all time. This is all time in franchise history, all time in baseball history. I can't think of anything in Detroit sports collapse worse than this.
Well, and it's we mentioned it. I think I mentioned it last week. We didn't talk about them yesterday. We didn't have to, thank goodness. But they are right at the cut line to even make the playoffs.
I know.
And thankfully Houston played Seattle, and one of them took control, which was Seattle. And Houston is a game behind the Detroit Tigers, and they own the tiebreaker with Houston.
Detroit does,
yes.
So it's basically 2 games with 5 to go in terms of making the playoffs.
Right.
But last night was supposed to be like this moment, right? You send Skubal to the bump. You're not going to lose another Skubal start against the Guardians,
possibly,
right? You know, come on. And then he's doing his best long snapper impression in the 6th inning.
I understand guys are trying to make plays, but every 90 counts. And if you're gonna do something like that, you got to realize that you're going to cost your team an extra 90.
Well, can we call it what it is? Like, the broadcast doesn't want to say it. It's a stupid move.
Yeah.
Like, come on. You got to eat it. You're the best pitcher on the team, on the planet, whatever you want to say. Don't give them 2 bags on the play. It's one. You eat it, you get back to work, and you try to plow through the inning.
And, I mean, listening to AJ there, and yeah, Cleveland didn't make great contact. They didn't even get the ball out of the infield to take the lead in the 6th inning.
Yeah, what is it, like bunt,
yeah,
error?
Yeah. It just...
Wild pitch, balk. That's the other thing with Skubal. Like, he hits David Fry, and it sounds like Fry's going to be okay. He was rattled.
Yeah.
He couldn't get the ball to home plate, wild pitch, and then he clearly mechanically was still not sound, the balk. They gave him a 2-0 lead, which isn't a lot, but I was like, hey, with Skubal on the mound, get through the 6th. Take what you can get.
The 6th inning was basically a little microcosm of what August and September have been.
If you wanted to write the obituary of the Tigers team, you'd show that 6th inning.
Yeah.
And you'd also show 19 strikeouts. The own the zone Tigers with 19 strikeouts last night is pathetic. That's 2 an inning or more. Think about it. Every inning, they're hacking away and striking out twice, including in the 4th with the bases loaded.
There's only 27 outs.
Yeah.
And 19 of those that Cleveland was able to rack up were strikeouts.
Yeah, you're not even giving yourself a chance where a ball gets booted or takes an odd bounce or some weird stuff happens.
Yeah, or you just put the ball in play like the Guardians did in the infield and see what happens. Not a great plan, but it worked for the Guardians.
So I thought there was no chance they were winning this game when they left the bases loaded with 1 out.
Oh,
when they
I know.
And that was the chance to get your ace a lot of run support, and the game plays out differently if you bring home a couple there. It just does. And AJ in the pregame yesterday on the radio with Dan Dickerson, he said the focus was since Sunday was to value the strike zone again, to that we need to get back to our core belief, what we are as a team, to the players, and then they strike out 19 times.
How damning is that then?
Right.
When again, the manager emphasizes one thing and the players go out and decide they're going to do another.
Every single button he's trying to push right now is not working.
Right.
Like the only positive thing right now is they're actually in pretty good shape to make the wild card still because they lead the Astros by 2 games.
Yeah, but with all due respect, they were in a great position on the Cleveland Guardians like 3 days ago.
Okay.
Well, on July 5th, they were too.
Well, but that's only if they win at some point in the next 5.
Right.
Like, okay, so they're in a great position, but they can't find a way to win. And I don't think you necessarily count on the Astros to get swept by the A's.
Well, they're not playing good either, though. I mean, you're playing games at home against the Mariners, and
right. But John's point is, if the Astros can win like 2 baseball games,
yeah, they got the A's and the Angels. All right, and we have
they're
the Guardians
too.
And the Red Sox. They've lost 4 in a row, but that's also coming off of they swept. They won a series against Atlanta, and they swept the Rangers. Okay, you're not talking about
they're playing better
teams.
ball. It's playing worse ball in September than the Detroit Tigers, right? It's 5-14 in the month of September. So what you've effectively done is you've invited everybody to pass you. You've grabbed them and pulled them up from the bottom and said, "Go ahead, you run the race. We'll tail behind." That's what the Tigers have done now for the entire month of September.
It's truly unbelievable that they're still sitting at 85 wins right now.
Remember when they were the first team to 40 and the first team to this and that
50,
and the other?
60,
yeah.
The last 86. By the way, that was my preseason prediction.
86. Yeah.
Great. You can be right. This team can be done. Like, I'm mad now. Like, we were annoyed, and you were mad a little bit at the end of last week.
Yeah.
I'm mad. This is a bunch of BS is what this is. It's one thing to go down playing your best and lose out to a quality club, and Cleveland's played well. It's another to sit out there and just swing lazily and pathetically at anything even close to the plate and go down like a bunch of chumps. That's annoying. That's frustrating. That angers me.
Well, it does, and you're going to fight all the way to the end. Hopefully, you're going to fight all the way to the end. There's 5 games left. They are not eliminated from anything. Division, or they still have 2 games against the Guardians. And while things look bleak, they don't look like they're going to find any way to win games. They're finding many ways to lose games. They still have 2 against the Guardians. They have 3 against the Red Sox. You're going to have to fight for the last 5. And I hope that this team is up for fighting, because I know there's a lot of people, especially on the heels of what the Lions did on Monday night. One is not related to the other, but for fans, it is. Well, I know there's a lot of Detroit Tigers fans that have thrown their hands up and said, I'm watching the Lions. I'm going to focus on the Lions. I don't even care what happens anymore.
Sports can be awesome. Yesterday's show was awesome. I drove home feeling like we had a great time talking about our football team. I felt like there was a life back in the city in terms of like, hey, any offseason hangover, any feelings towards what the Lions couldn't do, that was out the window. And we were going to like get back into the groove of where they were a year ago, where they're kicking ass and taking names, and we're going to have fun with our football team. It's amazing how great sports can be when things are going well. Only to see the exact opposite going on with the Tigers.
Yeah.
And it's agonizing, because last year they were the fun team. Last year the Tigers were the team that made this run and captured everybody's imagination and welcomed everybody to the tent and brought people into baseball that hadn't paid attention in years or decades. And now what they're doing with all that goodwill, flushing it down the toilet. Going down like chumps. 19 strikeouts last night in a 6th inning where the starting pitcher decides to be a long snapper. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Text says, 19 strikeouts, WTF. We'll find out this offseason what Harris is all about. This team needs an overhaul. Maybe our manager, you guys think does nothing wrong, will learn that bunting can work sometimes.
I mean, that's a philosophy, and we know that's not AJ's philosophy. It is for, obviously, the Guardians.
Well, not all the time. They were scuffling. They hadn't scored. Let's generate some chaos in a different way, I would say, by doing that with Quan.
All the numbers tell you bunting is throwing away outs, and it hurts your chance to score and hurts your chances to have innings that you score more than a run.
It's situational.
I know.
What I just said.
Yeah,
Scuffling,
I'm okay with it, like very limited situations.
You're going against an ace.
Sure, you can't score.
You've got a fast
need
runner.
One run. It's Sweeney at the plate, or someone who's struggling mightily but has a little speed, and you have someone on second. Or one of these situations where you're at home in extra innings and you only need one run to win it, and you can just get the guy over to third, and then a sac fly wins you the game. Like, there are situations that call for it, but I don't think you want to be in the business of throwing away outs all game.
Well, do you throw away outs when you strike out 19 times?
Yeah, the counterpoint is
bunting
you should
better
have
than
professional.
striking out?
Yes, Tom. If you're gonna strike out 19 times, you might as well bunt. Ticket text. Don't worry, Cookies. You buried the Guardians already. We're good. Signed, Steve. Costa, are you going to admit that you're young and naive and don't know as much as you think you do? Look, I'll own this. I was wrong. When you say stuff for a living, you're going to be wrong. I'll own it. I was wrong. I didn't see it. To be fair, I don't think anybody saw this collapse happening. This is the largest collapse in baseball history. I couldn't see it coming. Didn't see it coming. Never expected this. And, John, it's not only like, okay, from early July to today, it's not like, oh, they lost 2 games in the standings every 2 weeks. This happened so fast. Go back even 2 weeks ago, and we're thinking, well, Detroit's going to win the division. This happened so fast.
It did, and I mean, this is sports. All right, you don't think that there's going to be – we didn't think last year. We were hopeful that they were going to have a historic run and make the postseason and then get and win a series, be a couple outs away from going to the ALCS. And then this year, you don't think it could possibly – the shoe can't be on the other foot.
Not like this, because even last year –
But it is.
I know.
It's the Guardians – at the end of the season, finding a way to get things right. And then just like Minnesota did last year, it takes 2 to tango.
Yep.
And if Detroit just simply wins a game or 2 games, it's a completely different story right now.
Right, and I know there's going to be a push of like, well, look how great Cleveland played. 90 wins this division. Like, we weren't asking for the Tigers to be some 100-win juggernaut. It's not like we're in a division with the Dodgers or the Yankees, and it's like, well, you know what? Played our best, just aren't good enough. The bar wasn't that high.
No, but and that's the bar wasn't that high because even at the beginning of the season, when I had predicted 80, you were at 82. Now they've outperformed that, not by a lot, but they have outperformed it. It's a bad division, and they were the best in a bad division. But here's
emphasis on were.
here's the rub though, is that for a long time, not only were they the best in the division, they were the best. They had the best record in the American League.
Do you realize?
For a vast majority of the season.
So I think it was in the update. This is the first time the Tigers haven't been in first place in the American League Central since April 22nd or 3rd, 23rd, I think. Mm-hmm. Wow. All right. Well, we've got open lines. It's not going to be all depressing, though, today because we have Lions tickets to give away. All right. I think we can try to cheer people up with that. 7 o'clock hour, we'll play Name That Lion. Chance for you to win tickets to this Sunday's game. And got the Power Surge, which is going to be hotly debated. There's 6 undefeated teams. I don't think they're all going to make it in John's Power Surge. Dan Campbell will be on the show today at 8:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans. Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now, through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today. Only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. 1 gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details. Based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
Lions fans, it's time to roar louder than ever. At least someone in town can. The 2025 season is here, and so is the ultimate way to celebrate. 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, is back as the official tequila of our Detroit Lions. From pregame tailgates to postgame celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings that smooth, bold flavor to every moment. You can sip it in a sideline margarita or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Proximo 1800tequila.com. Please drink responsibly. Just a dumbass play.
Thanks, Greg.
Instead of one bag, it ends up being two bags in a meltdown inning for the Tigers last night. Their sixth inning, where they were bunt and infield singled to death, throwing a wild pitch and a balk. Tarek Skubal with the ball in the lead in the sixth inning, and they melt down. Like, that is the obituary of this team. That and 19 strikeouts.
John just gave Greg the evil eye when he mixed in that.
I understand it.
Little Sean McDonough.
Yeah.
Oh, he has trouble with the snap.
You know, that inning last night, the feeling I got was the 06 World Series meltdown against the Cardinals. What was it, Game 5? When they got eliminated, and the ball was just flying all over the place. It's like, it was Little League last night.
Some ticket text phone calls. Text says, send Skubal to the Dodgers. It's over. He choked away our season against the Guards 2 years in a row. Get him out. Brett and Frazier. Told you Skubal's overrated. Playoff game and he plays like that. Then he gets mad and intentionally throws at a player's face. He did not intentionally throw at a player's face. It says they should cut him today. Signed, who else? Jamar and Westland.
Yeah. Okay. Cut him today. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Thanks for contributing.
Tigers are done like a well-done steak. Even if they're fortunate to make the playoffs, they'll get knocked immediately in the first round.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that anybody is going to sit there. I know that you can have a reset when the season's over and magic can happen again, but no one sits there and thinks, yeah, all of a sudden after losing so many in a row and just scratching and clawing to get into a wild card position, that they're going to make any type of run.
11-game lead 20 days ago. No energy, no focus, no care last night. Pathetic. The best part of last night, you ask? Having Chris Ilitch in attendance, watching his team pull their collective pants down and poop themselves, Mark at home.
Very descriptive.
I see a lot of similarities between the Tigers' collapse and the Lions' 15-2 record, only to get bounced in their first playoff game. Wastes of seasons. Yes, feels like a waste of a season and all the emotional investment throughout. I don't feel like listening to Cookies whine about the Tigers. Can we talk puck? Can we preview Lions-Browns? Please, anything else, Chad, in a truck.
Hey, they did get a win last night, right? The Blackhawks?
Preseason hockey.
Yeah. I'm just mentioning it.
I know.
A win's a win.
Guys, we have Lions tickets. We have Dan Campbell. We won't do this for the whole show. But Brad and Waterford, you're next up. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are we?
Good.
Been better, but go ahead.
Good. Hey, I'd like to make a few points so that you guys just chop them up. That's fine. Number one, this lies at the feet of Harris, Hitch for overthinking, and the players, because the moment is definitely way too big for them. Last year, they were playing with house money. They had nothing to lose, and right now they're the hunted, and these young Tigers cannot handle the pressure. A veteran presence, Scotty, at the deadline, doesn't really matter who the hell it was, would have been nice. And I cannot help but think that if Olsen and Job were indeed healthy, somehow, some way, 2 wins would have been in there. And lastly, Kyle Finnegan is clearly not healthy. When you get a side pull like that, you do not come back in 15 days, and you just don't go from being dominant to absolutely being a tomato can. So I'll just let you guys chop that up. But It's a frustrating year, and I think we can get ready for Lions. And like the guy said, even though they're absolutely horrible and Irishman should be fired, our lovely Red Wings. Yippee.
Points for the word lovely. They are certainly lovely. Tom is pointing specifically at one ticket text I need to read, and it is a one-word text.
I forgot about that.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Oh.
Well, after 20 years of being a standalone event, Winter Blast is merging into Royal Oak Holidays to now bring 5 consecutive weekends of free holiday fun to downtown Royal Oak this holiday season. So the event creators say that they're taking everything people loved about Winter Blast and supercharging it for one amazing holiday season. So the Royal Oak Holidays kick off at 4 p.m. on Thursday, November 21st. There's going to be the lighting of the park and the opening of the rink, but there's also going to be so much other events going on: live music, food trucks, carnival rides, marshmallow roasting. Santa, of course, will be there to do some visits as well. And they're also bringing some new events or attractions, I guess I should say. A giant game of Hungry Hippos.
I've seen that.
Have you?
Yeah.
That sounds fun. A Winter Classic cornhole tournament.
All right.
Could be cool. Grinch weekend.
What is Grinch weekend?
I don't know, but it's coming.
Okay.
So check it out.
I'm intrigued. I've done the Winterfest before, so I'll give this a shot.
I've been to Winter Blast before. I've never done the Royal Oak Holidays, but if it's going to be one big bump and shindig, I say why not?
Because you're always up for one of those, right?
I sure am. Sounds fun. A Monroe County man was arrested on Monday after allegedly beating a young girl and dragging her down a street. Police received a call from the girl's mother that said her fiance had assaulted her daughter and then dragged the 11-year-old girl from the house down the street and then refused to let her go. As she was calling, she was following them down the street. When police arrived, they found the man with the girl about 4 blocks away. Obviously, this man was commanded to release the girl. He refused, kept walking, so more officers were called. The man continued to be uncooperative, but was eventually taken into custody after this brief struggle. Police obviously returned the girl to her mother. She was examined and treated for minor injuries, and like I said, the man was taken into custody.
Terrifying.
A frightening scene took place during the Tigers game last night, but it wasn't the continuation of their epic collapse. No, it was when Guardians, the designated hitter, David Fry, took a 99-mile-per-hour fastball to the face. My husband made me, well, he didn't make me, but he...
Had you rewatch it?
Watch this. And I was like, what? Oh, I don't... I get really squeamish. Like, I don't like it. Like, I don't want to see anybody injured. Like, I don't want to see somebody getting hurt. It's not something... I did see it when it happened, right? Like...
Yeah.
Because he went to bunt.
Watching.
And, yeah.
Yeah, and, I mean, he went down... instantly held his face, and he laid there for
a while,
a couple beats, and there was some blood, and he did eventually, get help to his feet, and he gave a little thumbs up. But it sounds like he was hospitalized overnight.
Okay.
The Guardians say they will give an update on his condition sometime this morning.
And you could tell Skubal felt terrible, but to the point that it also unraveled the inning further. Like he couldn't, he threw a wild pitch, he had a balk, like it really messed with him.
For sure. You don't know, because you don't know his condition either. But I mean, I'm imagining taking an almost 100-mile-per-hour anything to your face is going to hurt.
John, like as a
right
competitor,
to his nose, his mouth.
Like how you have to flip the switch.
You do. It's unsettling. I've had guys that I've been blocking that have blown out knees. It's obviously not as gruesome as a 99-mile-per-hour fastball to the face, but you got to move on.
And I will say, John has also been the guy.
I have, yes, yeah, and they continued.
Right, life goes on.
It does go on. 2 women were killed in a fiery car crash on I-96 in Novi early Tuesday morning. The crash happened just after 2 a.m. on I-96 near Beck Road. According to Novi officials, both cars were heading east on the highway when the first vehicle had a tire issue. The driver was stopped in the left lane when it was rear-ended by a second car. Both vehicles burst into flames. One driver was a 30-year-old woman from California. Another was a 57-year-old woman from Westland. Obviously, the highway was closed for numerous hours after the crash. Sad for sure.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah.
All right, 7 o'clock, something better. We'll have a chance for you to win Lions tickets. We'll play Name That Lion in 30 minutes. We've got the Power Surge next. It's 97.1.
FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. All you have to do is win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use anywhere in the app that you want. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel's got you covered. The NFL season is approaching week 4, so don't wait any longer. And the question is, are you ready to play, or why haven't you played yet? Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the FanDuel app today and get started. It's super easy. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Six best teams in the National Football League every Wednesday. John?
Yep. This was tough.
I bet.
This was really tough. And I've gone through a number of notepads. In fact, you could look at mine. I have scribbles. I don't want to show you too much.
To read that?
You just see the scribbles. I've got arrows moving around, trying to move teams around. I'm like, where do I got to put this team? Oh, wait, there's another undefeated team. So I'm going to make sure, because I know you will have objections. I'm going to leave enough room at the end for you to
voice displeasure. Thank you.
And so the teams that, just a recap of last week's, week 3, number 6 was Detroit, 5 was Tampa, Green Bay was 4, Baltimore was 3, Philly was 2, Buffalo was 1. The teams that were just on the outside looking in, Rams, Indy, Arizona, San Francisco, Washington. So the teams that are just on the outside looking in, I've mentioned Cincinnati and Houston a couple of times. They are, this is the last time I'm going to mention them for now until they do something different. They will be removed from the consideration of being even close.
That's a fair bet.
Denver, Arizona, San Francisco. Still a lot of questions. Arizona lost, obviously, to San Francisco. San Francisco's got some injury issues.
Bosa's hurt.
Bosa's out for the year.
They also can't run the ball, which is a huge red flag.
Right, and I'm just not sure Mac Jones is the answer at quarterback, and I don't know when we're going to see their quarterback again.
Purdy.
But, yeah, Denver, I don't really know what to make of Denver at this point because we keep talking about, well, we anticipated their defense was going to be really good, but they've come up small when they've needed them most.
Yep.
Washington, they're right there, but, how long is their quarterback going to be out? Indy is just on the outside looking in. They have a chance to play their way into next week's power surge because they're going to take a trip to the Rams. They're undefeated, but the teams they've played, Dolphins, nobody thinks they're any good. The Broncos, again, have not been good. And the Titans.
Yeah.
So I need to see them play against a good team. Well, they traveled to L.A. to play the Rams this week. And the Rams, just on the outside looking in. But they
kind
also
of a play-in game.
Yeah, it's host Indy. So let's see. Number 6, the Green Bay Packers.
I know where this is going. Go ahead. Head-to-head doesn't mean anything. Go ahead.
Well, it does. But a bad loss means a bad loss. They went, and this is where, again, I'm trying to find ways to justify what I feel, and I'm trying to remove my fan feelings from this. So at home, they beat the Lions and the Commanders. On the road, they lost to the Cleveland Browns, and it was a disaster. They couldn't get anything going all game long. And the fact that it's the first time they go on the road and that's the performance they put out there, that's why I bumped them down to 6. The Chargers, they were not in last week, so they make their first appearance. I'm also not really sure about their wins, though. Chiefs, Raiders, Broncos. Now, going into the season, we all thought Chiefs, all right, could be good, but they haven't been great, and there seems to be some turmoil between their tight end, Kelsey,
now,
and
hold
Andy
on.
Reid.
I want to know your perspective on that. Like, guys on the sideline getting heated isn't new.
No.
Does that like a...
No, and it's not the first time we've seen the chest bump between those two.
No.
So, okay, I'm just think it's fun to talk about.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. I'm like, come on, John.
But I do think that is a player that is a first ballot Hall of Famer. His frustration is not with Andy Reid. His frustration isn't with anyone. His frustration is with himself because he is no longer the player he was. And this is what you run into at the end of your career. It is unbelievably frustrating knowing that there are plays out there that you used to make routinely that you can't make anymore. And if they don't have him as a part of the offense, or at least a focal point of the offense, this Charger or this Chiefs team is in danger. Anyway, Chargers are at 5. Number 4, Tampa Bay. But again, I'm looking at it: Falcons, Texans, Jets. Are any of those teams good teams? No, and they have needed last-minute drives by Baker Mayfield. Now, they've been able to do it. They're undefeated. I just don't know if you put them up against one of the top 3 teams. Well, we'll get a chance to see that later in the season. Number 3 is Detroit. And I know everyone's going to say, well, hey, they lost to Green Bay. I know it's exactly what you're going to say. Head-to-head does matter. But they went on the road and beat Baltimore, where nobody goes on the road to beat Baltimore. They're an NFC team. NFC teams don't beat Baltimore home or away. They did an amazing job of corralling 2 of the best players in the NFL. They have scored 103 points. And I know it was a bad output performance. One of them was against the Bears. The Bears just got their first win. I don't think anybody's celebrating that. So they're at 3. Philly is at 2. They just simply do what it takes to win. The Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Rams. And again, I don't know what to make of the Chiefs, but they're out. And the Rams, still looking to see, are they a really good team or are they just good against bad teams? Buffalo stays at number 1. I've been consistent with Buffalo, outside of the first week. Ravens, Jets, Dolphins. Now you look at Jets, Dolphins, not great wins. But I just think they are a very talented team. They're continuing to improve, and they've got, I think, the best player in the NFL right now, Josh Allen. He could just do it all, and he, again, find ways to win. So we get to the playoffs, we'll see what happens, but they find ways to win.
I think the challenge this week was, what do you do with 6 undefeated teams? Do you just put them all in? And if you're doing that, then it's more of a standings than it is a power ranking.
Right.
So I actually think you left out the right undefeated teams.
Indy. Yeah.
Indy and San Francisco, who I think could win their divisions and may end up in the power surge. But right now, you Winston win their divisions.
I just don't know how those injuries are going to continue to affect San Francisco. We know what it did to them last year. Now, they were more impactful last year, but are they going to be the team that's just snake bit by injuries this year?
But anyway, I think you left the right undefeated teams out, and I think you put the right undefeated teams in. But I would have put all the undefeated teams 1, 2, 3, 4. Bills, Eagles, Chargers, Bucks. The Chargers have wins against everybody in their division. The Bucks, I get it, like, some of these have been ugly. Some of them have been last minute. They're playing without Wirfs. They're playing without Godwin. Evans got hurt in that last game. Finding ways to win these games shows the mettle of a truly great team.
But the schedule is going to get tougher for them.
Specifically this week when they face the Philadelphia Eagles. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I'd have the Packers ahead of the Lions because until we play more games, I'm going to focus on the head-to-head especially more. And I'm going to give it up to Green Bay, who did the thing when they kept score and the two teams met and it was televised. Green Bay was better, so I'd have Green Bay ahead of Detroit.
It was televised.
Now.
It was.
Yes.
It was televised.
We all saw it.
Oh, we did. Oh, well, that's a great point.
What is this, 1960?
Yeah. Oh, it was televised.
My point is, hey, we invited a bunch of fans. We put the cameras out there. The highlights are on social media.
Because
we
was
have
televised.
to acknowledge it. You can't live in denial. Like, well, I think the Lions are better than the Packers. Keep score. That's the best way to determine it.
Okay, but it's also it's the bad loss. The bad loss is against the Browns. Now we'll get a chance to see Detroit respond.
The argument, I think, in John's favor is I think this is a fact. There is no bigger difference in the NFL than what is in week 1 and what happens in week 2 going forward. And I think the Lions just absolutely crapped the bed that day. And I don't think Green Bay's offense is very good. And I think that's what's going to hold them back to winning a potential Super Bowl.
Here's the other thing. When I was talking about the offensive line after week 1, and we had heard, hey, Graham Glasgow graded out one of the worst offensive linemen in the league. Same thing with Ratledge. Same thing with Mahogany. And in fact, Penei Sewell was in that. Guess where they graded out this past weekend?
They were elite.
Penei Sewell was 1 in all of the NFL, which I expect on a weekly basis.
By the way, I believe it was the highest run grade ever for an offensive lineman.
But Tate Ratledge graded out number 4 in all of the NFL.
That's crazy.
That right side could be a problem for years to come.
Hey,
I'm not even ruling out that Detroit, is better than Green Bay when the dust settles. I just think 3 weeks in, that head-to-head has to me would hold more weight.
I would say that the Colts have to be in this right now. The fact that they put points on the Broncos legitimizes their offense is good, I think. And I know the other two opponents aren't that good. They scored 103 points. They got a plus 47 differential. They may not be there at the end, but respecting what they've accomplished, they've come out of nowhere.
But they also kind of won that one on a bit of a fluke. They lost it in regulation, and then, look, the yellow flag for a call that no one ever makes. It's a penalty. I get it. They called it, and Indianapolis ultimately scored more points than the Broncos.
Right, but even beyond that, they produced on offense in that game against what's considered one of the better defenses. Let's say they don't get that call. They still produced. It's like I think it legitimizes them a little bit.
I think one of the great stories.
Shane Steichen was on the hot seat.
Oh, I think and Daniel Jones, like the third team. You want to talk about a guy that was on the hot seat and near to be relegated to number 2 for the rest of his career.
So those ex-Giants going somewhere else and doing something.
Do you realize?
Thankfully, it was televised, so we got to see it.
Televised. That's such an old word.
It was smarmy. Is what it was.
Yes.
As smarmy is what it was. All right, so big games this week: Bucks and Eagles, a play-in game, Colts and Rams. By the way, did you see what Sunday Night Football is this week?
No.
The Packers, Micah Parsons against the Dallas Cowboys.
I know.
Is that going to be televised?
Yeah. Sunday night. Can watch it on NBC with
antenna.
Tarico. Yeah, exactly. All right, that's the Power Surge. It's 97.1. Replacing a roof isn't something that most of us look forward to. It's a big investment, and it's why choosing the right company matters. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. Here's why. Not only are they local experts, they got a proven track record, but every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That means the investment is protected for as long as you own the home and if you sell it. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy customers. Doesn't happen overnight. It's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So, if your roof's aging, I know you don't want to hear this. If it's leaking, you know you got to do something about it. If you're just ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts. Dan Dickerson on the call. Pathetic. Wake up today, you can't make the excuse, hey, at least we're still in first place. If you find the Tigers,
Well, you're tied for it.
you'll find them in the wild card. Take a
Correct.
peek at your favorite standings website. You'll find the Tigers in the wild card for the first time since mid-April.
Yeah. Well, and wow, that hurt.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
That was just stunning.
Jarring.
Yes.
Not as jarring as 19 strikeouts last night.
I know, and I say they're tied. They are numerically tied, but they lose the tiebreaker. So if they end in a tie, they're not going to be in. They're not going to win the division.
We had a ticket text who says if the Tigers complete this collapse and miss the playoffs, their punishment, the accountability should be that the end of season press conference should be Harris, Hinch, locked in a room with Rieger and have to answer questions from him for an hour. Signed, David.
Oh, that's cruel and unusual punishment. I don't think there's something in the Constitution that says they can't do that, right?
I think they might deserve it. Maybe not Hinch, but Harris. He made them worse at the deadline. I know people hate when I say that. He made them worse at the deadline. The players he added were so catastrophically bad they're not here, and they actively submarined this team.
Well,
they
and
have 5 wins in September.
We see all the graphics of the players that they added, and most of them aren't even with the organization anymore.
Yikes. So, look, last night is 19 strikeouts as a headline. That's including 2 of them with the bases loaded in the 4th inning, chance to bust a game open. 19 is more than 2 an inning. And then the 6th inning is going to get spotlighted because Cleveland didn't leave the infield. Bunts and bloops and errors and balks and wild pitches. Tarek Skubal deciding to YOLO the ball between his legs over his first baseman.
Such a bad decision.
Selfish, ridiculous, stupid. Eat it. You're a great pitcher. Get back on the bump and finish the inning. Bear down. Anyway, your power surge has gotten people talking.
Okay.
This one says, the bias for the Lions is hilarious. To have them at 3, they beat the Ravens, a Ravens team that never makes it deep in the playoffs and are starting to be exposed.
Yes, those are facts, that they are a team that doesn't win in the postseason. But the regular season Ravens, I don't think you can argue how good they've been.
They're a model, like if you could talk regular season only,
Yeah.
one of, if not the best franchise in football.
The one thing that is puzzling is, and I mean, Lamar Jackson's still a great player, and he's been playing great. I think the Lions did an unbelievable job of minimizing his impact on the game. And I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised at Calvin Shepard, because we didn't know going into the season. That was one of the big questions, right? He hadn't been a defensive coordinator before. What was he going to do? You know, and there are more guys healthy this year than there were at the end of last year, but first-time defensive play caller, and I really like the adjustments that he has made in game.
You know what I really liked, and I want to ask Dan Campbell about it at 8:02 today. Calvin Shepard had been publicly anti-QB spy. They used the QB spy, and it worked really well. And I don't mean that as like a gotcha. I think it's interesting why this week specifically they used it and how they were able to use it so effectively, because I think it's important as a DC never to be too rigid. You may have your preferences, but you never know what tool could be the right tool for that matchup. And it clearly had Lamar all kinds of confused.
Hats off and credit to him for doing something that he didn't originally believe. And you know, I don't know that he has to have the same game plan against Kansas City, because Mahomes isn't they're not going to face another quarterback with Lamar Jackson's skill set. Yeah, there are other mobile quarterbacks, and they'll face Jalen Hurts, but there are other things that concern you about them. But coming out of that game, minimizing the effects of Derrick Henry, by the time they play the Eagles with Saquon Barkley, like that was, let's go back a couple of years. When did we start looking at Aleem McNeil as a possible, I don't want to say elite defensive tackle, but maybe an elite run stopper? Was then that when they were, at New York, and he was able to stop Saquon Barkley, not single-handedly, but he was a major part of that.
Tex says, Costa, I guess you'd have the Browns over the Packers because of head-to-head. Well, no. If you
it was televised too. I mean, I saw it. Tom, did you see it? It was the Browns-Packers game?
Yeah, it was televised.
It was.
Jeff in Petoskey says, Costa, you forgot to mention that Packer game was televised in color.
No, Jim, have you ever watched anything in black and white? Seriously, I'm just curious. Not like intention. Well, yeah, I did. I had a film class in college, and we had to watch some old movies. It's a Wonderful Life, right?
Metropolis, I think, was one of them. We watched like a silent film
Is that
with
a
Charlie
Superman
Chaplin.
movie?
No, it's not. Like we watched Charlie Chaplin did like the silent films. We had to watch one of
Oh
those.
yeah, that's awful. I had to take a 400 level film class to get my degree, and that we had to watch a bunch of those. It was horrible.
Yeah.
There's the topic. Worst college class that you've ever taken.
That same class, I wrote a paper. We had to write it on a movie. It had to be like a symbolism. Rocky IV is what I wrote it on. Cold War, Rocky, Drago.
That's awesome.
That is
I'd love to read that.
I'm sure it was terrible.
not me.
Got like a B.
Give me the Cliff Notes version of that one.
No, my point was, if the teams have the same record, the Lions and the Packers are 2-1. A natural way of deciding who's better would be if they played and we could just refer to those results. The other thing is, John, you point out that it's a big win for Detroit to beat Baltimore. I think it's a big win for Green Bay to beat Detroit.
Sure, but it was at home. And that's one of the differentiating factors is Detroit had a bad performance, yet they were able to overcome it. Now, I do think that, Green Bay is going to be able to overcome a loss to the Browns. They're still going to be one of the better teams in the NFL. But that, to me, you win 2 games at home. Okay, you can play at home. That's great. Crowd's cheering for you. They all love Micah Parsons. And you go on the road and you lay an egg like that. So the loss to the Browns is worse than the loss that Detroit had. And yes, it is head-to-head, but the win on the road.
You know what this sounds a lot like? College football at the end of the year.
Sure.
Quality wins versus quality losses. Is it who you beat or is it who you lost to? And I tend to value who you beat, and Green Bay beat Detroit.
And this is what I would say, too, is that to John's point, you're saying that this is some sort of tiebreaker between the Lions and the Packers. I think what John is saying is that
It's not.
they're not tied.
But he had them back-to-back in the standings, though, right? Like one after another?
Let me see here. No,
Oh, you didn't?
I had Detroit at 3 and Green Bay's at 6.
But even if he did, what he's saying is that the resume is not equal. So
Right.
they're
So
not
he doesn't have
tied.
to tie break them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
DeVell in Madison Heights, he calls in a bunch to ticket text us and says, in the power surge, I would put the Chargers as my number 3 team behind the obvious 2 of Buffalo and Philly, Tampa at 4 and Detroit at 5.
I thought about that, and that's where I have some of my scribbles. And the Chargers, I could have put them at 3, could have put them at 4, because as you mentioned, one of the more valid points, other than they're on TV, is that they faced 3 division opponents to start the season.
Yeah, it's a really advantageous position there. And the text ends with, people are sleeping on Tampa. I could see a scenario where the road to the Super Bowl goes through Tampa. Look at the regular season, and he says they could go on a run.
Well, so when we did the schedule, we thought going to Baltimore, that's going to be tough. And Kansas City and Philly and Washington. And those teams will be tough. The one thing that the Lions schedule does have an advantage for is, Cincinnati, I forgot about that road trip. Cincinnati doesn't look as tough. Kansas City doesn't look as tough. Maybe Washington doesn't look as tough. But Tampa maybe looks tougher, but they get that one at home.
Monday night.
Yeah, I mean, I speculated before the season, I thought that Tampa could get the 1 seed. I don't think they'll win the Super Bowl. I don't think they're good enough. They got some injuries to survive right now, but their schedule is so easy late in the year.
Yeah.
And this Philly game, they've owned them the last couple times they've played down in Tampa. They beat them last year. They gave them one of their 2 losses, and then the playoff game a few years ago.
Which was the game? I don't remember the Philly schedule. Was the Tampa game the one at the end of the year where Jalen Hurts didn't play? Who did they lose to?
No, it was
No,
one of their
beginning,
two
one of the beginning
early
of the season.
2
Yeah.
losses.
Yeah.
We'll tell you how you can win Lions tickets next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers are no longer atop the American League Central after a 5-2 loss in Cleveland last night, their 7th straight. Their lead over the Guardians was 15.5 games in July, but it's now completely gone. Things did look good early, though, in support of starter Tarek Skubal. Dan Dickerson on the call there right here on 97.1. The Guardians would then get 3 in the bottom of the inning off Skubal thanks to a throwing error, a wild pitch, a balk in that inning. The ball did not leave the infield for Cleveland, but they still got 3. This is the first time since April the Tigers have not been alone in first place, and the Guardians now own the tiebreaker in the division. The Tigers now have a 1-game lead over the Astros for the final wildcard spot in the American League. Around baseball, several races are getting tight. The Yankees have won 3 straight and are only 1 game behind the Blue Jays in the East. New York clinched a playoff spot last night with a win over the White Sox. The Mariners beat the Rockies. They clinched a playoff berth last night, just their second since 2001. Seattle's won 15 of 16 games, and they've now got a 3-game lead for the 2 seed in the American League. And the Mets beat the Cubs last night, holding off the Diamondbacks and Reds for the last wild card spot in the NL. Arizona and Cincinnati are just 1 game behind New York. The Red Wings win their preseason opener 3-2 against the Blackhawks at Little Caesars Arena last night. Emmett Finney scored the game-winning goal in the 3rd period. Carter Mazer and Nate Danielson also found the back of the net. The Wings host the Sabres tomorrow, and the Lions hosting free agent defensive end Quentin Jefferson for a visit in Allen Park. Jefferson has 28.5 career sacks in 9 seasons. He played 7 games last year for the Bills and 5 for the Browns. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, some of you picked up on this. Wednesdays, we're giving away Lions tickets. You got to name that Lion. Here's how it works. You get 3 clues this hour. Clues are going to help you decide who today's Lion is. We'll play a sounder. When you hear the sounder, that will be your cue to call in. Name the Lion, win the pair of tickets for this week's game against the Cleveland Browns. John, yesterday was a lot of positivity and a lot of excitement about the Lions. Damn, that was a good win.
Mm-hmm.
We got a little bit of a trickle from the complainers, or as you would put them, wet blankets.
Yeah, and I mean, there was one that a lot of people were talking to me about last night. We had somebody call in and talk about Jared Goff and the fact that we all know what happened in the playoffs last year, and we know what happened before he was in Detroit. But this season, last season, he was good. He was one of the 5 finalists for the MVP award.
Yeah.
When nobody thought he was going to get it, but it was there. And then, we had somebody call in and was complaining. I think he was 21 of 28, 22 of 28, something like that.
Yeah, I believe the caller's complaint was, sure, Goff was good, but what if he was pressured and then wasn't good?
Right. Oh, yeah. So it was the pressure. Yes. Jared Goff can't play under pressure.
What a stupid phone call to make. What if the bad things happened and then it was bad?
Yeah. So I want to ask the question. In your friend group, who is the wet blanket that no matter how good things get, they always say, well, yeah, but Goff can't play under pressure.
Yeah, what's he going to do when they get to the playoffs?
Yeah. And we could talk about Terrion Arnold and the fact that he hasn't, there's been some passes that he's given up.
Another PI call.
Yeah. But if you're the nitpicker, you got one in every friend group that just can't look at a win and go, damn, that was a good win. They just ran all over the Baltimore Ravens. They stopped Derrick Henry. They stopped Lamar Jackson. They went to Baltimore and came away with a decisive win. And they got to be, yeah, but Jared Goff. This is your chance to call them out. Who's the wet blanket in your group?
And how do you deal with them? Yesterday, great example. Brian in Detroit is someone who calls in, and you want to call him a wet blanket, rips the Lions, notoriously goes at the Lions and whatever. He called yesterday to tell Gator he was wrong. Even a wet blanket yesterday couldn't help but acknowledge what they did on Sunday or Monday night.
Gator almost called the exact score.
Yeah. I can't believe Brian did that.
Oh, I made sure to listen on my drive home. I was like, he's on hold. Whenever they get to him, I want to hear how that call goes.
I would love to hear that. That's stunning to me because Brian.
He's like, man, Gator, let me tell you.
Brian went into a hole last year for a while when the disco was going down.
When they were winning 15 games, we never called in.
And then he reared his ugly head after the 4 turnover. Because he's probably, I think Brian's one thing, and I think he questions whether Goff can get it done when it matters most.
I mean, he did the same with Stafford before that. I mean, Brian's a long-time caller. You guys who listen enough know who we're talking about.
And we know that they went to Green Bay and laid an egg.
Yep.
They responded against Chicago and certainly responded on the road at Baltimore. But yet there's always one guy in your friend group that says, yeah, but Green Bay head-to-head, and it was televised. Like there's always that wet blanket. There's always that guy that says, and I thought the Goff hate would come from you simply because you've had that in your track record.
Yeah, my resume, if you will. No, there is a real turning point for me with Jared Goff, which was not one but two playoff games that he helped them win, that he was precise, that he was accurate. But look, you don't have to say things are good when they're not, but it's weird to come out of the hole in the ground
after the Baltimore
like a
game,
groundhog, and be like, yeah, but if Goff had been pressured, he wouldn't have been as good. Well, why isn't the headline that he hasn't been pressured the last 2 weeks, that he's been sacked 0 times in back-to-back weeks?
Yeah, and sometimes, when we get back to the friend group, like sometimes those guys or gals, like they just want to be confrontational. That's kind of their personality. Like they want to be able to argue, even if they're taking a stance that they know is not popular, but they just want to have an argument.
Devil's advocate guy.
Yeah. Do you want to? Do you sit there and watch games with that type of person, or has it exhausted you and you're just like, you know what, you're not welcome anymore?
There's also the people that like the Lions play a game like they did on Monday night, and they can't like come to terms with complimenting them. So instead, they want to make a comment about the announcers or something like that, like Joe Buck sucks, Or
we've had people even say the Ravens aren't very good.
Right.
Yeah, the defense rankings with them.
Yeah.
And there is a little bit of fact to that, but to tear down the Lions' performance because of that is, I mean, did you watch the game?
There's also people who, like, if they picked one thing, that, like, takes over, that becomes their fandom for the day. And it's like, I picked the Ravens, you picked the Ravens, most of America picked the Ravens. I was rooting like hell for the Lions.
Oh, yeah.
But these people get very stubborn. I'm a stubborn person, but this is a different level of stubborn where you're, like, mad that they lost because you didn't think they would win.
Because you weren't right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you went out there, and it has to be a one-off. It can't be that you're that good and I was wrong. It's I'm right, and I'm going to go ahead and pick apart the performance because you can't possibly be that good.
And I'll be right next time because you really aren't that good. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. 248-539-9797. We'll take some thoughts on that. Phone calls, ticket text. Just the dynamics of Lions fans and the wet blankets in your life.
They are... Sometimes they can be entertaining to be around because when something like that does happen on Monday night, you can be the I told you so guy. Mm-hmm. But you know that they're going to hold tight to the things that they've said, one, because they don't want to be wrong, but eventually they want to say, I told you so. So if the Lions go and let's say they only beat the Browns by a field goal. See, I told you they weren't that good.
See?
Yeah, it's always the I told you so guy.
Shaky ground. Texter says sports betting is turning more people into wet blankets. Kyle and Pinckney.
It's all a matter of perspective because, and I mentioned this when we made our picks, it was kind of an emotional hedge where I was picking the Ravens because I legitimately thought that they were going to win at home. And it was Lamar, his record against NFC teams, his record at home, all of those different things. And it's a tough environment to go. Plus, we also had the exposure of Detroit going to Green Bay. Were they going to be able to fix those things?
Now, I think there's a unique element when it comes to the wet blanket guy in your fan group and the Lions specifically. I think the wet blanket guys are SOL people.
I was just going to bring that up. It's like a historical, it's like into your DNA for some people.
Because I think it's in Brian's DNA a little bit. I've been damaged. Well, I think SOL things once in a while. I usually don't say them anymore, but I have the thoughts.
Well, you were like conditioned, right?
Yes.
Like it was a form of torture. Like, your football team effectively waterboarded you for years. Like you have some trauma there, right? But at the same time, I think a lot of that's washed away as they've ushered in this new era of Lions football.
Oh, and here's the other one I got yesterday, and it was about the Aquaman. Well, he got lucky. He can't, they still are concerned about the edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And maybe true. All right, I don't think he's going to go for 2.5 sacks every game.
Right, but the next morning, that's like the tip of your tongue.
That's what you go to.
Like, if he doesn't get any sacks the next couple of weeks and they're not getting to the quarterback, maybe it was a one-off.
Yeah, or it's, It's all those who talk about Aiden Hutchinson at the beginning of last year. Well, it was against the backup tackle. It was against inferior opponents.
Ticket texters. Fellas, I don't have any of those kind of friends. They're losers. Living in their mama's basements, Larry and the car. Tex wants to know who's the wet blanket at the station, and I don't even have to answer it because multiple ticket texts have mentioned one person by name.
Oh?
Jeff Rieger.
I think he's even put the SOL to bed, hasn't he?
No. He hasn't put it. No.
But he's not. But hold on. But I
He
need to
did a
draw a line.
topic like right for the season about something about SOL.
But he wasn't doing that yesterday, right? Now, I didn't listen to 24 hours of the station, but I can't imagine we had a single host on the station come out and go, yeah, but I know they beat the Ravens and we're up 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter and dismantled them in every way, shape, and form, but...
He didn't have a show yesterday, Tigers.
Oh.
We had the big moment or whatever Valenti and Rico do
the
leading
little
up.
10-minute transition, yeah. Okay, so I guess we don't know. Sorry, Jeff. Tried to defend you. What else we got? This one says, if in my friend group there isn't one wet blanket, there are 4.
Oh.
So you're just inundated with it.
Yeah, that's a tough one to watch games with.
Yeah, I would think so. We got phone calls. We got ticket texts. I think it's a good question because yesterday it was stark. The couple phone calls we did get of people finding things to be upset about when the Lions go into Baltimore and roll the way they did. I do have a clue for Name That Lion, John.
Yeah.
Your first clue. I caught passes from Matthew Stafford. It's 97-1.
Hey, homeowners, Rapid Roofing has your Labor Day deal covered for a limited time. The month of September, you could choose $2,000 off a new roof or get 0% financing until 2030 with approved credit. Their expert crews use the highest quality materials, back it up with the strongest warranties in the business, and can finish most roofs in just one day. That was my experience. And you want to make sure you give them a call now because fall, we got the rain coming right now, but fall, winter, right around the corner. You got to take care and protect your biggest investment. Call 888-360-ROOF or go to rapidroofing.com to schedule your free inspection. Hurry because this offer ends September the 30th. Not valid with other promotions and other restrictions may apply. See website, which is rapidroofing.com for more details.
If you're injured in a car accident, you need to look for someone who looks out for you, someone who cares. Lawrence KG and KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents only. Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So if you or a friend or a loved one, someone you care about, is injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law right now. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Yesterday, we had a blast in the morning, a Victory Tuesday. Lions win, tons of great phone calls, people feeling themselves. Life kind of breathed back into the city. We got a couple phone calls from people wanting to nitpick and point out weird stuff like, well, if Goff had been pressured, he wouldn't have handled the pressure well. The wet blanket is what you called it, John.
Yes.
And we wanted to know about how you deal with the wet blanket people in your life. It's one thing to be critical when times are going bad, but a win like that, if you're looking for stuff to complain about, you got something wrong with you. Let's get to Mike in Washington. You're on 97.1.
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing well. Just want to say good morning to my friend John Carter Miette, because I know he's listening. He's the wet blanket of our friend group for sure. He's the biggest pessimist. I texted him after this Lions W, and I said, man, the Lions are good. And he said, they can be. I was like, oh, my goodness. I was like, what do you mean they can be? And he's just one of those guys, no matter every game, he's like, I don't know, man. I can see the Lions losing. I can see them losing. And he says he's protecting his own feelings. So when they do lose, he's not as hurt.
No, but that's such a cop-out. That's no way to live your life. Like, don't save your emotions. Have
Invest.
emotions.
I know. See, have some spine. Have some spine. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's not only have some spine. It's like these are the good times. Like, enjoy the good times. And if it goes poorly,
I know.
And like we have a lot of experience with when things go poorly, it
hurt.
It makes the winning feel even better. Like, don't live your life like
he did come out and say that he does like just rage bait me a little bit. So maybe there is just that too.
Yeah.
likes to get under your skin. There's a lot of that. All right, Dave, you're next up. You're on 97.1. Dave, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, I was the wet blanket for years, to be honest with you, and I was watching a game with my son and, expressing a little bit of angst about Terrion and coverage, and, he kind of casually pointed out to me that, the camera's really not showing the secondary. They're fixated on the line and what's going on with Lamar. And he said the reason that we did so well with that line and casting that net and collapsing everything was because of the coverage. Lamar had nowhere to throw the ball to, and, as they cast that net, nowhere to run. So the pressure was kind of delayed, and, that's really what was the differentiator in that game. So in any event, diffusing the wet blanket with, fact is probably the best thing.
Yeah, facts. But sometimes for that wet blanket, facts just don't seem to matter.
Just bounce off.
Yeah.
All you could do is try.
Yeah. I mean, to his point, yeah. I mean, we don't see a lot of the secondary, and when you do, it's when they've done something wrong. But for 7 sacks and nowhere to throw the ball, they got to also be doing something right on those plays.
John in Lake Orion says, I have a friend, he knows who he is, whose response to Monday night's win was, if they play 10 times, the Ravens win 9. The Lions got lucky. This guy. Go live in your alternate universe.
Yeah. Odds are they're not going to win, 6 out of the 10. In fact, they're going to lose 9 out of 10. They just happen to play that one on Monday night.
Guys, I don't have a wet blanket in my friend group. I have the opposite. No matter how bad things get for any of our teams, he always makes excuses. # Red Wings Brian at work.
Ooh.
See, that's bad on the other side, too.
Yeah.
When I'm the real fan, I won't criticize my team.
Well, but
that's a toasty blanket.
Yes, that's a warm one. Yeah. But that's what fans do, right? They overinvest and they make excuses for their teams.
The wet blanket on the station is not Rieger. We have a ton of ticket texts for a different host.
Oh.
The biggest wet blanket is Brian Chapman. Always negative, never positive, biggest SOL guy at the station. Yeah, he has that whole like song that he starts shows with.
Oh, really?
Yeah, have you ever heard it?
No. I mean,
You're not up.
I'm not up at midnight.
Brian Chapman is definitely the wet blanket. And another vote, Chapman is the wet blanket.
Okay.
It's just no fun to be the wet blanket.
I don't. I'm unqualified to comment on that.
What we're going to do is talk to Dan Campbell at 8:02. We got Tiger discussion to get to at 7:35. Stay tuned for the clues. You got to listen for Name That Lion. Let's get to Heather with the news.
All right, you guys, robot umpires are getting called up to the big leagues next season. Major League Baseball's competition committee approved use of the automated strike zone challenge system for the 2026 season on Tuesday. So basically, human plate umpires will still call balls and strikes, but teams can challenge 2 calls per game and get additional appeals in extra innings. So hitters, pitchers, and catchers will be the only ones allowed to basically trigger this system. They've got a little code. It's basically you tap your helmet, your cap, you tap your head, basically. And if a challenge is successful, the pitch is going to be shown up on the team's video board, but also the teams will retain it.
Yes. So if they
we saw
challenge
this at the All-Star game.
Yeah,
yes.
Saw the All-Star game. We saw it in training camp. As long as it's quick. And we see how quick it. I mean, the ones that you see in tennis. If you're watching tennis, it's amazing to me how, like the graphic they show with the ball that just slightly touches the line. They're like, oh yeah, it's in. As long as it's quick, I have no issue with it.
Love this.
Yeah, we'll see it next season. Jimmy Kimmel returned to late night last night, and he delivered his highly anticipated monologue. He got emotional, got choked up a little. He did basically recount the support and everything he got from his friends and his supporters. He echoed sentiments about the importance of free speech. He did get emotional when he went on to say that he never intended to, quote, make light of the murder of a young man. He also praised Erica Kirk. I mean, he talked for 18 minutes. It was a very long monologue. He did also take aim at President Trump and the FCC for trying to silence him. Now, we talked about this yesterday, how obviously he was back on airwaves last night, but 2 groups of ABC affiliates did not carry the show. Nexstar Media Group said it was going to continue to preempt the show, as well as Sinclair Broadcast Group. And those 2 corporations collectively control about a quarter of ABC affiliates. So it wasn't on airwaves everywhere. Former NFL running back Rudy Johnson passed away at the age of just 45 years old. According to police who were in his Florida home, they say he died by suicide in the early hours of September 23rd. So Johnson spent 8 seasons in the NFL after being selected by the Bengals in the 4th round of the 2001 draft. And in the wake of his death, the Bengals did share a public tribute to him, describing him as a fine person, a dear friend, and a dependable and productive player. He did spend his last year in the NFL with the Lions.
It's such a sad story.
It really is. Listen to this, not so sad, quite fascinating. A teacher in South Carolina was arrested after using fart spray in his classroom.
Oh, wow, that's nasty.
I know, this 32-year-old, he was actually a teaching assistant. I don't know if that makes a difference, but he allegedly caused over $50,000 worth of damage and sent several kids to the doctor's office. Police say this guy is accused of spraying the product on multiple occasions, which obviously created a really stinky situation, disrupted class, sent some kids to the doctor's office. They say the spray damaged the school's air conditioning system.
Oh, yeah, you got to fumigate it.
My gosh.
Why would he do this?
He's been charged with disrupting schools as a non-student and malicious injury of property. Why? I have no idea. I think he thought fart spray was funny.
Yeah, like
fart noise is
farts
funny.
are funny.
Sure.
Yeah.
It can be.
Well, I mean, have you ever heard a fart that's not funny?
Yeah, maybe, probably.
You have?
I'm sure I have. I mean,
Fart is always funny.
Look, if it was one thing, if it was one of the students that brought the spray in and like, this is a 32-year-old?
Yeah.
yeah, it's 32. And I'm sure he got in trouble the first time he did it, but then he had to go and do it yet again. So anyway.
There's a question for the cookie jar.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard a fart that's not funny?
I'll write it down, John.
A criminal in Texas learned the hard way that you probably shouldn't DoorDash your murder supplies. Yikes.
Yeah.
On Monday, a DoorDash driver alerted police after making a very strange delivery to a motel in Sweetwater, Texas. So I don't know the complete list of all the items that were delivered,
Yeah.
but
Shovel,
rumor has
hatchet,
it. Yeah. A
live.
hatchet, yes, was one of them, along
Holy
with
cow.
trash bags, zip ties, bleach,
Duct tape.
and more. I'm sure that was on there. So cops showed up at this motel room. They met this man named Neil Cooper, who instantly refused to let him in, said he was armed. Anyway, they got in and they found a hostage inside this motel room. So this guy was arrested for aggravated kidnapping and maybe additional charges as well. And now people are praising the driver for acting so quickly after seeing something suspicious.
Well, I'm happy this guy was so dumb because it
Yeah.
likely saved somebody.
Yeah.
I mean,
most criminals are dumb.
the award for dumbest criminal, he's certainly up there.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. All right, Dan Campbell at 8:02. We got to have a conversation about our Tigers, who are no longer in first place in the American League Central after last night's pathetic performance. Clue number 2 in Name That Lion. Chance to win Lions tickets for this Sunday's game. The Lions were the last of 4 NFL teams I played for. It's 97-1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
That sums it up well. That's Dan Dickerson in the 6th inning. Throw in Tarek Skubal hiking the ball between his legs over his first baseman just for reasons. Wanted to make the wow play. Just eat it, dude. Bear down. You're the best pitcher arguably on the planet. Tigers lose. And Tigers can't even say, hey, well, when we wake up tomorrow, we'll be in first place, because if you look for them, you'll find them in the standings section under wild card. They've lost 7 in a row. They're 5-14 in this month. It's pathetic. They're going down like chumps. They struck out 19 times yesterday. 19. When Riley Green was made aware of that last night, he did like a triple take. Yeah, Riley, you were part of that. 19 strikeouts. At least Cleveland puts the ball in play and maybe something good will happen. Detroit with a pathetic performance. And what makes it so much worse, John, A.J. Hinch before the game spotlighted, hey, we got to be better about the strike zone. The own the zone Detroit Tigers in a pivotal game with the division on the line struck out 19 times. An insult.
And there's only 27 outs in the game. And that means there were 8 other outs that were put in play, whether ground out, fly out, whatever it was. That's just, you can't win games like that. I mean, it just feels like they find different ways to lose games.
Where are you at with this team right now? Like last week we were annoyed and you got angry. How do you feel today?
I'm just disappointed. Disappointed because, and here's where I'm disappointed. We wake up this morning and you turn on whatever sports show that you watch to get out the door, and you're seeing the celebrations in New York or Seattle for clinching division, not even clinching divisions, but clinching playoff spots,
which the Tigers still haven't done.
Yeah, and Toronto. Like it's just, we should be doing that. We should have done that a long time ago.
So
should have been one of the first, if not the first, to do it.
First to 40 wins, 50 wins, 60 wins. There was a scenario where the Tigers would have clinched this division last Thursday. And forget about the division. I mean, they only have a game up for a playoff spot. And, John, they can't win games.
Well, and I mentioned it, their best path, everyone's best path is to win their division. But if they lose out on the division, they may lose out on the playoffs altogether. Because right now they're at the cut line. They have in essence, a 2-game lead because it's over the Houston Astros. They win the tiebreaker, they being the Tigers.
I mean, you expected at this point, right?
That they're not going to be in?
Yeah.
They just lost the one game that you thought
you had to win.
You had to win with Skubal on the mound.
Well, and that was part 2 of Skubal on the mound against Cleveland in a game you got to win.
And it's how they lost too. And I don't know what was going through Skubal's mind when he, threw the ball between his legs. I understand he's trying to make a play, but you got to be smart about it.
Eat it, because then it's 1 bag instead of 2. All of a sudden now it's runners on second and third. There's no double play. There's no crutch to get you out of it. You're going to go through it. And then, John, he hits Fry or the bat, and then the ball hits David Fry, and then he was rattled.
Yeah.
He had the wild pitch. He had the balk. A ground ball gives Cleveland the lead. I mean, they didn't get the ball out of the infield in the 6th inning. When we write the obituary of the Tigers, we'll point to that 6th inning circus, and we'll point to 19 strikeouts. I mean, among all the other things they've done wrong to get here, that just felt like the most insulting, pathetic BS way for them to blow the lead.
Yeah, and I mean people probably heard me sigh a bunch of times. That's the disappointment. It's you had over the Guardians 15 and a half games. Over Kansas City, you had 14 games. And what's disappointing to me is watching all these other teams celebrate, clinching postseason in bursts, and for the vast majority of the season. I even mentioned, I think it was about 6 weeks ago, I just want to get to October because I want that fun feeling of being in postseason baseball. Now, after the season that they've had, you don't even know if you're going to get that chance.
No.
And I don't want to say it's unlikely. It just seems like it's a daunting task because of the amount of ways that they have found to lose games.
And you could do we still have the tiebreaker with Houston and we're a game up, but it sounds a lot like the conversations we were having at the end of last week about, hey, we still have a 3-game cushion against Cleveland with only so many games to go.
Well, they still do have 2 games against Cleveland. It's not done.
My point, though, is like these are coping mechanisms. These aren't rooted in the reality. The reality is they can't get out of their own way. I mean, 19 strikeouts is so stupidly damning for a baseball team in a gotta-have-it spot after their manager tells them, hey, guys, hone in on the zone. Do we have that, by the way? AJ on the pregame emphasizing what he wanted to see from his guys in a gotta-have-it spot. I mean, that's damning.
He doesn't go there very often. He like that's him saying we have significant problems. Basically, the one thing they want to do, they're not doing.
Our philosophical, our philosophy is this,
and I think then their performance after that. He said that a couple hours before the game.
You would think that would have been like, hey, what's one thing if we're going to lose this game? It's not going to be with 19 strikeouts.
We focused on one thing since Sunday afternoon's loss. We've had 36 hours roughly to think about this. This is what we're going to focus on. And then you strike out 19 times and Skubal has 3 walks.
Well, and how about the 3 walks from Skubal. Specifically, the 4th inning, they got bases loaded. Strikeout to end the inning.
Yeah.
How about this? After Skubal's 6th inning adventures, the 7th inning starts with not one but 2 straight 3-pitch strikeouts. Are you effing kidding me?
Well, and it's with the feeling during that game, bases loaded. Did you really feel like they were going to score with 1 out?
Depressing, right?
Well, yeah, but then all of a sudden, even with Skubal on the mound, they've got 1st and 3rd with 1 out, and you're like, I don't know how we get out of this.
I know. I think a Twitch comment put this well. John, you said you're disappointed.
Yeah.
Disappointed is worse than angry. You never want to hear your parents are disappointed in you.
Yeah,
I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, that is it's maybe the worst.
So what I think is going to happen here is, I know it's hard to see them winning a game again right now, but this is baseball. And I can't see them. What would it be, a 12-game losing streak to end the season? So they're going to win at least one more, right?
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
But that puts the Astros in quite a pickle.
I mean, does it? The Astros then have to just play
Well, that means they
2
can't.
better?
Yeah.
The Astros have to go 3 wins the rest
Well,
of the
and
way?
they've lost 4 in a row.
They got to win 3 of 5. You're making them win 3 of 5 if you win just one more game. I think what's going to happen is they're gonna limp into the playoffs as a wild card.
Sure feels that way.
It's the perfect fitting thing to not then have the accountability that's necessary for what's really happening here. Meaning, Scott Harris said his job is to make the playoffs. He made the playoffs.
Mission accomplished.
You see what I'm saying?
Why is
here?
everybody
Doesn't
mad?
it feel like that way? Because people are texts and calls is kind of just saying there's going to be a hell to pay if this team completely gags us and does. So if they barely limp in, they get off the hook to a degree.
I don't think the fans are going to let them off the hook. I think maybe they feel like maybe they're off the hook. Scott Harris maybe feels like he's off the hook, but fans aren't going to let him off the hook.
I agree with that, but they have wiggle room big time if they get in.
Now, okay, so if they get in and they do something,
right?
All right, now they can make it better. But first of all, they got to get there, and second of all, when they do, they've somehow, some way, got to be able to hit the reset button.
Ticket text. They blew a 15-game lead. Just shift and talk Lions the rest of the way. Tigers are dead. I hope the Tigers don't make the playoffs because then it takes away from the football talk. I don't give a crap about baseball. When the Tigers finish this failure, that clip of AJ saying, I will remind everyone we're still a first-place team, should be turned into a drop. Yikes. AJ this morning probably. Guys, the magic number's still 4 for the postseason. Aren't we lucky to be in this spot? Soak it in, boys.
Yeah, it's not a great position.
It's sure not. And you hate when I bring this up, but like they made themselves worse at the trade deadline.
Oh, we all hate when you bring it up, but they didn't do anything to put the odds in their favor.
Much better conversations ahead. Dan Campbell at 8:02. I've got your third clue for Name That Lion. I was a contestant on The Bachelorette. There's your cue. What the voice guy said. We'll wrap our Tiger Chat next, 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, I always turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares about you as a person, not just as a number. And they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
What was he thinking?
Long snapping's a little bit harder than you think, didn't it?
Did he seriously think that was the smart thing to do there?
I think he was just reacting, trying to make a play.
He goes, and one mixtape.
Yeah, it just wasn't a good decision.
And instead of, hey, you accept that they're going to get the first and second, instead you advance them an extra base. Tigers lose. No longer have first place in the division. Cleveland has the tiebreaker. So Detroit, you'll find them in the wild card section. We'll knock out some phone calls. Dan Campbell at 8:02. Talk about the Lions after that big win against Baltimore. We do have a winner for Name That Lion. Wayne in Chelsea wins a pair of tickets to see the Lions take on the Browns this Sunday and passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market from the Bullseye Group. Lions VIP tailgate is back. The Bullseye Event Group, all you can eat, open bar. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today. Some of you have caught on. We've been doing this now all season. On Wednesdays, we give away Lions tickets if you can name that Lion. The clues today. This is our most obscure one yet. I caught passes for Matthew Stafford. The Lions were the last of 4 NFL teams I played for. And I was a contestant on The Bachelorette. Heather?
Clay Harbor.
And as it says on Twitch, who?
He had 3 career catches in a Lions uniform. But he was here in 2016. Caught passes from Stafford. And yes, he was briefly a contestant on The Bachelorette.
And Bachelor in Paradise.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Oh, he was on Bachelor in Paradise too?
Yeah.
John, you know what's back this week? Is it tonight?
Tonight.
Yeah, tonight's the first showing of the Golden Bachelor.
The Golden Bachelor.
I am curious as to what is going to be shown in this opening episode.
Well, he's definitely going to address the whole scandal with what he told you in the interview, because I read articles on it that he apologizes to all the women. So I know he's going to bring it up.
I'm just curious
say?
Are they going to play the audio? Because not only is there audio, when we were recording, because he was there talking about his life, as you know, like they do this whole background thing. This is who Mel is and all of this stuff. It was all on video too. And so, are they going to show the video of him actually saying?
Are you going to get some screen time?
Well, I'm not. I don't. I'm sure it was all focused on him.
Okay.
I don't think they will.
I want you to get to some screen time, but a different way. Like we do at the draft, I want you to stream live on Facebook as each bachelorette comes out of the limo, and then you just say yes or no.
Oh, yeah, hot or not. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
John plays Tinder live.
John, do not air your comments live.
I will.
For anyone to.
When does this actually air?
8 p.m. tonight. It's not normally on at 8, but it's on at 8 tonight.
Okay.
I think it's normally going to be on at 9.
What's that or the Tigers?
Yeah.
You want to watch John swiping left or right,
watching?
or the Tigers?
As a Tigers fan, you want to watch the Tigers? Or are you going to watch the Golden Bachelor?
We did get a ticket text. I figured out my Halloween costume. I'm going to go as the Tigers trade deadline. Easiest costume ever. You don't have to do anything. Let's get to Kevin Pontiac. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on managing the strike zone. It was a very frustrating game to watch. It seemed like the strike zone was very inconsistent. And, you know, one of the updates was about the robo-ump. There were 2 or 3, one being Torres, where he struck out looking, who's got one of the best eyes on the team. So it was frustrating. You know, 2 or 3 of those 19 strikeouts were in key spots where it was a called for a strike.
You're right. I mean, the bases loaded in the 4th, back-to-back strikeouts. The 7th inning after you give up the lead, you got 2 guys going down back-to-back on 3 pitches. Strikeout. 19 in total is brutal, but you're right. When they happened too, it only made it worse. And meanwhile, Cleveland's playing the opposite brand of baseball. Even if it's not pretty, at least put the ball in play. Mm-hmm. And force someone like Skubal to hike the ball over to first base.
It just was... I mean, it was the inning. It was a nightmare inning, and it's been a nightmare 2 months. And that is the game. That's the way that it goes down. Now, again, they've got 2 more games against the Guardians. They can't clinch anymore against the Guardians in this series, but they can. There's still time to recover.
They've lost control of their own destiny for the division.
Correct. because, well,
Cleveland is a tiebreaker. They both
Right.
play 5 games. If Cleveland wins out, Detroit can't do anything about it. Right?
yeah, but they can gain control of their destiny if they beat
Cleveland
the Guardians.
tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, technically, they still
Okay.
own control of their own destiny. Doesn't feel like it.
Okay.
But now
You're right.
you lose 2 Scooble starts against the Guardians. And even if you get in, if you're in and you're playing in that wild card series, because Scooble's going to have to pitch again. When is he available in that 3-game series? Not game 1.
Yeah, probably not game 2 either.
And you're
So
looking at Jack Flaherty today going, this needs to be the best of.
your finest hour.
So the Guardians play the Rangers, right? To close the season? I think so.
Sounds right.
So they will probably be eliminated. They aren't technically. I think they're
But might
on
as
life
well be,
support.
yeah.
They're like their elimination number is magic number or whatever it is 1. But they might not have anything to play for. They are one of the worst hitting teams in the league, and the Guardians are pitching well.
Ticket Text says, Jim, can you just write the obituary today so there's a chance they could come back?
How about this question? Would you rather make the playoffs or have Bregman eliminate them?
You asking me? I'd rather my team make the playoffs. I know you like to make me out to be some like awful person.
Oh, wait, whoa.
It would be such
I'm
a...
making fun of your Bregman take. I
Could
think
you
you're a
imagine
good
how
person.
bad of a person I'd have to be if I was like, yeah, I actually hope Alex Bregman stabs every one of our listeners directly in the heart in 3 days? Like, no, of course I want this team to make the playoffs. Over getting to do, 10 minutes of smarmy radio?
I don't know.
I also want to know what's
The fact that you think that's a debate is exactly my point.
How about this? Do the listeners want them to miss the playoffs so that I don't know what's going to happen to Jim on Monday if that happens.
I'd be very curious to hear what they say publicly if the season includes no postseason at all.
That's why it feels like they're going to limp in as a wild card. So they get off the hook. I know that John, I agree with John. This team has significant problems, and this is unacceptable. They're not going to win this division. It's the largest divisional collapse tied with the Red Sox ever.
Yeah.
But if they make it, they're off the hook internally.
I don't know how they can be, because the accountability, like if that's the case and there's no accountability for Scott Harris, it goes to ownership and their reaction. We've seen the accountability on the ice.
Well, he said his job is to make the playoffs. He made the playoffs. It's a tough one, isn't it? Doesn't it suck?
No, it's not a tough one. It doesn't. It shouldn't be a tough one, because you had such a lead and you were thinking that you weren't going to have to play in that 3-game series, that you were going to be automatically in the ALDS, playing for a chance to go further than you did last year.
It's a very weird world, though. You admit that, at least, right?
It's in so many ways.
Dan Campbell next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Tigers waking up no longer in first place this morning. It's the Guardians now atop the American League Central after a 5-2 loss in Cleveland last night, their 7th straight. The Tigers had a 15.5-game lead over the Guardians in July. That's now fully evaporated. The 6th inning was where things unraveled at Progressive Field last night. At that point, it was 2-0 Tigers after a Riley Green home run. Bottom of that inning, Stephen Kwan got on with a bunt single. A throwing error from Tarek Skubal advanced Kwan to third. He then came home on a score on a ground ball. It was 2-1 Tigers at that point. Then Angel Martinez came home on a wild pitch from Skubal, 2-2. And then after another mistake from Skubal, a balk, the Guardians had a runner on third for Gabriel Arias. Cleveland would add 2 more in the 7th if the Guardians were to win the Central. Their 15.5-game lead would be the largest overcome to win a division in MLB history. The Tigers now have a 1-game lead over the Astros for the last wildcard spot in the American League. The Red Wings won their preseason opener 3-2 against the Blackhawks at Little Caesars Arena last night. Emmett Finney scored the game-winning goal in the 3rd period. Carter Mazer and Nate Danielson also found the back of the net. The Wings host the Sabres tomorrow downtown. WNBA playoffs last night. Mercury overcome a 20 20-point deficit, beating the Lynx 89-83 in overtime. That series now tied up at a game apiece. The Aces tie their series with the Fever with a big 90-68 win in Vegas. Asia Wilson had 25 points. And at the Ryder Cup, Team USA and Team Europe will play a 9-hole practice session today after this morning's celebrity matches at Bethpage. Today's events conclude with the opening ceremony that was supposed to happen tomorrow, but was moved up to today due to impending weather. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Lions have everybody in a great mood after that play on Monday night, that performance. Dan Campbell joining us. Dan, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Well, I mean, it's after that game Monday night, we're all doing great. First of all, congratulations on the win. And I'll ask this to start off with. We talked after the game at Green Bay, and there was a recipe for you to put that game behind. How do you put this one in the rear view and continue to build and look forward to the games ahead?
Well, I as hard as early, some of these short weeks can be, it actually helps because you have no choice. You can't go back. We don't have time to go back. We have to get on to the next opponent since we lose a day. So in that regard, we move right along. And, and some of the good news is we watched crossover tape of the Browns getting ready for Baltimore, so we kind of see what that's about. And, and then you see what they did to Green Bay. So it's easy to move on. There's certainly things that we got to make corrections on. We'll show the players as fast as we can. But we know this defense is for real. This will probably be the best defense we've faced up to date. It's going to be close because this front four, front seven is pretty damn good.
Not that you guys would ever overlook anybody, but does it help you get the message across to your guys that Cleveland did beat Green Bay?
Well, I mean, I think our guys are pretty good about, what matters is what's right in front of you. And these guys know what Cleveland's capable of. I mean, even if you just see the scoreboard, but after you watch the tape, you're going to see what it is. I mean, these guys made it, they pushed it into the fourth quarter. They made critical plays at critical times to win that game. And it's no different than last week. We may have to play a little different type of game, but we're going to need everybody to win this one because they got some good players over there.
We asked you, how do you defend Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson? And obviously you guys were able to contain them enough to win the game. What was the number one factor, whether it was the defensive game plan or performances, that allowed you to keep those guys in check throughout the course of the game?
Well, look, first of all, I thought Shep did a heck of a job, man, with that game plan and, and that defensive staff, the communication that transpired, and the discipline from the players. I mean, here's the thing. We had a lot of guys play really good games, and that's the difference, man. We knew it was going to take everybody, and everybody was going to have to do your job. They were very disciplined. I thought we had population to football. We didn't let Henry get started, and then really we did a good job of corralling Lamar for most of the game. We didn't let him out of there, and so if you keep him kind of bottled up and don't let him start looking downfield or trying to break contain to where he can get his eyes downfield, good things can happen. We talked about a takeaway. We got a takeaway. We got a critical fourth down stop. We got 2 huge stops in the fourth quarter. So it just, man, our guys made plays, man. We executed. They were disciplined. They played hard.
Yeah, talking more about what Shep did, his evolution as a young defensive coordinator. I know he had publicly said, I don't love spies, but you guys mixed in some QB spy. Like, what about that game plan, made it work as well as it did?
Yeah, I mean, we did. We used some things in it, and I'll tell you, a number of guys played. We mixed up who the spies were. Sometimes we'd rush them, sometimes we wouldn't, or we would push it to where you're gaining the attraction from a guard or a tackle, the protection, and you drop out. So they didn't always know who it was coming from. I mean, at any given time, we used a number of guys. You know, we used, obviously, Barnes. I thought Barnes played his tail off, man. But Barnes and Alex, Nowalski, I mean, we used a number of different guys. So it was just right for that game plan and let those other guys kind of cut it loose and run him down from behind. I mean, the effort to retrace on some of this between Hutch and Muhammad. I mean, it's why we got some of the big stops and sacks we did, but also that takeaway that Hutch had on a retrace on a run. But yeah, it took a lot. You know, we didn't just live in spy, but we used it. And I think you got to have multiple things against a guy like that.
You could play a lot of snaps in a game, and I live this where when you're on an island, you could have 75 great snaps, and it only takes one for people to start questioning what type of game you had. Terrion Arnold, in his second year, we saw the PI, we saw a couple of receptions against him. You got to have good coverage to be able to get 7 sacks. Where is he at in his development, and what you guys need from him to be a successful defense?
Yeah, look, there's some things that I know that he wants back from that game the other night, that he knows he can do better. We know he can do better. And it's just, man, it's honing your craft on a couple of areas. I mean, look, there's a reason why what we ask of these corners is not easy. And but it's also why you're here. It's why we acquire you, whether it's the draft or it's free agency. It's because we're going to put you on an island. And it's not going to be easy, but that's the task you're given. And he's a young player, and he's working at it, and he's going to get better, all right? He's going to get better. It's going to take a little bit of time here, and we're going to work through a few of these things. But look, every young player, man, they have these ebbs and flows of their career or of a second year, things of that nature, and so he's going to be all right, man. We're just going to keep working through it. And look, we'll probably use Amik on some stuff too. Amik's a good player, so we're going to mix it up a little bit.
Talking to Lions head coach Dan Campbell, one of the highlights of that Ravens game is that 18-play, 11-minute drive. What do those drives mean, and what was the longest drive of your career when you were playing?
Oh, man. Well, they mean a lot. They mean a lot, and it was something we talked about. We knew that we needed to be able to do against that opponent, was try to keep Lamar off of there, keep that offense over there on the sideline. And, you know, it requires a very patient, a very disciplined, and you got to dig deep on those drives, you know, but it always helps when it doesn't matter how tired you are. When you look across from you and you see how they feel, that's always going to be your motivation because you know it's working. So we knew we needed to do that, and it's not the easiest thing because really what happens is in that type of game, your explosives are going to have to come from your breaking tackles, right, or run after catch in a tight space. You're not always calling these big-time explosive things down the field. Now, you may have them, and if they're there, they're not, then they're checking it down quickly. But you're trying to reset the chains. You're trying to burn another 2 minutes, you know, and then get another first down. Now, you have some of this, you know, Saint makes a play. Dave Montgomery breaks a run. You know, J-Mo, that first drive, had a couple of explosive catches, you know, but it was the type of game we needed to play against that opponent, you know, and I thought the guys, man, they were very selfless in that regard offensively. It took all of them, and, man, everybody had a hand in that.
How often do you guys work on Jake Bates' open field tackling?
I tell you what, man, that guy, I was telling Pip, I'm like, nobody wants to see it break out of there, but that was a great job by him, man, squaring it up and then going right through the thigh board. It was pretty good. I would say never. We have not worked one tackle drill with him, just to be totally transparent. He's a natural.
That is awesome.
It's one of the great moments of that game, and if he doesn't make that tackle, I mean, who knows what happens with momentum and everything. But let's shift to that offensive line. You mentioned we were talking about the 98-yard drive. You also had one that started on the 5-yard line that went 95 yards. It felt like a monumental leap from game 1 to game 3, especially for Ratledge and Mahogany. Just talk a little bit about the job that you've seen from Hank Fraley in getting those guys the confidence, but also just the performance that they had on the road that was in stark contrast to what we saw in week 1.
Yeah, well, look, Hank's doing a heck of a job. He always does. He knows how to develop those guys. He knows how to set them up to have success, and then you call the game to help those guys too, man. They're no different than anybody else. You got to give them some confidence early, and they're playing with a lot of confidence right now, and so. The big thing we talked about was just getting better every week, and that's what those guys have done, man. They've improved. I mean, you look, and that O-line is really beginning to gel. Those five are starting to play together pretty dang good. I feel like Graham has had 2 good games here where he's looked really good, and which that helps stabilize those 2 young guards next to him. Well, in turn, they're playing pretty good, and they're continuing to get better. And then obviously Decker and Sewell, man, are playing at a high level, which helps them too. So now it all just works hand in hand, and they continue to get better. And, with more banked reps, there's only going to be more continuity. And I think these guys are going to continue to get better.
Dan, on the broadcast, Troy Aikman was talking about your onions for the 4th down calls. We've asked you a lot about this. This isn't new. But I'm curious, like, in your head at that moment, are you nervous or are you just numb to it? Hey, of course we're going to go for it and we're going to get it.
Yeah, well, I think it's more about what do we want to do. It's not are we going to do it. It's what play do you really have conviction on. That's what it is. So that's really where your mind's at, is knowing exactly where your conviction is at on the type of play you want to run. So listen, I've said this before. It's about the players, man, and those guys make it come to life. Goff had a very efficient game. There's a number of things people have no idea that he did in that game that was big time, man. I'm talking about high-level quarterback play, high-level, the function of from, the play in the huddle, all the different audible system that we have that he can get into per play, per look. And then, man, in the moment, crowd noise, everything, critical moments, and just some of the little nuances of the position that he did, get everybody set up right, make sure we were all on point. It was just, I'm telling you, the guy is playing at a very high level, and you talk about running the quarterback position. I mean, nobody's playing it better than him right now.
Dan, get you out of here on this. Any chance you could give a pep talk to the Tigers who desperately need some wins, maybe a message about adversity, just something for the city so we can get these guys back to their winning ways?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to feed off your energy. So whatever you guys want to do, they'll feed off of it.
Oh, he put it back on us, John. Dan, good stuff. We'll talk to you again next week.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, have a good one.
Yep. All right, it's 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans, Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select MyPlan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today. Only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. 1 gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details. Based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
Going to the dentist, it can feel like a nightmare. What if you have to get a cavity filled? I just went through that with Brightside Dental, and I can't say enough nice things about the experience. Numb you up, it's painless. I talk through every step. There's no surprises. Get the bite right, the attention to detail, all the good stuff that they talk about with Brightside Dental. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including one right around the corner from you. Check them out. $35 new patient special that covers exams, x-rays, and there's no hidden fees. Make the appointment. Get back in that routine. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa in the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Dan Dickerson's call. Lost last night. Tigers no longer in first place. They're tied without the tiebreaker, which means you'll find them in the wild card section of the standings. Tarek Skubal with an adventurous 6th inning where he had a balk and a wild pitch.
Yeah.
And he tried to throw over to first between his legs for no good reason.
It was an absolute mess. It was a disaster.
That inning, that circus 6th, plus 19 strikeouts, pathetic. The perfect obituary for this team, who is 5-14 in September. For as hot as Cleveland has been, this doesn't happen without the Tigers' blessing.
Wait, obituary? Are you burying the Tigers?
It's pathetic. When we write the obituary.
Oh, I thought maybe we were going to get the burial of them, and all of a sudden they go on a 5-game win streak.
It did cross my mind, and it did cross the mind of Red, who's listening and he's on hold. Red, good morning.
Hey, Costa, I want to start off by, good morning. I think you're very intelligent. I think you bring a lot. You bring a lot to 97.1 The Ticket.
What's the but?
I like everything you do, but I think you owe everybody an apology. I'm talking about the city of Cleveland, the city of Detroit.
Cleveland should celebrate me, right? Cleveland's going to build me a statue at this rate.
Yeah, just for.
No, I got what you're saying, Red.
To be humble, like to bury a team and to lie. And you're sports. You're very intelligent. Like the season's not over. It's too gimmicky. It's so gimmicky. It's so ignorant. I feel like humble yourself right now. I still think it's time. We got 5 games left. It can be reversed. Life is in a ton. You can speak it into existence. I'm sorry for burying you in July. That's not what it's supposed to be. Humble yourself. I've already prayed about it. Just ask for repentance and let's get back on this road. I'm so emotional, so I'm distraught just thinking about how you bury a team and we got so much baseball left. It came off so ignorant. I cringed when I heard it. I listen to you guys every single.
I was going to say, look, when you say stuff for a living, you're going to be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll own it. If you want an apology when they blow this and it's final, I'll apologize. I'm going to be wrong. We say stuff for a living. Nobody saw this coming. Nobody. This is the largest collapse in Tigers franchise history. This is the largest collapse in baseball history. It's probably the largest collapse of any Detroit team in the history of the city. I'm wrong. I'll own it. I'm wrong.
Yeah. There was,
by the way, did you notice that
60 games left?
Yeah, well, give or take. Did you notice, by the way, Birchie last night tweets out a clip from our show of me doing some of my divisions over radio.
That's a humongous troll job.
Oh,
I don't expect it from Birchie. I know I didn't expect it from Birchie, but it was out there, so I'm getting tagged and everything last night as the game's over.
Well, say things, you pay the consequences.
I understand that. I'm not running from it. I'll be accountable for it.
Look, when we cut this dry, you have to be a person that believes in curses and things like that if you did something to them.
Right. Another text. Cookies, you told me the division was locked. You love this, dude.
Yes, because I thought it was ridiculous with that much left. They had a monster lead.
Do you realize how quickly it happened, too? They didn't blow it
yes, I've lived it.
John, they didn't blow it 2 games at a time for 2 months. They blew it all in 2 weeks.
But you did this after the Disco Inferno.
Burn, baby, burn. Look what we've incited. There's more of these phone calls. Ken, Warren, good morning.
Gentlemen, good morning. So we're finally where we need to be. We're finally exactly where we need to be. The intentional, there's something wrong with this team in the clubhouse, in the chemistry, between players and management. There's something. There's just absolutely no excuse to have a greater than 99.9% chance of winning it in your division, and then to give it up this soon. Something's wrong. And I don't care what anybody says. You can't. In my heart of hearts, I feel it's deliberate, and I don't.
Hold on. I want to back
answers.
up. Deliberate, like they're throwing this, like they're trying to lose.
Yeah, I do. I believe they've just quit. That's what I believe. They're quit. They're not just getting beat barely. They're getting beat handedly. And you can't
last night
take
was
a team that's had that much success, and they do have some depth, but they do need some issues. And it seems like, it's not right. This does not pass the sniff test.
Well, I'm not going to accuse the team of like losing on purpose, but I'll tell you this: they've lost their way. When AJ Hinch in the pregame is telling you, "Hey, the one thing I'd fix if I could is our approach in the zone. We can't swing at stuff that's out of the zone. We have to be better at throwing strikes. Both sides, we need to be better about the strike zone." And then they go out and strike out 19 times. That's a disconnect. You've lost your way. For a team that's MO is built on this idea, they haven't always executed it, on owning the zone. Like, John, that was a slap in the face. That was insulting last night.
Well, I do agree with one of the last things he said where they've lost their way. Confidence is such a big part of success in sports. And if you're not mentally, emotionally tough enough to be able to withstand some of the swings of a Major League Baseball season. What did we see last year when they were on this amazing run? We saw celebrations. We saw guys outperforming their abilities. Even at the beginning of this season, we were celebrating Javier. But at some point, when you lose your mojo, when you lose your way, you've got to find a path back. And they just haven't been able to find that path back. There's no confidence. There's no confidence when Skubal takes the mound, and certainly if Flaherty, Mize, anybody else takes the mound, the bullpen. There's no confidence when anybody gets to the plate, save maybe Spencer Torkelson.
And even he's, the last few games here, going the wrong way. Mojo. They got to get their mojo back. That's why I tried to get Dan Campbell to help him out. And then he passed the hot potato right back to me, and I don't think Dan knows this. I'm the last guy people want to be giving a pep talk to this baseball team. John, maybe it's you. By the end of the show, you try to put a pep talk out there into the universe.
Do my little pregame speech?
Just something, man, because it's not going to come from me. Nobody wants it from me.
No, they don't.
Dan's like, whatever you're putting out in the universe, Dan, if only you knew.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take some ticket text phone calls on the Tigers. We'll get to the power surge end of the hour, mix in Heather's news and more. It's 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly. We're going to the power surge here, right? No. We're going to power surge at 8:50. $8.50 power surge, or yeah, okay.
Brutal. Circa 6th, 19 strikeouts. Pathetic. They're going out like chumps. Lost 7 in a row. No longer have that first place spot in the AL Central. To the phones we go. Paul, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, Mr. Cookies. Good morning, Mr. Jansen. How are we both this morning?
Oh, we're doing just fine.
Okay, I'm phoning in because, quite honestly, I think Cookies is taking quite a little bit of slack this morning, and it's a little bit uncalled for. He, unlike a lot of us and from the fan base, naturally assumed, and this is where you messed up a little bit, naturally assumed that Mr. Scott Harris, everybody's favorite douchebag this morning, was going to acquire some real talent at the deadline. Unfortunately, he, along with, Mr. Illich, who was shown last night with either his new squeeze or his divorce attorney, being shown how...
Hello?
Paul, you there?
It ain't so. Where'd he go?
I feel like we got built to some
gosh.
hell of a punchline there.
Oh, sorry, Paul.
Look, I do like being defended by someone with a British accent. It makes me feel smarter.
I know.
I said what everybody was thinking. I'll get burned for it. Fine. I was wrong. If they don't make it, I was wrong. I made some stupid proclamation. We say stuff for a living.
Yeah.
You just love that this has gone down this way for me.
Well, for you, yes.
Yeah, I know you don't want this for the
Tigers,
fans or the city or anything.
no.
But the silver lining for you is that I have to go through this. Birchie tweeting clips from our show from June and July.
It is quite pleasant. But I still want to, as dark as today feels, there's 5 games left.
Mm-hmm.
They still have an opportunity. And I know there's probably a lot of people going, oh, don't give me the glass is half full. It doesn't feel like it's half full. It feels like there's only a couple of drops in there. But they do have a chance. They're going to play 162 games.
Yeah.
It did not end at 157. So they have the benefit, and maybe people aren't looking at it as a benefit, but they are head-to-head against the Guardians. They are head-to-head against another team that is scratching and clawing to get into the postseason. So, man up.
Yeah. I'll take that as a start for the pep talk. Like, they do need to man up. They need to find a way. Enough of this wallowing in the pressure, and it's getting to us, and we're swinging and missing at all the junk that the other team's throwing. Got to be a hell of a lot better than that. Let's get to Stacy in Commerce. Stacy, good morning.
Good morning. Go Blue, John.
Go Blue.
Officially, I've not given up. If you have a chip in a chair, you're still in the game. I think AJ may have got out coached a little bit when Sweeney was up with a guy on second. I think small ball should have came in, pushed him over to third, and let the top of the order try to make it 2-0.
Yeah.
The 6th inning was the 6th inning, but if you did see when the TV went right on AJ, and you could read his lips, and he looked down and he said, "I should have traded Scooble for an edge rusher."
Well done, Stacy. That's good stuff. If only.
Uh-huh.
Could Scooble get Hendrickson? Call the Reds. 248-539-9797. Tom in St. Clair Shores. Tom, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Listen, I think I know this sounds like a conspiracy, but I believe in baseball gods. Good things happen, strange things happen. The crazy Babe Ruth, it took them till.
Apparently, the gods don't want us to hear this phone
like
call.
your cell phone.
I'm sorry.
Oh, we lost you there for a second. Go ahead
The
and
gods are trying
tell
to
us.
silence you, but we won't let you be silenced.
All right, the bottom line is this. What Houston did in 2017 with the garbage can scandal, I think the baseball gods are coming back to haunt
We're still
AJ.
doing this. You think this is the payback for Hinch's time with Houston? Like, wouldn't they have punished us last year, or is this part of their sick, twisted game? They give us, like, hope from last year, build us up and tear us down, these twisted baseball gods of yours.
Well, listen, I think they're baseball gods for all of us. Look at how they twisted the Cubs in 1984, up 2-1 against the Padres. They lose 3 straight.
Was Bartman an agent of the baseball gods, too? I'm just trying to keep score here.
Yeah. Well, anyway, listen,
Something's going on, Tom, to your point, because this is unlike anything we've ever seen. So I suppose I have to give some room for the baseball
some credence
gods.
to the baseball guys.
Something's going on. One more. John in Livonia. John, how you feeling? You're on 97.1.
Oh, yeah, I'd just like to make a comment on the Tigers here. This was all lost in the Atlanta series. And this is nothing new. They've been on a long, bad skid. And A.J. Hinch seems very calm and collected when interviewed. And it was, we'll just get through this bad streak. It doesn't work that way. You got to shake things up. You got to move people around. They're done for the year. They're not going to come back. Cleveland's going to win the division. I don't think the Tigers are even going to make the playoffs.
So the key to watch there is going to be Houston, and Tigers have a game up plus the tiebreaker, so it's like 2 games up with 5 to go. Look, I'm not trying to give you any reason to believe because the Tigers have to actually win baseball games. I don't think they can
win another game.
I know, that's the thing,
really
John.
Don't.
Like, they have to win a game before we even can entertain that at this point. Like, again, the deadline, the moves they made, we can wish they would have made more moves. The moves they did make made them worse. They didn't get better, they got worse. And then you get into this spiral and you're looking for guys to give you answers. And I don't want to let the players off the hook because guys like Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson and Gary Carpenter are the heart of this order. We can't see 19 strikeouts. We can't see 19 strikeouts when the manager puts an emphasis pregame on, hey, after the off day, we got to be better in the strike zone. Then you have that 6th inning with Skubal. And it just, anything that can go bad, anything that can go wrong, did. Let's get to Heather with the news.
I'd like Paul to call back and read my news.
What is English accent?
Yeah, it'd be a little better, I think.
Cheerio.
Exactly.
Can you do it? Do it in an English accent?
No, I'm not going to try because I'll end up sounding like.
I mean, Stoney would do it in French.
Yes, oui. That's I don't know any French. 0. Anyway. The news in my voice. An Oakland County man is facing federal charges for allegedly cyber stalking a woman and using AI to create and send nude images of her. So this 36-year-old man, Josh Stillman, is accused of messaging a social media influencer on Instagram, sending her AI-generated nude images of herself, and then also sending threats to post them online if he didn't message her back. And the messages were very disturbing, very graphic. Anyway, all of those messages were found out to be coming from this guy in Oakland County.
No kidding.
He's facing charges. Like I said, he's apparently a graphic designer with a wife and children. Awesome. On Tuesday, Oklahoma State football fired longtime head coach Mike Gundy in his 21st season running the program. So his exit comes 4 days after Oklahoma State fell to Tulsa last Friday, less than 24 hours after he said publicly during a practice that he had 100% intentions of remaining with the program beyond the 2025 season. So
it just got ugly. They won 3 games last year and losing to Tulsa. You can't make the argument we don't have the resources. It's Tulsa.
Yeah.
And it's, look, he had so many double-digit win seasons there. He's a legend. He played there. He coached there. It's just
time has run out.
Yeah, time ran out.
Yeah. He was set to make $6.7 million this year, but per his contract, he will be owed $15 million by the university upon his departure. Jimmy Kimmel was back on ABC 6 days after his show was suspended. During his very long, it was about 18-minute monologue, Kimmel got emotional as he stressed that he never meant to make light of the murder of Charlie Cook. He praised free speech and he condemned the FCC and President Trump for pressuring, the network to take him off the air. He made some jokes, of course, and some jabs, but ultimately he thanked viewers for speaking up so his voice could be heard, highlighting even those who disagree with him, right? But defended his right to stay on air.
Yeah, he highlighted a couple conservative voices that rushed to his defense. And his last message about Erica Kirk, praising her and her message.
Yes, and her forgiveness.
He got emotional with that, too.
He did. And like I've said before, for the time being, his show won't be broadcast on all of the network's affiliates. There's 2, Nexstar and Sinclair Media Group, that are not airing his show. Major League Baseball robot umpires have been given the green light.
Yes.
On Tuesday, MLB's competition committee approved the use of the automated ball strike system for the 2026 season. So with this challenge system, human umpires will call every pitch, and each team can then appeal 2 calls per game to this automated system. You keep your challenge if your appeal is successful, and only the pitcher, catcher, and hitter can challenge.
Right. We
So
saw this
no
in the
one
All-Star
else.
game,
Yep.
and it was quick. That was the emphasis, right, John? We don't need these to be 3-minute reviews.
That's the goal. Yes, it needs to be, hey, take a look, just like they do in tennis, right? In or out, and hey, it literally is. It's in the strike zone or it's out.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Power Surge. It's 97.1.
Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of men across Southeast Michigan regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, he's giving you up to 30% off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. You gotta go meet Dr. B. You're gonna love him. He's a true pioneer. He's one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. So what once seemed like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan. And he believes in it so much. Not only has he had the procedure himself, he recently performed it on his own son as well. So forget outdated methods. There's no stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars, just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that keep improving, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com. Make sure to mention 97.1 to unlock your exclusive discount for the month of September only.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers are no longer alone in first place for the first time since April after a 5-2 loss in Cleveland last night. Their 7th straight now. The Tigers had a 15.5 game lead over the Guardians in July, but that's now fully evaporated. The 6th inning buried the Tigers in last night's loss. The starter, Tarek Skubal, had a throwing error, a wild pitch, and a balk, and the Guardians scored 2 of their 3 runs that inning on ground balls that did not leave the infield. Manager A.J. Hinch says things piled up. The Tigers now have a 1-game lead over the Astros for the last wildcard spot in the American League, but notable, the Tigers do have the tiebreaker over Houston this season. Around baseball, several races are getting tight. The Yankees have won 3 straight and are only a game behind the Blue Jays in the East. New York clinched a playoff spot last night with a win over the White Sox. The Mariners beat the Rockies to clinch a playoff berth last night, just their 2nd since 2001. Seattle's red hot, winners of 15-16. They've got a 3-game lead for the 2 seed in the AL now, and the Mets beat the Cubs last night, holding off the Diamondbacks and Reds for that last wild card spot in the NL. Arizona and Cincinnati, though, right on their tail, just 1 game behind New York. Lions head coach Dan Campbell joining us this morning right here on 97.1 The Ticket. We asked him about how they were able to keep Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in check on Monday. When it comes to 4th down decision-making, Campbell says it's less about whether to go for it and more about what play they run and how to maximize the situation. And the Red Wings win their preseason opener 3-2 against the Blackhawks at LCA last night. Emmett Finney with the game-winning goal in the 3rd period. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Some people would rather we talk about them than the Tigers today.
Preseason hockey, top of the list.
That's right. Right around the corner. Dan Campbell, 9:35, our conversation with the Lions head coach. John, last night was bar none the most embarrassing, pathetic performance of this run for the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, it's you take the mound with Skubal and he's nails for the first 4 innings. 5 innings.
5, yeah.
And then all of a sudden the 6th inning happens and the Guardians don't even get a ball out of the infield and take the lead. It's the errors. And I know that, the whole batter hit by a pitch in the face, it can be very disconcerting, but you have to find a way to be able to overcome that moment. And it's the wild pitch, then it's the balk. And at that point, it's all done.
Yeah, just so people are aware of how the inning went down, this circus 6th. Quan reaches on a bunt. Martinez bunts, and that's when Skubal decides to go between his legs, long snapper style, and sails the first baseman's head. So instead of it just being 2 on, 1st and 2nd, it's now 2nd and 3rd, no double play to get you out of this.
Mm-hmm. No force anywhere.
Right. Then Ramirez reaches on an infield single to score a run. Then Martinez scores on a wild pitch after Fry leaves the game. Then Skubal balks Ramirez over to 3rd, where a grounder scores him, and it's 3 runs without a ball leaving the infield. And we have no one to blame but Skubal. I mean, these are Skubal mistakes.
And I know he's trying to make a play. There's a time and a place to do that. That wasn't the time.
You should be doing trick shots?
No, but again, I understand he's, I don't think he's, thinking, well, if I do this, I'm going to end up on SportsCenter.
I think that's the only way to get it to first, but then you need to realize it's done. He's getting to first regardless. Don't make this worse. Don't be a hero.
Don't compound a mistake. Not that it was a mistake, but don't make it worse.
Yeah, and he did, and that's the one guy you're supposed to count on. So back-to-back Skubal starts against the Guardians. The Tigers lose. That's 7 consecutive losses. They're in the wild card right now, no longer leading the division because of a tiebreaker. And, John, it'd be bad enough if they lost the game because of the 6th inning alone, and they kind of did. But the approach at the plate all day, 19 strikeouts, it's as pathetic a performance as they've had during this skid. and it's going out like chumps. Like, it's one thing if, hey, you're giving it your all, you're playing your best, you're winning some, they're winning more. The Tigers aren't winning at all. They're going out like chumps. And we heard in the update, by the way, and I think you made this point with me already today. I think it was off air, but it's worth pointing out to people that last night the Yankees clinched a playoff spot. Right? They weren't the only team. The Mariners clinched a playoff spot. Those are two teams that were more aggressive at the end of July. Those are two teams that wanted to do something about their playoff positioning. And those two teams will be in the postseason. I don't know if the Tigers will be.
And what's frustrating about it is and we heard AJ talk about it, right? Hey, first team to 20, first team to 30, 40, 50, 60 wins. And then it all fell apart. And now we're looking at a team that, for a vast majority of the season, had the best record in the American League. You don't even need the best record, but you're looking at Toronto, clinched a playoff spot. New York, clinched a playoff spot. Seattle, clinched a playoff spot. And you're sitting there at the cut line of a wild card spot.
It's hard to fathom 19 strikeouts. I see the Twitch is like, that is unbelievable. We'll get the ticket text in the mix. Phone calls to Carl in Southfield. Good morning. You're on 97.1. Carl?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I just wanted to present a couple quick stats on the ownership, kind of the big picture part of this. And from 2007 to 2017, this team was top 10 in payroll in all of baseball. And obviously Mr. Mike was trying to win a World Series. But we were a heavyweight. We were a light heavyweight. 8 of those years we were top 5 in payroll. And he passed away in early 2017. And within a year of that, I think we slashed $40 million from payroll. And we've never been in the top half since the 2017 season. And they have said for a long time, once we get competitive, we'll spend. I think we can summarily dismiss that at this point, given what we did, even at the deadline. You look at what was available, from Arizona, what Seattle did, and we didn't need to give up McGonigal or Clark to really improve this team.
Correct.
I'm clearly Moneyball can work,
but not to win a World Series.
Cleveland. Well, maybe not to win, but I mean, I got to say, Cleveland almost won.
Yeah,
they were
2016 head-to-head with the Cubs.
So maybe, yeah. But the problem is, we weren't that team. We were a heavyweight. We were a light heavyweight, and now we're a flyweight. And it's just, I think it's hard to digest that, and it's part of where I think even apathy can come in. Like, what are we? And the ownership didn't technically change. It's still the same family, and
right, but people are different. Like, I wouldn't expect someone to be exactly like their dad or their son to be exactly like them. Like, everybody's going to carve out their own image.
But I don't want to have an off-season conversation, but last year they were willing to make a move for a third baseman, a right-handed bat.
They got
It didn't happen.
They got a lot of PR for that, but the reality was they didn't accept Bregman's counteroffer and the deal didn't get done.
Right, and so this year, especially if they were a team that was so promising through 120 games, you're going to have to make some moves to make this team better. And this is a pivotal year because we don't know what's going to happen with Skubal in the year after, and I don't even know what's going to happen with him this offseason. Is he going to be a guy that they move at the owners' meetings? Who knows? But if this is the trajectory of the team, that you're going to, and the expectation is that you're going to be better every single year, you may take a step back this year because you didn't make the playoffs, and we don't know. There's still 5 games left. But it's an opportunity to go into the offseason and spend a little money and make your team better because all those young guys that you've been preaching about are either a little bit closer, maybe McGonigal's up, and now at some point, you got to make the investment and say, hey, we're going to be a good team and we're going to compete for a World Series.
But at the same time, okay, Monday's theme, Jim, you took to heart what I said. Players don't get enough blame in this town. Why are we not blaming the players for their performance last night? They struck out 19 frickin' times. We can talk about ownership and all that crap after the season and where they end up landing. I mean, to me, Scott Harris is going to get off the hook a little bit if they make the playoffs because he said his job's to make the playoffs. But the players, man, I mean, we had the pregame cut from AJ saying we focused and talked about before they played yesterday.
The off day.
Valuing the strike zone, getting back to our roots on both ends. So that's pitching and hitting. 19 strikeouts, Skubal walks 3.
It's just a slap in the face. Like
Well, and you have the bases loaded.
Yeah.
And with one out, and you get nothing.
You can't put the ball in play. That's where you get your ace, your 4 or 5 run lead, and that game plays out different then.
Correct.
Are the Tribe bunting then?
No, because they got to swing for big innings. The 4th inning, they got the bases loaded. They strike out back-to-back to close the inning. Skubal has that awful 6th inning. Well, what's the first thing they do? They're in a hole, right? They're facing adversity. It's the 7th inning. What happens? 3-pitch strikeout, 3-pitch strikeout. Like, it's not just 19, which is unfathomable given the emphasis before the game and what's at stake. It's also when the strikeouts happen.
Right, and we got a text earlier that we never were able to get to because Campbell was on. That they were at the game last night sitting in front of the Tiger dugout, and he said the players' body language was awful.
It is. I mean, he could tell better in person, but even on TV, it doesn't look good. I mean, Skubal specifically, like that inning got away from him, and he unraveled.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying.
And we're going to have that
he was-
conversation about his future too.
I know, and he was clearly affected by Fry getting hurt, and John can speak as an athlete having to compartmentalize. But even before that, he made the mental error. He was having a disaster inning.
Yeah, no, it was an implosion, and you could see it coming when they didn't get anybody home with the bases loaded, like John said. That it foreshadowed what was to come, and the Guardians could strategically play the game differently.
Mm-hmm.
But we sit here and we know that there's a lot of big picture issues, and shame on them for not getting AJ Hinch more help pitching wise at the deadline. But this was supposed to be a good team. Are they really a mediocre team that overachieved the whole time? Is that what people? Do you guys think that, or are they good?
So when we're done with 162, that's the way it is playing out.
I mean, it certainly feels like this team should have won 90 ball games. And they still can, I suppose, if they win 4 of the next 5. But it felt like this team should have been a 90-win ball club. And if they underachieve, some of that is on the players, and some of that is on the front office not giving them more. You know, I mean, when we look back at the season, you're going to see teams like Seattle and New York that added, and they're in a better position right now. But also a team like Cleveland didn't, and they're outplaying the Tigers. So that part of it is on the players to bow up and have some sort of a backbone and go out there and
Cleveland's
find
down
a
a couple
way.
of receivers. I mean, relievers.
Yeah,
they have no edge rusher either.
How are they making it happen? We'll hear from Dan Campbell coming up at 9:35. More of your phone calls, ticket text on the Tigers is 97.1.
Hey, you hear the ads, law firms bragging about some giant verdict. To them, it's a trophy, it's a number, and that's good for them. But if you've just been in a car accident and you've been injured, what does that do for you? Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, sure. But he also knows it's not about headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you and what you need. Call David at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always visit him on his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Scott Harris from the trade deadline. This is haunting. Look, maybe they would have given up the next great thing, but the idea that they traded none of their top 10 prospects.
Well, and that's the thing is when you have a top 5 prospect in baseball, no one gave up. They may have given up their top prospect, but not a top 5 prospect in baseball or a top 10 prospect in baseball. You didn't have to give up your 1 or 2 prospects. We went through that with Baltimore last year.
There were many players made available that would not cost Clark or McGonigal. Now, if it's Scott Harris's contention that players 1 through 10 are all going to be all-stars, well,
then they all better hit.
All right, buddy.
That's the bet he's making.
You're sticking your neck out, and I think it's more haunting to miss the playoffs entirely, which is very real and very on the table. And I look back at the trade deadline. They didn't get better. They got worse. The players they added were detrimental. They were awful. They're not on the team anymore. They're unplayable. Those are the guys he brought in to bolster this team, and it's because they didn't take it seriously. They doubled down on their own guys, all of the hitters, right, because they added no pitching. They doubled down on all their own hitters, who struck out 19 times last night. The Own the Zone Tigers struck out 19 times last night in a gotta-have-it for the division lead baseball game.
Well, and there's 2 guys that I'm surprised that one of them wasn't moved. Because I think we all agree Dylan Dingler is a really good catcher. And his bat has been great for a catcher. All right? You got him. And I do think that they'll probably move on from Jake.
Yeah.
But
eventually.
You have Thyron Lorenzo, who is number 5 in your in your farm system. You also have Jose Briseño, who's number 3.
Both power-hitting catchers. They love them both. But, John, you can only play 1 catcher.
Well, and you typically only keep 2.
Correct.
You have 3. So,
well, it's because we're such a brilliant, smart baseball team. A healthy, sturdy organization that's the envy of the league.
You had the resources, and you didn't do anything. And I know at the time I wasn't necessarily a proponent of emptying the coffers, but if Eugenio Suarez hasn't been great for Seattle, but
he would be better than what we've gotten.
If you have a couple of home runs and you win 3 more games,
1 or even 2, it makes all the difference in the world. You're going to look at his batting average, people listening, and go, he's a bum. We didn't want him anyway. Matt Vierling doesn't play because he's injured.
Yeah.
Javi Baez is unplayable. And Zach McKinstry has regressed down back to what he actually is as a baseball player, as exciting as the first half was. Yeah, it'd be nice to have Suarez or anybody else, doesn't it? I said this at the time. Scott Harris knows more baseball than me. I'm not saying it's this one guy is going to fix everything. Use your baseball brain, scour the landscape, find a bat, add a bat, bolster your team, give yourself options, depth, flexibility. That's A.J. Hinch's whole thing. And look, he's not blameless in this either. The last batch of ticket texts actually go at AJ, Harris, and the players, 1 each. Let me just read them for you here.
Okay.
I love AJ Hinch, but it's a big miss for him to not get tossed from the game last night. They need a spark for a long time. It's not going to happen organically. Eric in Bloomfield.
I'm not a big fan of just going out there and putting on a show to try and motivate your guys. That happens in the clubhouse. It happens in other ways. And if it naturally happens, if there's an egregious call and you go out there and you lose your mind, maybe that does spark something.
You can't be a phony.
No, because that's not who AJ is.
Tex says, I think Harris owes the city an apology, the fans too, being the smartest guy in the room, trying to go through the clearance section at the deadline. It's 100% on him. He owes the fans an explanation. And this one is on the players. It says 100% players. They're not performing. It's our Achilles heel, 19 strikeouts, not getting a hit with the bases loaded, and 1 out in the 4th. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, if you have bought frozen shrimp from Kroger, you need to go check your freezers.
Is this more the radioactive stuff?
Yes. They're not calling it that anymore. Well, I think some sites are, but this particular article is not saying radioactive, but when I really looked at what has been contaminated, this is
It's
the
not
radioactive
good.
shrimp. Yeah, so there was a previous recall on packages of frozen shrimp, and now this has been, expanded due to a possible health risk. The first recall did not include shrimp sold in Michigan, but this expanded recall definitely does. So go check your freezers. There's a whole list of all of the types of shrimp that was sold, and they say long-term and repeated low-dose exposure to this basically radioactive, if you want to call it that, material, can elevate the risk of cancer resulting from damage to DNA within living cells of the body. So when you hear that, it doesn't sound good.
It doesn't. Do you eat shrimp? You're very
I
picky
love
with your
shrimp.
diet. Okay, yeah.
But I don't usually buy. It's like a holiday thing. Christmas Eve, there's any holiday, I want just shrimp cocktail.
Okay.
I mean, I'll eat shrimp anyway, but I like shrimp cocktail. And that's one thing I want to see on Christmas Eve, which is maybe weird, but it's my thing. No surprise here, clutter makes you less attractive. A new nationwide study found that living with an untidy partner can seriously dim the spark. So over 1/3 admit that their partner's clutter has made them feel less attracted to them, and it pretty much just drives the other person crazy. It can lead to, blow up fights, things like that. I mean, it's not surprising.
No.
It didn't shock me when I saw the headline, but just so you know. Catfish, the TV show. You remember this, which was the first of its kind, investigative series that tackled the realities of dating in the digital age. Well, it's just been canceled after 9 seasons on MTV. Do you remember?
Sad.
I remember when this came out, and the
hearing
host,
about it and the premise of it. Yeah.
Neve Schulman, was he did I think it was a documentary of himself.
Yes.
Because he was catfished, which then sparked this whole thing of the TV show Catfish, and it really created the term of catfishing somebody.
So it just run its course?
I think so. He announced it online, noting that, it's been an incredible journey. But yeah, I think it just kind of ran its course there on the program. This is like a nightmare come to life. There was a woman that got stuck inside of a water slide more than 100 feet above the ocean. She was on a cruise ship. This just went viral. I swear this has happened before that I've talked about it, but there's a video. It's gotten lots of attention online, and you can see this woman trying desperately to wiggle herself to safety inside of this transparent tube, which is hanging off of a cruise ship over the ocean. And she's got her arms, she's just trying to push herself, and the video ends before we learn her fate. Did she make it to the end of the slide, or did they have to send someone down to rescue her? I'm not a claustrophobic person, but I think I would start to be in that situation.
Yeah.
It's always my fear, which is why I didn't do things as a kid. I was always fearful of, well, maybe not getting stuck in a slide, but I would have been. But I was always fearful of doing go-karts, because I was scared that I'd be the last person that didn't see the flag, and then I'd have to go around the lap one more time, or I'd be.
We get an extra lap.
But I didn't want that. I didn't want eyes on me. I didn't want to be the person that was being watched. And this is like a nightmare for me, because everyone's staring at me, videotaping me, and then putting me all over social media. It's like a nightmare. Let's see. Oh, speaking of cruises, the New York Post is exposing a disturbing trend, if you want to call it that, if you find this disturbing, where female cruise passengers are stashing their room keys or their pass cards in their bras.
Okay.
To me, not disturbing at all. But one passenger who apparently has been witnessing this says, twice I've seen ladies reaching into their blouses to locate their passes in their bras. This is frankly disgusting for the crew members and for everyone who touches them afterward. Please just buy a lanyard. But now there's other people saying, hey, you know what, boob sweat is the least of your worries.
Yeah. The keys are you're just talking about basically a plastic.
It's like a credit card.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they disinfect them anyway?
Or disinfect them or
pitch
throw
them or
away.
replace them or whatever.
I don't find this disturbing, but apparently it is for other people. And now there are people who are saying, there should be a solution. Why not just have a digital key or something?
On your phone, yeah. But then where are you going to keep your phone?
Well, your bra.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of women that do that.
There are women who do that.
Oh, my mom does it all the time. I'm like, yeah, Mom, I'm not going to borrow your phone. Sorry, Mom, I just outed you.
I mean, I don't find it gross at all, but whatever. Yeah, that's it, I guess.
That's Heather with the news. Dan Campbell next, 97.1.
Hey, football is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're absolutely delicious and available in the convenient variety 8-packs. Now, each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, no bubbles, no troubles, zero carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ. Ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing our listeners this month. And maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. That answer is always, why not? Get Motor City's hottest truck, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, for an unbelievable $199 per month. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be with over 600 horsepower, and that comes standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit is required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions do apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
John, what'd you make of his technique there?
Well, anytime that you're long snapping and you raise your rear end up, that ball's going to go high. Got to stay low.
Needless to say, doesn't look like something he had practiced before, John.
No, I don't think that's probably in the it's just like me asking Dan, how many times has Jake Bates had the tackling drill? Well, never. That's just one where you're not going to sit there and think. And baseball players do all these things where they do practice, hey, I'm going to pick it up with my glove and I'm going to throw it to you. Because you never know, some of those situations do arise.
Pitcher's fielding practice, yeah.
Between your legs is not really one of them.
Like he's doing center quarterback exchange stuff in his downtime?
No.
The key to the shotgun snap, don't bend your wrists. Karate chop.
Yeah.
Cha.
Stiff wrist.
Well, that was just a complete mistake from him. I mean, it's just a dumbass decision. He tried to do too much.
And I can appreciate a guy wanting to make a play, but you have to know the consequences. And I don't think he did in the moment the math in his head. Like this could go wrong more ways than it can go right.
Because again, if he just eats it, it's runners at first and second. The double plays on board. You can still get your strikeout. Like instead, the inning unravels, and then he got out of sync once Fry got hit. Yes, basically that, Greg. Anyway, Gator is coming to the studio a little early here because I wanted to know if he could name that lion. So every Wednesday we give away Lions tickets.
Little gesture there.
Yeah. That was only intended for one individual. That would be Greg.
Look, it's a different anniversary today. I think it's the anniversary of Cordell Stewart throwing the touchdown pass. So there's that. Is that not good to
Well
talk about?
done, Gator.
Nobody wants to talk about that?
Well done.
By the way, happy anniversary to my brother and his wife, Peggy.
Oh,
okay.
Happy
We can celebrate that.
Yes, Peg. Yes. I don't even remember what that drop is from.
Oh, it's from The Golden Bachelor. One of the women, her name
is
Peg.
Is Peg.
Yeah.
Yes.
Peg, yeah.
Yes.
So on Wednesdays we play.
We'll see tonight if
She
Are
makes
you
the
gonna watch?
cut.
yeah the impression that Peg makes.
Yeah.
Are you gonna watch?
Well, it's between the Tigers and the Golden Bachelor. So the Tigers will be on one screen. The Golden Bachelor will be. I'll be observing it just because I know Mel.
It's between.
Well, that's where we're at.
It's all right, man. I made a choice last night. We'll talk about that. People are going to say, "You did what?"
Yeah.
Huh?
It's okay.
What now?
Is this pre-6th or post-6th inning?
This was
The whole night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't wait to hear it.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, on Wednesdays we give away Lions tickets and we play a game, Name That Lion. We give out clues throughout an hour, and then at the end of the clues, a sounder plays, people call in, and if they name it, they win the tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Gator, we'll see if you can name that lion. It's a more obscure one today, so this is unfair.
Perfect.
The first,
I'm going to set the odds at less than 5% that you get this.
See, now he's going to look at, why'd you guys bring me in here just to make me look stupid?
Heather, do you have any confidence that I can get this?
I don't think you're going to. No. We'll see.
All right, let's go.
Clue number 1. I caught passes from Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
Narrows it down.
A little more recent, but still a lot of dudes. I spent my NFL career with 4 teams, the last of which was the Detroit Lions.
All right.
And the third clue, I appeared on The Bachelorette.
That's not going to help me out either. Is it Marv Jones?
No, we had a lot of people text in Marv Jones, Golden Tate, Anquan Bolden. None of those are right. It's a player. I'll give you another clue. 3 total catches in a Lions uniform.
3.
Yeah.
Well.
So it's not really a standout performance.
Do you remember what number he was by chance?
I'd have to look it up. He played on the 2016 Lions.
Okay.
To help you out. He played tight end
Oh,
on
that
the
narrows it down, too.
2016 Lions.
All right. Well, it's not Fourier.
No, that'd be a fun one.
He
You know,
caught like 12
touchdown.
passes, but
Yeah.
they're all, 7 of them were for touchdowns. Don't know.
Heather, you want to tell him?
Clay Harbor.
What do you remember about the Clay
Isn't that where
Harbor
you go
era?
up north?
It does sound like it could be a city up north.
That's a great call.
Isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's just south of Harbor Springs.
Yeah, by Copper Harbor.
Yeah. Clay Harbor, Sandy Harbor.
Different harbor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So for context, they're not always this tough. Like 1 week was Chris Spielman, 1 week was Javid Best. Who was it last week?
You give me Clay Harbor.
However, you say not that tough, but if you were to Google former Lion on Bachelorette.
You
Guess
heard the
who-
clue. You would have known.
It comes right up.
Yes, but as soon as you hear the sounder, it's too late.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Depends on the week.
Depends on how many people
I don't like
get
get
the
it
right
wrong.
answer. Yeah.
I wouldn't cheat. So, to Google.
It's not cheating. You
Well,
can.
I
Isn't that
You're
what a lot
allowed
of
to
people
use.
do?
Yeah.
And the thing I would tell people too, and they'll figure it out on their own, is you can use a rewind. If you miss, like, you get your morning commute and you miss the first clue, go back and listen. Try to
cheat code.
Yeah, sure.
Could do that. You could do that. Yeah. I don't feel that bad.
Okay, you should.
I mean,
That's a really tough one.
Because we gave Doug the clues, and he said the same thing. Who?
Yeah. There's
No
way
idea.
they would've- Yeah. No. Clay Harbor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Last week was Dante Culpepper.
Yeah. A former teammate of mine.
There you go.
Mhm.
I did not realize that. Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
What was Dante like as a teammate?
He was a fine dude. Okay. Yeah. Not a great quarterback at that point, but
no.
He's a
What,
good
like
dude.
a couple really good years in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And that was kind of it.
Were you just 1 year with the Lions or 2?
1 year and another training camp, and then things just didn't work out.
I think I remember being there with Doug for a training camp when I think you were there for the whole year, maybe.
Yeah. 2009.
Coming off 0-16.
Yeah. Yeah. Infinitely more wins that year. Infinitely.
Infinitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only
So
one that
much
mattered to
better.
me that year was Washington, and we beat Washington.
That's all that matters.
Yep.
Yeah. That's
So what do you guys got going today? A little baseball?
Well, somebody's got to play. Because what we saw last night wasn't really much of baseball.
No. I'm very intrigued as to what your choices were last night and the decision that you made.
Do you know what he did?
Yeah, I do.
What are your thoughts on it?
We're not going to talk about it.
Oh, you're not?
We may bring it up.
He insists that you're bringing it up.
Does he?
Well,
we've teased it now.
The way they said something to me, I'm like,
Did you tell the people what you did?
I didn't
last
say
night?
what I did.
No, you can save it for your show.
Yeah,
Hell
I
of
mean,
a
you're
tease.
welcome to let the cat out of the bag as long as Heather's not armed.
Well, ask her.
Watch out.
Shoot the cat.
You never know. Boom, boom, pow.
Here we go. Hey, man.
Wow.
Black Eyed Peas in the house.
Yeah,
guys not here? Okay.
well, it'll get 35 seconds.
Okay.
We'll put a stopwatch
Well,
on
it
it.
might be a little embarrassing anyway. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
All right, so it is Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket, since I know what Gator did last night. Kang, did you do anything exciting last night?
That's just me. That's just me.
I think you got to let people know it on the joke there, Doug.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, it's uncalled for. I enjoyed it.
Well, Gator, we know you had a incredibly exciting single life, bachelor life last night. That's why you just moved on
Well,
to me.
who chose more wisely when all was said and done?
You.
All right, thank you.
Not from my point of view.
Yeah, it's funny because we did this thing. We do this thing every once in a while where the team's getting blown out, and you go, "What did they make it flip to?" When the Tigers had the bases loaded and one out and went strikeout, I flipped to the Michigan State Indiana Big Ten soccer game.
Of course you did.
Which was also 1-0, but it was more exciting.
1-0.
Sorry. Gator, you tell the people what you did last night.
I was at Little Caesars Arena watching the Red Wings take on the Blackhawks in the first preseason game. Not embarrassed. My rationale was that they were going to play a bunch of the younger players, and I wanted to see those younger players because not likely to see them in the regular season. And, oh, by the way, Connor Bedard was playing for Chicago. So
it's funny because, I'm texting you guys my level of frustration with the Tigers, which is at an insanely high level right now. And you start live texting us what's going on in the Red Wing game.
Yeah, just trying to joke around with you because I was absolutely paying attention. I had the Tigers game on the app anyway, on the ESPN app on my phone, watching the animated play-by-play, and I wasn't alone. Everybody on either side of me was doing the same thing. So we're all like, who's got the update faster with what's happening? And when they had the bases loaded and one out, I'm excited. And then, yes, strikeout. You're like, you got to be kidding me. That just happened. And then Riley Green hits the solo home run. They show the home run to the crowd. The crowd goes nuts. And then what the hell happened? What the hell was that sixth inning?
It was one of the worst innings I can remember in recent history. And I'm trying... I don't know that this is... I'm asking whether or not I'm a prisoner of the moment. I am more frustrated with this Tiger team than I ever was with the Lions in the last 35, 40 years.
I think I can agree with that.
I feel like this collapse is the standard of which all future collapses will be measured against.
I don't think the Lions had, the Lions they could play well and then not play well the next week. It was like a week-to-week type thing, but I don't remember them being like, hey, start the season 8-2 and finish up 0-6. Maybe it did happen. I just don't remember it.
I think it did happen.
Probably, or something like that. But this is, you have to go like halfway through the season, see how good you were, and then you have to be absolute worst the rest of the way. Like I was thinking about this last night, and I wrote it in my notes that for people that were critical of Scott Harris for not doing more at the trade deadline, and I understand, I was one of those people that, but maybe not as vocal about it. I wish that they had gotten a little bit more bullpen help, and that was, maybe about it. And if the price is too high for other players, fine, so be it, and don't get involved with that. Don't give up your top 4 prospects. I was fine with that. Let's go. Because at the time, the Tigers were, 20-something games over 500? They weren't a threat. Like, the thought at the time, at the trade deadline...
What do you mean they weren't a threat?
Well, they weren't a threat to fail like they're doing. At the time of the trade deadline, the narrative was, you got to do what you can to put yourself over the top to win the World Series. It wasn't, oh my God, you got to do something because I foresee an epic collapse. Not one person foresaw this. You can say that, okay, I didn't think the team was prepared to win the World Series, but you cannot say that you saw this coming, because you didn't, because nobody did. Nobody saw this epic collapse. What you thought would happen was they'd get to the playoffs and they would run out of gas because they just didn't have enough to compete with the big boy hitters of the Yankees or the pitching staff at the one of these other teams have or whatever. But you did not think this team was going to go and play as poorly as they have and now threaten to actually miss the playoffs. Not one person saw this happening. And that's why I think it's as frustrating as anything else, because this is a collapse that is unforeseen. It's not like you had a rash of injuries to your top players to provide.
So, okay, I'm not sure that I agree with you that nobody saw this coming because
come on, Doug.
We had a guy call and say he made a bet on the Indians, the Guardians, whoever the F they are, that he made a bet on them to win the division. So, I could see most of your point I agree with. People were talking about they're not good enough to win the World Series.
Yes.
I don't think people at the trade deadline, when they didn't make a move, they were disappointed that they didn't add to win the World Series. I will agree that not very many people probably thought, if anybody thought, yeah, now they're going to miss the playoffs. But I mean, I'm sure we're going to get. I knew it was going to happen. I know we're going to get that call. And you're awesome, but that's great.
Yeah.
I'll just say this. I don't know that I've ever been more frustrated. I think in my life, the most frustrating sports moments of my life, where we've all dealt with a ton of losses. And sometimes, they're on a scale of disappointment. Pure and utter frustration is a different thing. As a kid, Ann Arbor kid growing up, it was losing Rose Bowl after Rose Bowl after Rose Bowl. The stupid New Jersey Devils and their left wing lock is a time I remember being insanely frustrated. The Lions aggravated me. I think this is the most frustrating team and most frustrating stretch I can remember in my lifetime. And I try not to be prisoner of the moment. You guys know me. I mean, look, I short-term results, long-term conclusions. This is a longer-term stretch of play where what they have managed to seed to Seattle, to the Guardians, maybe to Houston here, is it's like disgusting. I can't look at it with my eyes. It's terrible to watch this.
What makes it worse, okay, what makes it even more unbelievable that you can't, no way anybody saw this, all right? I think the Tigers may have had the best record in the American League going into the break there, the trade deadline, because Lee, they were 64-46, I think. That's July 30th, and I thought that the deadline was the 31st. 64-46, 18 games above 500. What nobody saw coming was that Cleveland would be the team to catch them. Nobody saw that either. Cleveland was getting rid of players. They were trading guys.
I mean, I hate to say it, they're the Tigers from last year.
Well, right.
They did the exact same
and
thing,
you know
and we are the Twins.
Nobody saw it last year.
No, and it's twofold, right? Because the Tigers had to collapse, and Cleveland had to catch inferno like fire, and they have, and it's.
This is, what this is? And this is the same frustration that Red Wing fans have had, but it's cumulative. Like, take the last three years going into March with the Red Wings, with the hope that you had, and you have to add all of those together, and you get where the Tigers are now.
I don't even know if I add them all together. I'm as frustrated. This is the most frustrated I think I have ever been watching any of our Detroit teams, and I might be prisoner of the moment. The Lions never frustrated me this much. They never frustrated me.
They were like bad all around to frustrate you, but not good, great, and then epically bad.
Okay, a lot of people want to talk, and we'll get to your phone calls. And we got the college football blitz thingy today at 10:30. Coming up at 11:50, Gator, I am at stage 3 with something as it pertains to the Tigers. Stage 3. I'll explain at 11:50. It's Carson Anderson. Your calls are next. 248-539-9797. Hey, look, man, it's a frustrating day, and it sucks because it comes right after. It comes right after how great yesterday was. How great was yesterday?
It's pretty great. Very, very, very great, actually.
248-539-9797. We'll have the best of what Dan Campbell told the morning show coming up in the noon hour as well. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is powering up the savings on EVs all month long. Lease a 2025 Silverado EV courtesy vehicle for just $367 per month for 24 months with zero money down. $367. Go now to 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month.
Oh, boy.
That's interesting. That didn't frustrate me like this is. And what Dan Dickerson wanted to say, this is un-effing believable. And that inning, it was like they didn't hit the ball out of the infield, man. They scored 3 runs on cue shots.
Quan reached on bunt single to catcher. Martinez hit sacrifice bunt. Martinez to first on throwing error by Tarek Skubal. Martinez to second, Quan to third. Ramirez reached on infield single to third. Quan scored, Martinez to third. And then you had the unfortunate hit in the face,
dude,
which was awful. The foul ball right up in the face.
I feel like that was a moment where I was like, they're done. I've never, we just got a text here from someone said, have you ever had this little hope for a team tied for first place in your life? No. Never have. And that's why I think this is the most frustrated I've ever been with a Detroit sports team, any of the sports teams I ever wanted to win. I keep thinking the Lions never frustrated me this much all those years.
Yeah, I mean, bunt, error, guy gets hit in the face. You have wild pitch. You've got a balk, everything going on, right? And I love Tarek Skubal. I did not believe him for half a second when he said after the game that he wasn't rattled.
No,
by
I feel like they're.
I mean, it's okay. And everybody in the world would say, gotcha. It's okay, dude. I totally feel for you.
Yeah.
To have to pitch again after that happens, your reaction said it all. When you threw the glove away and covered your face, like what just happened. Yeah, we're all there with you, man. It's okay to come out afterwards and say, yeah, it took me a while to get my bearings back. And, once I did, I thought I could make some pitches again. But I mean, the next pitch was a wild pitch.
Well, yeah. And then, that was a few minutes after he long snapped our division championship hopes over the punter's head into right field. And I think that was an example of the pressure getting to him. When did you try that?
He said he tried it once before in Miami. And they said it was the same result. And I'm watching this play last night, and I think he could have made the play if he fielded it, turned and threw.
I know.
I think he had way more time than he thought that he had, which is unfortunate because of what ends up happening. Maybe all this other stuff doesn't, but it was they scored 3 runs in an inning without getting it out of the infield. Wow.
Ray and Canton, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Ray.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up,
Ray?
Hey, with the way things have kind of fallen apart so drastically, they had such a great chemistry. Everybody seemed to be having a good time, and they were winning and everything. And now you don't see, there's no smiling faces. Everybody's down. Do you think there's some kind of turn in the clubhouse? Is there any kind of rumblings of something happening that things went south?
Ray, I think all things are on the table. I do not believe at all in they were winning because they were having fun, and they should try to have fun. I think when you are having fun because you are winning. I've heard that for years about teams. When things are going well, everybody's laughing and joking and having a good time. They looked like they were having a good time after Riley Green's home run, and it all fell apart. Now, is it possible that something is wrong in the clubhouse? It's possible. All things are on the table because this thing is epic. It's historic. It literally is historic.
I can't believe that there isn't somebody in there that, is stepping up, that, calls people aside or whatever they need to do to get people straightened out.
I can't believe AJ doesn't have the answers. He's completely flummoxed, and he's wearing it on his sleeve. You can tell. Post game last night, you could tell. Matt on a cell. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Matt?
Hey, good morning. So
Hey.
It's funny because, Doug, I was also watching the soccer game. And Peter Sudan was the only one who scored. I mean, it is soccer, but it was better than watching the Tigers. I got 3 points. One, the morning show, God was talking about blame, and he's right. Players don't get enough blame. I think a lot of the blame should go to the players because, yes, while you can blame management, they are not on the field. They're not the ones on the field playing the game. The players are, so they have to take a lot of the blame. In school, this is just my opinion. I really don't think he's a $400 million player. I don't think he should be offered something like a contract like that. And then my last opinion, which is probably unpopular and I'll get a lot of hate for, I don't think they deserve to go to the playoffs. And I really hope they don't make
Well, they're not playing like it. I mean, they're going to have to win some games to go to the playoffs, and baseball's so wildly streaky. Whatever. If they don't win games, they're not going anyway. If they win games, you start to look better. As far as the Skubal thing is, yeah, Skubal's not helping himself here. And I'm not. He was still really good, and then it was kind of a fluky inning. But last year he started Game 5 against Cleveland and they lost. And they had kind of that game last week, that Thursday afternoon game. Skubal started. We had got to win it, and he gave up home runs and they lost. Given the team isn't scoring a ton of runs for him, so it's not all his fault. I think his frustration is probably having to feel like he needs to be perfect. But so I still hope they re-sign Skubal because this is more to me on the hitters. And as far as the blame game, I'm actually going to wait till the season's over before I go fully deep into it. But there's a lot of people, for a lot of people, this is trending the wrong direction, including A.J. Hinch and Scott Harris and specific players. Hal and Troy, you're next. Hi, Hal.
How you doing, guys?
All right, Hal.
Okay.
I just called to critique Gator, and I say that affectionately. That I called in when the Tigers still had 40 games to play. And I don't know what their record was at the time, but they were coming off that losing streak, and the trade was done, and the trades had seemed to be taking hold and seemed to be doing okay. And you guys were making the point of those calling in and saying, "Hey, is the team stronger now, or are they weaker?" And I called in and I said, "Look, they're a 500 team. They're going to maybe win 90 games, and they're going to be down in a rat race with Cleveland the last 6 games of the year." You guys gave me so much crap about being negative, and I wasn't trying to be negative. I was just saying that the Tigers are a 500 team back then, and they turned out they haven't been 500, but
yeah, they're not going to be a 500 team.
I'm sorry?
They're not going to be a 500 team.
No, but I was saying for the last 40 games, and and they're going half of them. They're gonna maybe get 90 wins, 91 wins, and they're going to be in a fight with Cleveland. And so I wasn't predicting, and I didn't. I guess I sound like I'm calling up to make I told you so type of thing. It's just that they never struck me as being.
Did you at the time think they were going to miss the playoffs?
I did not.
Okay, that's all Gator said. That's literally all Gator said.
But they're going to miss the playoffs?
No, he said, I don't believe.
Think nobody that says anything after the trade deadline, nobody was saying they weren't going to make the playoffs.
They were saying they should have done better. They're not going to win the World Series.
Right. But not one person was thinking, well, they're not going to make the playoffs because they didn't make
that
this
was
move.
That's his point.
Yeah, they were 16 or 18 games above 500 at the trade deadline,
Well, I stand correct. I just said they're going to be it's going to go down to the wire with Cleveland at the end of the year. And
well, if you thought Cleveland was going to be the team that was going to spring up, then God bless you. But I don't believe that because nobody thought Cleveland was going to be the team that was going to rise up after they traded away not traded away, but after they lost key bullpen arms.
I mean, look, let's be clear on what he said. You might have been disappointed at the trade deadline. Gator said that if you thought at the trade deadline they were going to flat out have a historic collapse and miss the playoffs, he doesn't believe you. I think there were some people out there that believed it, but that you don't think so. We do the college football blitz thingy next, and more of your Tiger calls. I'm at stage 3 with something as it pertains to the Tigers and this epic collapse. We'll get to that today at 10:50 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is it time for you to get a new garage door and you don't know who to call? Well, I'm here to help. Give the folks over at Precision Garage Door Service a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. I had to do this a few years ago, called the guys up, and they were amazing. John and Jeff, they came out, they surveyed the garage door, said, yep, you need new ones. I said, great, let's go through it. And they gave me all the options, and I felt really comfortable with what was going on. They didn't lie to me. They didn't mislead me, not at all. They were very open, upfront, and honest. and very professional. And I really appreciated that. But that's what I expected, because years before I called them to help me out with some repairs in the garage door, and they came out and fixed the problem right away with their expert technicians. I love these guys. They're amazing. They answer all calls 24/7. They work on weekends at no extra charge, and you can schedule an appointment at your convenience when you schedule something online at precisiondoormi.com. So give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or again, schedule that appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
Hello, and welcome to a frustrating day here at Detroit Sports. It's hard to believe that 24 hours ago was so much fun talking about the Lions, and we're going to get back to the Lions, but people should and get their opportunity here to vent about what's going on with our Detroit Tigers. But every Wednesday at this time, we do the college football blitz thingy. Heads or tails?
Heads.
Gator calls heads, and it is tails. And let me see here. I will receive.
Oh, that was thought out, Doug.
I know, right?
I mean, really.
I'm trying to figure out which questions I want to answer first.
All right, here we go. Question number one, guys. Indiana smoked Illinois 63-10. They play at Iowa Saturday. of the Iowa game, Signetti said, Iowa's a tough place to play. They sell out almost every Saturday. It's loud. We're going to have to play well. This will be a challenge, a more difficult challenge than the last one for sure. Do you like Signetti?
Shots fired at Illinois.
That's right.
Let me be clear. He is so good for Indiana and Indiana football. He's probably the best thing that's happened to them, and I can't stand him. I cannot stand him. Does anyone like someone telling you how right they are about everything? Does anyone like that? How great they are? It's honestly annoying, but his line when he got hired, Google me, I win. First, I thought it was kind of a funny line, and then I realized,
he's
that kind of arrogant, smarmy jerk. He's the worst, and he's so impressed with himself. Screw that guy. Great for Indiana. And if I were an Indiana fan, I'd love him. But if he ever has a step back, coaches are going to run up the score.
Look, I respect him as a coach. He's clearly one of the better motivators and teachers, but he comes in too hot for me to really get on board and like the guy. He's perhaps even great, but I'm not a fan of cockiness at all when it comes to that. But I do love the effect it has on Indiana. I love that all the students are at the games. They're packing that place. I love that Indiana is relevant, and they deserve to be relevant. I love that there's a new rooster in the hen house, so to speak, in the Big Ten. And you talk about the cock of the walk. This guy is trying to be that. I think we'll have a different opinion if they're able to. I don't know if they play Penn State this year, but if they beat Penn State, they might change my opinion. I'll just love the guy.
I think they only play at Oregon.
So I like him for Indiana. I like him for the Big Ten. I like him for college football. But I don't really like him. So I'm kind of on the same board as you guys. I think this is one of the things that separates college football and the pros, which I want them to be separate, by the way, is the coaches. They're able to have these type of personalities, and I think it is good. But I think it's real, Doug. You're right. I think he needs some humility, though, and that goes a long way, for me at least. But like I said, I go back to my original answer. I do like him for Indiana and college football.
They do play at Oregon and at Penn State. Good luck.
So, yeah, I guess we're all in agreement on Signetti. Like him for the game, but not necessarily want to chill with this guy. Yeah. All right, Ohio State is number 1 in the country, but have they been the most impressive team so far?
I don't think they've been the most impressive team, but I think Ohio State's pretty damn great. But I think Miami, what they've done is more impressive. They started the season. Look, Ohio State beat Texas to start the year 14-7. That was impressive, very impressive. But I like what Miami did. They beat Notre Dame to start the year. A lot of hype about that game too. Their defense is no joke. They've got playmakers there that just really want to tear your head off. They're back to their old swagger of the U days, and I'm curious to see what they're going to do. They have a bye this week. It's next week when they go to Tallahassee to take on Florida State. That's going to be a massive game, but I really have been impressed with what Miami's done. Plus, they got a big-time college transfer quarterback in Carson Beck, got him away from Georgia, and they're making things happen there.
In Doug Palm, Miami's number 1. And this is the problem with rankings and preseason rankings. I think the rankings should be who has earned it on the field in the snapshot of time that is that season. Not who do you think is the best team. Miami's resume is, I think, almost easily the best. They beat Notre Dame, South Florida, who's legit, and Florida. And you can say, Notre Dame's 1 and 2, or Florida's not what they used to be. They're better than like Georgia State or Jacksonville State or Bethune-Cookman or all these other teams that schools are fattening up on. So I think they've earned it. I agree with you, Miami.
You two fools. It's clearly Miami. The Hurricanes have beaten 2 ranked opponents. They've turned in another complete performance with a 19-point win over Florida. This is their highest ranking since 2017. And just maybe, Carson Beck is finally good. I've been asking this his whole college career. Is this guy supposed to be good? Maybe he is this year. All right, no team outside the power conferences are ranked. Should there be one?
North Texas deserves a look. Ohio U deserves a look. But, yeah, South Florida deserves to be ranked. They held Boise to 7 points. Since then, Boise has averaged 50 points a game. Yeah, South Florida lost to Miami. We just talked about how good Miami is. But they also beat Florida, which, again, better than a lot of teams that get fattened up on non-conference cupcakes. So, yeah, I would put South Florida in my top 25.
It's tough to say that any of them belong in there, but if I'm going to pick one, I'm going to go with North Texas, the Mean Green. First of all, the name Mean Green is fantastic.
It's awesome.
I believe North Texas is also where a bunch of professional wrestlers matriculated from, including Stone Cold Steve Austin. So that's kind of cool. But beyond that, they average 47
beyond
points.
that.
Yeah, beyond that. They average 47 points a game. They smoked Washington State. Now, Washington State isn't what they have been, but it's a name program, right?
Yep.
59-10. Then they went out and beat Army last week in a back and forth showdown, 45-38. They're putting up points. If I'm going to go with one, I'm going to go with the Mean Green.
Probably not, guys. And this is the way they want it. They want the power conferences only, all right? They don't want the crap conferences like you call them in college basketball, Gator, even in this dance. So goodbye to the small schools. Hello to only the big, powerful schools with all the money. This is the new college football. Sorry, guys. No more small schools. All right, last Saturday as Maryland was blasting Wisconsin, chants of Fire Fickle rained down from the fans. Will Fickle survive?
I don't think he will, and I'm amazed, and yet I'm not amazed. It's Luke Fickle, and I hate to be fickle about Fickle, but I'm going to be. Remember when Luke Fickle had to take over at Ohio State and how bad they were? They were kind of handcuffed there, but with the quarterback situation, but they were still Ohio State, and they weren't good at all. And then Urban Meyer came in and went undefeated right away. Luke Fickle went on and became a pretty good coach elsewhere.
Cincinnati.
Michigan State went out and did their coaching search. They had Luke Fickle. He was ready to come on board. And then the last second, he had a change of heart. And Spartan fans were really down the doldrums about that. And then Mel Tucker had a couple good seasons. We were all better about it. But Luke Fickle going to Wisconsin has been a disaster. Wisconsin's been this great, steady program. Barry Alvarez took it to new heights and turned things over. Pep Bielema was great. Heck, even the guy who was the coordinator for Notre Dame, whoever it was that took over there for a little bit.
Paul Chryst.
Even Paul Chryst did okay. For Luke Fickle to completely drop the ball with this team, they've lost their identity, what they are. It's pathetic. He's got to go.
Paul Chryst had a .723 winning percentage at Wisconsin. The current athletic director, Chris McIntosh, fired him and brought in Luke Fickle, who's 15-15. I think that AD is tied to Luke Fickle, and the buyout's $25 million. I think he survives this year because I think McIntosh is tied to him. And, he made a controversial decision to move on from Chryst. And Chryst adopted and was part of the Wisconsin identity. The W on the side of the helmet now stands for why? Why did you change away from Wisconsin power football?
They're going to need some of that Kohl's cash to buy him out.
And the irony is McIntosh was seen with Mike McCarthy at a Wisconsin volleyball game this week. And everyone's going, ooh, McCarthy. And I'm like, he's not going to show up in public with a guy he might be interviewing. You'd meet him in a ballroom in a hotel in Kenosha. You wouldn't let anybody see you with him. But I think he survives.
I think I've been to that card show in Kenosha, actually. It's not bad. No, he's not going to survive, man. This is the college football coaches are hired to be fired. And the buyout thing, I don't even think matters to schools anymore. Some of these exorbitant amounts that they're willing to pay up just to get, the fan base back on their side, and college football matters so much now that I don't think he lasts. The ACC ADs voted in favor of a regular season schedule that includes 9 conference games. In a conference with an odd number of teams, 16 of the 17 teams will play 9 games, and 1 team will play 8 conference games. What do you think of this scheduling dynamic?
It's a further example of how stupid conference expansion is. We don't have true champions. How can you have one team playing fewer games? The math doesn't math. Nobody likes conference expansion. Who likes conference expansion? And it waters down all championships because of the variance in schedule. But hey, money. So I can't stand stuff like this.
Yeah, this is it's amazing to me because I'm not a math guy.
Yeah.
And yet this is beyond dumb. I expected more, frankly, from the ACC with the collective brain power of the universities they have. I mean, this isn't a dumb conference. They've got some pretty impressive institutions there. And yet this happens. Even Gronk know this make no sense.
You think Gronk knows? I'm not sure.
I think Gronk know.
Math gonna math. They'll be fine. They obviously know that this was gonna happen, and they're just gonna add more teams at some point anyways. And I think overall, more conference games are better than non-conference crappy games with crap schools. Right, Gator? Crap schools.
Crap schools.
Last one, guys. Oklahoma State fires. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm Mike Gundy yesterday. Your thoughts?
Yeah, he's 58 now, which is funny to think that because when he made that declaration, that was the first year that we started the show together as the midday show of Carson Anderson. And I like Mike Gundy a lot. I thought he had some spice. I think this is unfair to let him go at this point. I mean, it's a couple years ago, they won 10 games. In 2021, they won 12 games. It's just last year was a bad year. They won 3, and then this year they're off to a 1-2 start, and they're going to say enough with a guy who is a legacy guy there. It rubs me the wrong way.
I agree with you, but it tells me something happened because coaches generally don't get fired on Tuesday of game week. They get fired before they meet with the media on Monday. And he met with the media and got fired on Tuesday. I bet something happened. Whether some donor swooped in and offered a massive amount of money to buy him out, or he had a run-in with the athletic director, something must have happened. And I feel like we'll get the rest of the story eventually.
How do I feel? Nailed it. All right. I don't feel bad for any college football coach. I mean, I predicted he would be the one fired. I actually was still surprised that he got fired. But the buyout, these guys have awesome buyouts. And I mentioned earlier, they're hired to be fired. He's going to get a ton of money. And it's now win or get out and get an awesome buyout. But yeah, something may have happened behind the scenes, Doug. But with Gundy, man, he likes to shoot off at the mouth. And who knows what he said.
So there you go. That concludes the college football blitz thingy. We'll get back to your Tiger calls next. People are frustrated. We get it. I'm at stage 3 with something as it pertains to the Tigers. That at 10:50. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. So my advice is to avoid the parlays or prop bets or futures. Just find a heavy favorite and bet on them on the money line. They don't have to cover a point spread. They just have to win. And when they do, guess what? You get your $300 in bonus bets. Then you can do all the futures and props you want. NFL season's finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Gator. It is now completely shifted. Stage 1 is acknowledgement. Stage 2 is actually respect. Stage 3, respect starts to fade, and I develop a healthy and strong dislike. And stage 4 is good old-fashioned, pure, intense disdain. I'm at stage 3 with Stephen Kwan. We've spent the last year really kind of acknowledging how good you are. And then, when the Tigers were up 5.5 and Cleveland came in and Kwan was driving us crazy with all of his great plays, respect. Just got to respect Stephen Kwan. I've had enough of this effing guy.
Mm-hmm.
And last night, even between the first inning, the ball he chased down in the corner that could have been trouble, to the bunt single that started the unraveling, to the double that basically buried the Tigers. I think a team of Kwans would be unbeatable, of all Kwans. I'm moving quickly through. It might be a rapid movement through stage 3 and directly into stage 4.
Look, I hear
F
you.
This guy.
I completely understand. Last year was like season 1, of to get to the postseason and you have to face Kwan and things happen. But this is season 2, and unfortunately, it's season 2, the wrath of Kwan.
It is.
Kwan! That's where we're at right now. He's too good, at least against the Tigers.
Against the Tigers.
I swear to God, that series in Detroit, he saved at least 5 runs in that series. He single-handedly won them the series.
I think if Stephen Kwan was out, the Tigers, for a few games, the Tigers would win the division.
I think a team of Kwans beats a team of Ditkas. Mini Ditka or big Ditka, doesn't matter. Kwans will come out on top.
And Kwans I've watched, he's the most annoying.
Yep.
So good. And that's every little damn thing.
Every
On
little
singles,
damn thing.
Here's a double down the line. Of course, you're going to hit a double because you're Kwan. You're going to take an extra base. And, I'm
going to chase that well-hit ball down.
God, it's so annoying. They're a 2-man team. And those 2 guys get everything done.
Right.
Ramirez and Kwan and Ramirez, and the Tigers don't have an answer for it. And last night you get into, was it the 7th inning where they brought in Tommy Kahnle and he strikes out the first 2 guys. He looks amazing. And it's the same pitch. Here's a changeup. Here's a changeup. How about a changeup? Can you hit the changeup? Here's another changeup, and strikes out 2 guys, no problem. Then gets ahead 1-2, and the next pitch is a beautifully located changeup to the bottom of the strike zone. Probably wasn't a strike by the ABS system, which thank God is coming in next year, but it was close. And the way the umpire was all over the place last night, you would have thought that's a called third strike, and it wasn't. And then Kahnle can't throw a pitch in the strike zone. He walks the batter, and then A.J. Hinch comes out with a quick hook to grab Kahnle, get him out of there, and bring in Kyle Finnegan. And Finnegan makes, is this just his second appearance coming back from the IL, and met with disastrous results again. He gives up the hit to Kwan, and AJ defended it at the end after the game, saying, well, they flipped the lineup to go back to the top with Kwan, and we had wanted to use Finnegan against Kwan, which I totally understand. But it's one of these things that's going to be second-guessed.
Yep. Because
Kahnle was doing just fine, got a little rough trouble with the next batter, but to see Kahnle against Kwan, Finnegan against Kwan, I don't know. I was hoping that you could wait to Finnegan for the next inning, but it was just one batter, so I'm not killing him over it, but it had horrific and disastrous results. And to your point about being at stage 3 on the Kwan hating scale, the full evolution,
yep.
I get it. He's too good.
Jim and Frazier, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
One thing that I don't understand, and this is driving me crazy, is I'm watching the game yesterday, and Kinstry gets a double, and Perez gets a single, brings him home, or don't got a double, brought him home. So he's at second, nobody out, and here comes Sweeney coming up. Now, the odds of him getting a hit is probably slim to none. Why wouldn't you bunt him, have him bunt, and I know Hinge don't bunt, but bunt him over to third, and then I guess we hit the fly ball Meadows hit a long fly ball, would have brought him home. Now you got a 2-0 lead. I don't understand some of this coaching. Why?
Here, I'll help you out, Jim. I'll help you out.
Yeah.
AJ Hinch just doesn't believe in the bunt. Some managers don't, and I think it's obvious he doesn't. And though I could kind of agree with you because it's Sweeney, and Sweeney has not been swinging a good bat at all. He had like a 3-week stint where he did, and it was a while back. He seemed like he'd be a perfect candidate to do it, but this is not a team that bunts. Yeah. It's just not. It's not in their DNA. Is it something they're going to work on in the offseason? Because it's not something you can fix overnight. I mean, you got to practice it, and I don't know if they're going to make an emphasis of it in spring training, or if they're going to completely ignore it again because some teams just ignore it, and the Tigers happen to be one of them.
Well, the other one that bothered me, another one is, and it's the same thing. You had bases loaded, McKinstry up, which I understand he's been ripping the ball off that starter for a few days, for a few games. But again, all you got your best player in mind. Let's play a little small ball and move guys over. What about bunting him in, move another run? Now you got a 3-0 lead instead of 1-0.
The only thing I can think of is he's playing for the big inning is what I'm thinking, because they don't get big innings, and he imagines that we're going to have a big inning eventually. We're going to have one of those innings where we put up 5-6 runs. I don't want to give up an out. They're due a big inning. They used to have big innings. I remember big innings.
No, it was just a couple weeks ago. They had the 10 runners.
Yeah.
Right?
One of them was gifted to them. But yes.
Yeah. But nonetheless, they started with the first 10 batters reach base or whatever it was.
Joe on a cell. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Joe?
Hey, thanks, guys. Long time. Real quick, is anybody connected the dots that, Chris Ilitch may not be Mr. I, and the Red Wings kind of did a similar thing? No,
it gets plenty of talk, yes. It does.
Yeah, okay. Well, the other thing then I guess would be, if you guys really want to have some fun with this, is Kwan in pizza. You could celebrate Kwanzaa and just give it up now and let the Red Wings / Tigers and Ilitch figure out how to market pizza when everybody stops buying it here.
I will tell you this, Joe, as far as giving up, this Tiger team is making me want to give up. It's so hard to watch. This is so hard to watch. And I did flip to the Michigan State-Indiana soccer game last night.
I mean, they got Riley Green hits the home run. You're feeling like they're back on track. And then right after
the thing is, when he hit the home run, even when he hit the home run, I'm like, there's nobody on base. It feels like they only hit home runs now when there's nobody on base. They had the bases loaded and a chance to bury them.
They couldn't
do it. The inning
it.
before, and they couldn't do it.
It's death by a million paper cuts.
It's a million freaking paper cuts. And it's been going on for a few weeks here, and this is my frustration is unmatched.
I mean, it's September 24th. Any kind of mixing and matching of trying to bring guys up and send guys down, it's too late. It's too late for that. They're doing all that with the bullpen, but they can't do that with the lineup. At least I don't think they can do that with the lineup. You're literally tied for the division now. You can still technically everything is still in their own hands. They do control their own destiny. That's the only silver lining out of all this is, despite all the losing and all the winning that Cleveland's done, which is the exact counter of this whole thing, because it's not just the Tigers being god awful, it's Cleveland being unstoppable. Despite all that, the Tigers can still control their own destiny here, and it starts tonight.
They haven't controlled their own destiny even when they controlled their own destiny.
Well, I mean, they do, though. They literally do.
I know, factually they do, but Gator, I'm not counting on anything. I'm not a give-up guy. You know I'm not a give-up guy.
I'm not a give-up guy either.
They are testing the boundaries.
Look, I'm as optimistic as it comes, right? I try to see glasses half full. I try to find something positive out of things, but I'm not stupid.
I know, right?
I see what's happening here. It's mind-boggling what has happened.
I'm so close to screw these guys. I'm going home. 248-539-9797.
Easy, Cartman.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing. The Tigers look to get back on top of the American League Central and snap their 7-game losing streak when they send Jack Flaherty to the mound tonight in Cleveland. The Guardians now in first place after a 5-2 win last night, clinching them the tiebreaker. Manager A.J. Hinch says a lot of things are piling up on the Tigers and they're having to wear it because it's their reality. The Tigers had a 15.5-game lead over the Guardians July 9th. This is the first time they haven't been alone in first place since April. Tanner Bybee starts for Cleveland tonight. Here first pitch at 6:40 with a 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Around baseball, several races getting tight in the final week of the season. The Yankees have won 3 straight. They're only 1 game behind the Blue Jays in the East. New York clinched a playoff spot with a win over the White Sox last night. The Mariners beat the Rockies to clinch a playoff berth last night as well. They're only their second since 2001. Seattle's won 15-16. They've got a 3-game lead for the 2 seed in the American League. And over in the NL, the Mets beat the Cubs last night, holding off the Diamondbacks and Reds for the last wildcard spot. Arizona and Cincinnati right on their heels, just 1 game behind New York. At the Ryder Cup this morning, Team USA and Team Europe play a 9-hole practice round after the celebrity matches at Bethpage today. The opening ceremony also happening. And USA Today is out with their early top 10 NFL trade candidates list, and the Lions are listed as fits for 3 of them. Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson, Falcons edge rusher Leonard Floyd, and Titans defensive tackle Jeffrey Simmons. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Can I say something else about watching that game in Cleveland last night? These totally numpty Guardian fans thinking that if the ball hits the catcher's glove, it should be a strike. I mean, they're booing every ball call, and it's driving me crazy. But then again, I guess the Tigers think every ball that hits the catcher's glove is a strike because they're swinging at everything and struck out 19 times.
Good God. They struck out 19 times. 19.
Mm-hmm. This is so the opposite of what got them to where they are. Remember how they were commanding the strike zone?
A.J. Hinch afterwards is talking to the media, and they brought up the 19 strikeouts, and he's like, yeah, I mean, we're doing the same things over and over again. We're get ahead in the count, and then we start expanding the strike zone. And you could see how frustrated he is, because then he says that's not, we preach about knowledge of the strike zone, how important a strike zone is for our pitchers and our hitters, and this is what's happening. 19 strikeouts. And like it's not like Cleveland was any great shakes either. They struck out 10 times. That's amazing. Mm-hmm. But 19 out of 27 outs recorded by strikeout, come on.
They've spent so much time here slowly eroding, even our faith, okay? And now they've completely eroded it. And I am I'm more frustrated with the Tigers. And I've got no pushback from any listener. Nobody has said this isn't the most frustrating thing they have. It's more frustrating than anything the Lions ever did.
Lions were just bad.
Well, there was various times where they let us down in a whole variety of ways.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember.
It'd be like a single game.
I mean, what I got like brewing hostility here.
Yeah, one of the things I wrote is in the show sheet today was there's going to have to be a cooling off period. I'm a little hot right now with certain players on this team.
Yep.
And when the season is finally done, and hopefully it's late November. I said hopefully. Not likely. But when the season is done, there's going to have to be a cooling off period to step aside, breathe, let things marinate, and then come back full focus and say, okay, this has to happen. This has to happen. Need to hang on to this guy, and this guy got to go, whatever the case is. But you need to breathe a little bit because I think we're all a little hot right now. Our blood is up, as they like to say, and for great reason.
Oh, they've earned.
They absolutely earned the ire of the fan base right now. I mean, I feel like here's a solution I would have for this team, just to try to snap things out of it. We talked about, hey, have Dan Campbell come and give a speech. Dan Campbell didn't sound like he was anywhere near interested in that this morning.
No, he didn't.
When they asked him the question, his response was very noncommittal. But how about this? The last couple, I think it was maybe 4 years ago, I started seeing these things. They're like the rooms that you can go into and just smash stuff up, beat the hell out of glass stuff, throw stuff against a wall. It's like a quiet room that they fill it with all this stuff, and you just break things. That's what you do. You let out all your frustrations and you break stuff up. I feel like the Tigers need to go into one of these rooms with baseball bats and just start smashing things. Get it out. Stop being so damn tight at the plate and breathe.
Maybe they could do what I used to do with our little league team. I used to pitch them apples when we weren't hitting. I just throw apples to them and let them just blast them.
Fun.
Yeah, it was.
I like that idea.
Yeah. Kind of reprogram them.
It's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, it worked. Yep. Ask Bruno.
I'd love to ask Bruno.
248-539-9797. Here's the other thing. One more thing before you get back to your calls. Last year, when nobody thought the Tigers were like gonna do what they did, like nobody thought they were gonna do what they did, and then they made the playoffs. Hey guys, you're back. You're back there.
Nobody thinks you're
going to brought out the best in you last year.
It?
Guess
Just
what?
Completely down.
Nobody thinks you're going to do
Nobody
anything
thinks you're
anymore.
Pull it out.
When you've lost us,
yeah, you're done.
Let's go to Joe in Grosse Ile. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. Well, that's a good segue to what I want to say. The advertising executives at Cedar Point should put the Tigers on the front of their webpage. 13 months ago, they had a 0.2% of making the playoffs, and then they decide to jump on the blue streak and do the highly improbable. This year, they're up on that sky ride, chilling above everybody the first half of the season, and then decide in July to get on the tilt-a-whirl, only to get off in New York and beat the Yankees by 10 runs in back-to-back games, thinking we're going to go on a different ride. And the ride they get on, the demon drop. So it's time to get off of that damn ride at Cedar Point and go play a few arcade games and get us back, because I think they got one more ride change left in them.
It's like they went from the giant slide to the demon drop.
There you go.
They both suck.
Joe, thank you, and we appreciate your patience. Jay is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Looking forward past this series. If they split, they got Boston next, who's going to come at them with everything. Could we see a Red Sox-Yankees wild card?
I don't care.
I don't care. Why would we care?
Are you just hoping to program for ESPN or something? I mean,
No, it's just an ugh. Again,
to make it worse.
Okay. All right.
For a second there, Jay, I thought that you were ready.
Excited.
Ready to fire up some chowder.
Yeah, you were fired up for that.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay. No, we misinterpreted what you were selling.
Yes, that would be disgusting.
Yeah, that'll make it worse.
Yeah, vomitous.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just
100%.
like ugh.
Yeah. So I'm with you. Ugh. There's no. That'd be so much worse.
Cool.
Well, you know,
Thanks,
everybody.
guys.
Hey, appreciate
Thank
the
you.
phone call, Jay. Remember how everybody cites the whole they had 2% chance of making the playoffs?
Yeah.
Do you know what that same website has their chances of making the playoffs right now?
I don't even care, because you're going to tell me it's going to be like.
Do you want to leave the studio and I'll announce to the audience, or do you think they even want to hear? Kang, do people want to hear what that same website says their chances of making the playoffs are right now?
Yes.
You do think they want to hear it? Gator, you want to take your headset off? Do you want to?
How about I guess first, and then I'll
Sure.
take my headset off. 54% chance of making the playoffs.
Higher.
Yeah. See. All right.
You don't care? You want to take your headset off?
I'm still going to hear you.
It's at 80.4. Don't tell Gator.
Yeah, it is. It's at 80.4. Sure, it is. Sure.
Has nothing ever felt less than 80.4 in your life?
This is why.
Fangraphs. Fangraphs still has their chance of making the playoffs as 80.4.
Even Gronk knowing not that high.
Right, exactly. Tigers are 85-72. They're still 15 games above 500. Therefore, with 5 games left, they still have 80.2% chance of making playoffs.
80.4.
80.4. Does not compute. Does not compute. Does not compute. What is this, the Whopper? Shall we play a game? I mean, this is pathetic. And there's no way it's 80%. But of course it is, because math, when you spit a stupid formula into it that doesn't take account into this giant slide they're in, Yeah, 80.4%.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Sure.
They forgot to put in there that right now they suck.
Right. Right. Do you take that into account? And by the way, they don't have their ace pitching the rest of the regular season, or maybe Sunday, I guess, if it matters.
What did Fangraphs have of Scuba hiking a ball between his legs during that game? we haven't seen a slide this big since the Belle Isle Giants.
I'm saying.
Right.
Come on.
Hey, and the fans get concussed watching this.
Boom, boom,
Ow,
boom.
ow. Why does my boom boom hurt? What were you doing? I was watching the Tigers. Don't do that. Oh.
By the way, Scuba did something that was never done in the history of the game last night. We will get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, your favorite Wednesdays are back at Twin Peaks. That's right, just in time for fall. They are rolling back Bourbons and Brews. Stop by your favorite lodge and see your always stunning Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress, their finest black lingerie, serving up samples of high-end bourbon. Sampling starts at 6 p.m., so don't be late. But it's not just all about the bourbons. Sam Adams Oktoberfest is their beer of the month for just $6.50 all month long. I love Oktoberfest. The fun doesn't stop there. Enjoy dynamite dishes from their scratch kitchen like the in-house smoked ribs, brisket, chicken, hand-cut New York strips, fried to order. Favorites like the boneless wings, which are good, and the tenders. Yup. Chipotle chicken they serve there is my favorite. And what brings it all together? Of course, sports. You got local baseball team in this fight for the division crown. You got golf action starting Friday, USA versus Europe, as well as fantasy football starts on Thursday for people, and then, of course, come back on Sunday. See the Twin Peaks difference today. Twin Peaks eats drinks, scenic views. According to OptaStats, tonight marked the first time in MLB history that a former Cy Young winner had an error, wild pitch, and a balk in the same inning.
Stat of the day.
Yep. First time in the history of the game.
That's worthy of
it. We've reached the point where we're laughing to deal with the grief of how depressing this is. Because it isn't funny. It sucks.
No, it does suck. My brother has this mechanism in dealing with pain. He always has been with his life. When he's like hurt himself, he laughs. He's like, oh, that really hurts. Oh, that's a good one right there.
Is that the bone sticking out?
All right. Hey, man, I'm losing consciousness. That's how he's always dealt with pain.
I could bleed out over here, guys.
I don't know. Feeling kind of peaked. That's really red, guys. And yeah, it's kind of where we're at with the Tigers. I don't think the ankle's supposed to go that way.
Not sure I'm going to survive.
Yeah, I don't know about this. That bear is pretty close.
That hit an artery, didn't it? Woo! Never seen that before.
Look out. So we're all dealing with pain in some way. The frustration of being a Tigers fan. And you're right, Doug. Maybe it's if we all just turn on them. Maybe they'll. Hey, wait a minute. Do they abandon us again?
You can't. You're not doing anything.
Can't win.
We just got to do what happened last year. The time that they put it all together was basically the time everybody gave up. Who's giving up?
Kind of, yeah. 5 games left.
Yeah.
They got to go. They probably have to go 5-0.
I expect them to go 0-6.
Yeah, kind of, right?
That's what I expect.
5 games left, yeah. 4-1 to win the division. But they probably have to win the next 2 in order to do that. They may have to win. I don't even want to get into it. They suck. They're so bad right now. I mean, they can't do anything right. They can't field. It's, you know what this is? Last night with the troubles in the 6th inning, remind him of the 06 World Series when pitchers couldn't field.
Yeah,
like, what just happened?
That was it. Yep,
that was it.
That was.
And 5 hits. They had 5 freaking hits in the game. One was a solo shot, and 19 strikeouts. I mean, that's comical. Like, that is worth laughing at. I'm sorry. You had how many strikeouts?
Yep.
You guys struck out 19 times.
Couldn't get to 20. Huh?
Couldn't get to 20, huh? Had to line out to the third baseman to end the game. He couldn't strike out.
Let's go to Gerald. You're next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Gerald.
Hey, guys, you guys are blasting them guys. They're well-deserved to be blasted. I got an idea. You guys may not agree with it, but I used to play with them guys in the 70s with Campbell and Whitaker and them. I was in the group the year before them. They
in the
came
minors?
Out, but never, yeah.
Where'd you play?
Yes,
like Montgomery?
I played, at Clinton, Iowa. With matter of fact, Leland was my manager in Iowa and in Montgomery, Alabama.
Wow.
I made a big mistake by wanting to go up because of the season that I had. I should have stayed with Sparky Anderson in the Florida State League, and I probably would have made it to the majors. But I went up there where the old guys that was on their way out, and 3 and 4 hops made it through the infield, and so you know how that went. But nevertheless, I believe that the Tigers need to do something altogether different, even though they may not have the speed to do it, but they need to do something unexpected. They need to bunt the ball. You know, nobody out, first and second. Forget about slugging. You guys are not hitting the ball. 19 strikeouts, and this is just not started happening. They have stopped, 14 games.
But isn't it too late to do that now, Gerald? I mean, it's a team that they don't bunt. It's like that's not part of their DNA. It's not what A.J. Hinch preaches or anything like that. To try to flip the switch and say, like, starting with tonight's game, we're going to bunt.
But don't they? But they're pros. Come on now.
Yeah, but they're pros. But the game has changed. The game has changed significantly.
I'm kind of with them and kind of not. I think if you break from what you've done all season long, the guys might start looking at each other and going, "Are we panicked?" But also, What they're doing isn't working. And so,
exactly.
So shake it up. I mean, wear your pants backwards. Something.
It's the element of surprise. I mean, like, dude, okay, why not try a double steal? I mean, just try it. You know what I'm saying?
We need two guys on base to do that.
That's why.
Yeah, if they can get two guys on base, I'm just saying they got to come up with something. And if they see the other team, they already know what they're doing, so they got their game plan already set.
Wow.
So if you upset their game plan and put something else in the game and get them to thinking, then you may get a chance to make something happen.
I'm not 1,000% against it. It's amazing how much attention the bunt gets. Thank you for the insight, Gerald. 248-539-9797.
That's coming from a guy who played for Leland.
I know. The city, what do you say? City of the bunt.
It's not a lot of the bunt. I love the bunt. I've never seen any time with the bunt.
The day after the Gribe buried him because of back-to-back bunts, it's easy to see it. Why didn't Detroit try that? Bradley's next. Hi, Bradley.
Hey, guys. I just plenty of blame to go around between Harris, Hinch, and everyone, players, but I was really looking at Riley Green last night. I know he hit the solo homer, but he comes to bat in the ninth inning. We're down 3. We need base runners. We don't need a swing for the fence. A solo home run doesn't do us any good. He's up there, swings at 2 pitches in dirt, 3 pitches, he's back in the dugout. And, this is supposed to be our best player, our leader, and that's the kind of at-bat he gives us in the ninth,
he did. I thought he checked the swing and he got called for it on the third strike. I don't think he went around on that, but I understand what you're saying.
But there's still no plate discipline there.
Well, and I thought he tried.
Welcome to the second half of the season.
Yeah, it's a total team effort, a total team collapse, basically in the second half, with very few exceptions. Dylan Dingler is one of the few exceptions who's had a pretty good second half of the season. I should say after the All-Star break, but too many of these guys are just awful right now.
This has kind of been his mindset all year because they did an article on him in July or something, and asking about the increase in strikeouts. And he said, "I'm up there to do damage every time."
Yeah, well, that's today's baseball. But that's today's baseball, and he was 2 for 4 last night. Hit the home run with that philosophy. I mean, I get it. It's adding to the frustration, and you're talking about situational stuff, and I get it. But that's not how he has been built to contribute to this team this year.
Yeah, I mean, but there's situational stuff. I don't know. I'm not a manager.
That's the frustration from fans, though, Gator, I think, is in that situation, maybe choke up a little bit, man, because we need guys on base.
He didn't swing at the pitch. I mean, he started to, but he checked the swing and it got called out on it. And it's unfortunate because he should have seen another pitch, and he didn't.
Mike is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay.
Hey, I got a little different perspective. It seems, and full disclosure, I'm a Cleveland fan, but I'm not a Tiger hater. I do enjoy watching you guys play. I root for Cleveland when we play each other. But seems like most of the focus and blame has been put on all of your defensive letdowns in the sixth, which obviously that definitely factored in. But I thought during the game, you guys were fourth inning, bases loaded, 1 down. You guys struck out the next 2 guys struck out, limited the damage to 1, and I thought that was going to be the difference in the game if we ended up coming back and then winning.
Well, we mentioned at the beginning of the show. Yeah, I talked about that.
Yeah, but I think in the sixth, maybe Quan bunts to get a base runner on, but there's no way we're bunting after that. And a lot of the miscues that you guys had probably don't happen if you were up 2 or 3 runs. We're probably not bunting.
Well, they were up 2.
Yeah, it was 2-0.
Yeah, and they bunted next. Like they did do back-to-back bunts. What are you talking about?
I was having a flashback to when Will Birchfield was here. The second year Will was working here, and his team the Rangers got knocked out of the playoffs, and Stoney said something to Will.
Yeah. We'll tell that story after the break, but it was funny. It was one of those moments where somebody says something insanely obvious, like my man just did.
No kidding!
You think the back-to-back strikeouts with the bases loaded hurt, huh? Hadn't thought of that. Cleveland must be a better baseball town.
Thank you, Connie Mack.
It's Carson Anderson. 97.1. All right, so we were sitting in the office. The Birchie kid was writing a story, and he's a big New York Rangers fan. And the Rangers had just lost a Game 7 in the playoffs, and they went like 1 of 8 on the power play, or 0 for 8 on the power play.
Something like that.
Stoney was doing the morning show, and Birchie's sitting there quietly typing away at his computer, and it's a commercial break, and he's walking back from the bathroom. And as he walks past Birchie, he just says, can't go 0 for 8 on the power play. Keeps walking and gets in the studio, and the door closes, and Birchie goes, I know, Stoney. I know you can't go 0 for 8 on the power play.
No effing kidding. Yeah. He lit it up.
Yeah.
He was so loud.
It was so funny.
I wouldn't be surprised if Stoney could hear him in the studio.
Yeah. So when Cleveland guy calls up and says, nobody's talking about it, but when the Tigers had the bases loaded and 1 out, and they went strikeout, I think that hurt them, guys.
No kidding. Yeah, it was rough. Bad game. I'd like to say yuck, throw it in the garbage, but it's tough to do that these days, and that's exactly what they have to do.
Well,
they have to refocus and say, all right, next game.
The whole concept of yuck, throw it in the garbage is, okay, it's over, on to the next one. You can't let it dwell. They are gripping the club so tight.
So tight.
There's no question.
They got to hit apples.
They are frozen. Yeah, go ahead. Hit some apples.
Take some batting practice with apples. Watch them explode.
Yep.
Have some fun with that. And maybe that'll get you back to being a little bit more relaxed at the plate instead of being all tight and stuff and you swing and miss and take a bunch of called strikes, and next thing you know, you 19 strikeouts. That's not a misprint on my computer screen. 19 strikeouts. The bullpen for Cleveland pitched 3 innings and struck out 7 of the 9 batters they faced.
I think it hurts, Scott.
5 hits, 2 walks. That's it. That's what they had.
Let's get back to your phone calls. E is in Detroit and on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, E.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. First and foremost, I want to say the Tigers are done, man. And Scooby, after last night, he really took himself out of the Cy Young race. This is the biggest choke job we've seen in Major League Baseball history. And unfortunately, it's the hands of the Tigers because Houston is not going to lose the rest of this year. So we won't be able to make the wild card.
Houston lost last night.
You're right.
All right.
But I'm just saying, the wild card, we're done. Cleveland, we're struggling. They need to fire Harris. They need to fire.
Why would you fire the man who got here and 2 years later got the team in the playoffs?
Because he did nothing at the deadline.
He did stuff at the deadline, but he didn't do enough to put them over the top. Did you think at the trade deadline, when all was said and done, that the damage from him not making those moves was enough for them to potentially miss the playoffs? Or did you just think it wasn't enough to contend for the World Series?
I'm a long-term listener, and I call all the time. And back in July, I said we thought we won the World Series. I called and talked to y'all, and I said when we swept the Guardians and we barely beat them, we thought we won the World Series. But technically, thank you. But technically, we didn't. Because
no kidding, I'm just asking. But at that time, I'm trying to hear you. But after the trade deadline came and went, did you think, well, Tigers, they're done. They're not going to make the playoffs?
Listen, when we went in that 40-game stretch and we struggled, and I called, y'all said.
I'm asking you about after the trade deadline, when it came and went, when you start waxing ecstatic about all this stuff that happened with the sweeping of the Guardians at the time. Forget all that. Once the trade deadline came and went, and you didn't think they did enough, was it you didn't think they did enough to win the World Series, or you didn't think they did enough to sustain being 17, 18 games over 500 and they're going to miss the playoffs?
I didn't think we was making the playoffs because we didn't get it right. We let.
You're a liar.
Listen,
You're a flat-out freaking liar. There's no way in hell that you thought this team was not going to make the playoffs after the trade deadline. You can say they weren't going to win the World Series. There is no way in hell you didn't think they were going to make the playoffs.
Y'all don't remember me calling. See, we got to be fair here. Y'all remember me calling y'all saying when we let I forgot his name, when we let that guy leave from San Diego, when we played the Pirates and we let him leave. He should have been here. We should have got that batter because we have
Are you
no
talking about
right-handed hitters.
Suarez? Are you talking about
Yes.
Eugenio Suarez, who's done very little to help Seattle? That guy? That was going to make the difference?
Yes.
To win what? The World Series? Or get to the playoffs?
It'll been a threat. We don't have no threat at that
So
side of
you
the
thought
inning.
at that point when they didn't get Suarez, this team's they're done. I know they're 18 games above 500, but they can't possibly make the playoffs.
We didn't get nobody. We didn't get no right-handed batters.
Thanks for not answering the question.
Look, what they did at the trade deadline didn't work. There's a big difference between you thought they were going to miss the playoffs.
Yeah, I'll even grant somebody if they were to come up with the right, you could come up with the right formula and say, listen, right before the trade deadline, Reese Olson got hurt. They didn't replace Reese Olson with anything close to adequate. These guys that were all-stars in the first half, there's no way they're going to keep that up. They're going to have other guys are going to get in the slumps. All this is just going to go in the wrong direction. And guys, I think that Cleveland's going to be galvanized because their players that got busted
Got
for the
suspended
gambling.
for gambling.
I think that's going to galvanize this team, and all of a sudden they're going to go on a tear. Because that's what has to happen. It's a two-part equation. It's not only the Tigers have been this epically bad, it's that Cleveland has been phenomenally good. That's the two parts that nobody had.
Brad in Clarkston. Hi, Brad.
Yeah, hi. I don't think that who we got trade or having a mistake last night means anything. Why was Cleveland a 500 team for the first half of the year? The Tigers were having fun. They were seeing the ball. The pitchers were confident, hitting their spots, and that was not a small sample. That went on the first half of the season. And then a switch flipped. These are the same players. These are the same players that together they were the best team or among the best team in baseball. And now they can't see the ball. They're confused. The pitchers are being outguessed by the batters. You can see the lack of confidence. What happens in sports to cause the 500-team Cleveland to turn it on and a 600-team, 650 team to totally collapse?
It's a phenomenal question. No, I mean, it's $1 million question.
Momentum?
Brad?
Yeah, momentum-wise.
Yeah,
what triggers that?
Don't know. Do not know. Because I tell you, the A.J. Hinch doesn't know.
Yeah, all these little things are irrelevant. It's the major shift in their confidence level, the way they're seeing the ball.
100%.
Cleveland is, you could see Cleveland look like the Lions. I mean, they know they were going to get their bat on the ball. You can just see it in the players.
What you just asked is the $1 million question. What the hell happened to a team that was built around and was executing command of the strike zone? What the hell happened? Tony in Detroit. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how y'all fellas doing?
All right, Tony.
All right, we already know. So forget about it, man. Listen, everybody need to calm down.
Yeah, you're right. I'm
Tigers
sorry.
will win the rest. Excuse me?
I'm apologizing, and I need to apologize to E. I'm sorry, E. I lost a little bit. Maybe you're not a liar.
That's okay.
My bad.
Okay, so no, real talk. Everybody need to calm down. I don't think we still got this. In fact, I got them winning the rest of the games. I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say this. And just remember I said it. They're about to get it together. Last night was just a wake-up call. It should have been a wake-up call a while back, but I'm just saying. I got them winning the next 4 games.
Why?
I just do.
I mean, is it just a hunch?
I can't tell you. It's just a hunch.
Oh.
It's a gut feeling, and I just think we still got it.
I wish you had
And
more
I
than a
think
hunch,
everybody
man.
needs to just relax.
This team's lost 10
I'm
out
just
of the last
telling you,
11
we got it.
games. I wish you had more than a
Listen.
hunch. Give me something. Give me a reason, a real reason
No,
other than,
no.
you know,
Listen.
that burger
honestly,
I had last night
I'm-
charged
I'm-
something loose. Give me something more than that.
I know, man. It's hard, man. It's hard for me to say, but I'm just telling you, and I'm telling y'all now, they will win the next 4 games. And remember, I said that.
Tony, I mean, we'll put a
They
pin in
will.
this moment, Tony, because I hope we get to replay this call like come
Please.
Friday or next Monday.
Please.
The Tony in Detroit.
Hey, get my number. Yes, Tony in Detroit.
Tony in Detroit. I'd love it if you're right. I mean, you know, and you know who you're talking to. I don't see it.
Yes, I do.
Gator doesn't see it.
I know who I'm talking to.
Yep.
Well,
we appreciate you calling, Tony.
Yeah, we do.
Hey, don't be afraid of success.
I'm not afraid of success.
I'll tell you
success. I'm afraid of not getting to that point because it's a long road.
Tony, I hope you're right. We'll get to some Lions stuff next hour. Dan Campbell spoke to the morning show, had some very interesting things to say, including what became sort of a hot button topic yesterday. Where's Terrion Arnold at in his development? Hear what the head coach had to say. Starting at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Call our guy Steve and his crew over at Michigan Auto Law. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So football, huh? By the way, welcome back, Kang. Was out yesterday. Allergies?
Yeah, I went to the cider mill over the weekend, boys.
I know. Let's talk about it because you had the day off. Well, sort of. The Lions didn't play on Sunday. I feel like the NFL did every family man in Metro Detroit a solid, giving them a Monday night game in the middle of September so you could check the box with the family. And you checked it, you young, heroic father.
That's what you do, man, for the kids. Because otherwise, I really don't have any interest in going.
Yeah. But you did it.
I don't. I did for the kids and the wife.
And,
it was actually really good, man. We had a great day. Went out there, good weather, sat down, purchased some cider, all right? Mm-hmm. Purchased apple cider slush, Gator. That was fantastic.
There you go.
They always get you with that.
Yeah.
We fed animals, live animals, little baby goats, right?
There it goes.
There was a huge mountain built by haystacks. Climbed that with my daughter to the top.
Nice.
All right. We we took a tractor ride. We took that tractor ride all the way to a corn maze. Okay?
Dude, this is...
I mean, we did it all.
Allergies, you say, huh?
Hold on, yeah. Everything was fine.
No.
End of the day. What's this? My eyes are watering, coughing. I totally forgot about the allergies. It was a full-on assault on my body.
Yeah.
I don't think any of that stuff I did helped.
No, I think if you have allergy issues and then you're hanging out with animals,
yep,
like a goat,
yep,
or sheep,
yep,
or whatever, and it's a petting zoo type situation,
yep,
that's going to be issues. When you're around hay and straw,
dude, animal feces, I don't know,
Yeah, right,
whatever.
yes,
I
it's
mean,
all part
other
of it.
children,
Yeah, carriers.
Yes. Yeah. So that night I felt it, but I was like, I'll be okay. I came into work, or no, I didn't come into work. I was like, I think I can come into work, right? And I did, Monday.
Yep.
But the game was Monday night. Great game. I watched the game, but I knew before the game even started, I'm not going to make it. I was coughing pretty bad. So it sucked, though, because that was a great game. I would have loved to talk about it with you guys.
Yes. Well,
remember when it was fun to talk about sports?
That was so long ago.
Yeah, think back. Yeah, I remember Tuesday. So, family happy?
Oh, they're all great.
Yeah. Good job, Dad.
What you got to do, right?
It is what you got to do. So what happens next year?
Next year, they'll just Zoom me in. I don't know.
Yeah.
They don't need me there, do they?
Not really.
No, next year I got to take a Zyrtec or Claritin before I go. I got to. That's on me, man. That's my bad.
Yeah, well.
I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, I don't have huge allergy problems. I'm really fortunate in that regard. I got all kinds of other issues, but apparently allergies, I've avoided that.
I get hit every once in a while with like an allergy attack. I just all out assault that comes out of nowhere. I'm like, what just happened? A couple times a year. It's pretty bad for like a day.
Go ahead and go to a petting farm or something.
And the thing is, I would absolutely partake because I love animals. So I'd be like all about them. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, that's another thing. We don't have dogs or cats, so I'm not around animals ever. And this one really dropped something loose.
I do have allergies to Lois. I do have.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was one of the reasons I was reluctant to get a second dog at some point in my life, because I knew that being around dogs, I would have allergies. But the more you're around it, the more you're accustomed to it, and you can get kind of used to it. But I still have some days where it's like, the dog's killing me.
By the way, tractor rides, I'm just suggesting all the orchards and farms out there, maybe some kind of plexiglass between the people and the tractor. I mean, dust was dirt. I get it. You're on a farm, but my God, man, I was getting everywhere.
It was bad, huh?
Yes, it was like a dust storm.
The hay ride. I always enjoyed the hay ride, but then again, it's usually involving a bottle of something. Can you take a hay ride without, sipping on something? Is that possible?
Well, he just did it. So, did you get some cider?
Yeah, got some cider.
And
it was good, but it wasn't not as expensive as the ones, I told you guys about last week. But
did you go to Costco instead?
Yeah, right.
Get the discounted price.
Have you heard of this cider mill, guys? It's called Kroger. The hay rides are in carts. But no, we it's almost like you have to with the kids and the donuts. I mean, they know what they're doing, and we did it. And then one thing is, I think you kind of have to drink those things quick, right? Like you can't just let it sit in your...
We've never finished it. No, it doesn't matter what size container of cider
Right.
you
Have a
get.
couple
It always
days to
ends
get
up
it done.
fermented at the bottom, and it's it ends up tasting like kerosene. Yeah, we've never finished one. I swear to God, it always looks so great in the bottle. Yeah, we'll get the full gallon, and then you go to half gallon, and you realize it's $1 cheaper than the full gallon, so you get the full gallon.
Yeah, so I
Happens every
signed the
time.
loan papers and I got the gallon.
The floaties.
You qualified financially for
Yeah,
cider.
we got lucky. Cross my fingers, credit score hit. You get 1 gallon, sir.
So just so people understand why we bring this up is because Kang saw a place that was selling cider last week for $15 a gallon.
Crazy.
$15
Absolutely
a gallon.
crazy.
It's absurd.
Yeah, it really is.
Do you get free crypto with this?
Well, you did your dad duties, and so now back to your regularly scheduled programming on Sundays, huh? Football.
Yeah, 1 o'clock. There's something going on, but I was like, I can't.
Wait a minute.
Work.
So did you miss out on Red Zone on Sunday?
Some of it. We went kind of early, so.
Okay. All right,
But I
that's
saw the
smart.
madness. Yeah,
Smart.
you know.
Smart. We got to go early. Let's
It was
go by
madness.
10
This
o'clock.
was a highly entertaining Sunday of non-line football, and Cleveland Green Bay was spectacular. It actually feels kind of disgusting that I was rooting for Cleveland so
That's a
hard
Cleveland.
right now.
Too fresh.
I know, right? I'm actually thinking back now. I am disgusted with myself because I was authentically rooting for a Cleveland team. Ugh. But anyway, so you did your duties. You checked that box. Proud of you, King.
Yeah, I'm done for the season. That's it, man. We're not going back.
Well, good for you. Now, here's what I have to ask because this happens a lot. Did you take your Christmas card photos while you guys were at the cider mill?
You know, we didn't, but there are some photos that we took that could be used, though. Now that you bring it up, Doug, that's a great point. I'm going to let her know about that.
Yep.
There was
This is coming from a family that has never done Christmas cards. We have never done them. I have no idea how it's slipped beyond my wife's purview because I feel like she's got everything else in our life buttoned up. And I think we honestly think of Christmas cards the moment the first one shows up at our house, and by then it's almost too late. It's really not.
Should have done it.
Because you can get them so quickly put together on the internet.
We never did this as a family. We never did the whole Christmas card thing. My parents never sent anything out, and as an adult, I haven't. I mean, it's me and a dog, and I don't think it's necessary to do that. I don't. Yeah, it's just not
It would
been
be
something-
pretty funny if you did.
I mean, I
send
could.
that.
Maybe this year I will. Maybe this year, get Lois in her Christmas sweater.
Yep. Take Lois to a cider mill. Would you take Lois to a cider mill on a hayride in a corn maze?
I mean, I could take her to someplace like that. That'd be fine as long as she's on a leash. You know, we got this.
You know how last night you did something not for the show?
Yeah.
Do that for the show.
Thing not for the show. What are you talking about? I still watch the Tigers game. I just
All right.
happened to go watch the Red Wings live.
All right, we promised you, so here we go. Your 35 seconds begins now.
So the Red Wings last night beat the Hawks 3-2. Connor Bedard played for Chicago, so it was kind of cool to see. But a lot of young Red Wing players are playing. You had Sandy Pellico was out there.
25.
You had Danielson. You had Brandzik Nygaard. You had Emmett
20.
Finney, Carter Mazer, Carter Bear. All the young guys are playing, and they look pretty good.
15.
Emmett Finney, golden assist for Emmett Finney. The puck just seems to
10.
follow him around the ice. It's great. Brandzik Nygaard and
5.
Danielson together on
4.
the same line. I
3.
liked it a lot. They,
2.
I thought they performed pretty well.
1. Carson Anderson, 97-1, the ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Jack Flaherty takes the mound tonight in Cleveland, looking to pitch the Tigers back to the top of the American League Central after the Guardians took over first place with a 5-2 win last night, which earned them the tiebreaker. It's 7 losses now for the Tigers, who had a 15.5-game lead over Cleveland in July. Tanner Bybee starts for the Guardians tonight. First pitch 6:40 with the pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Joining us this morning on 97.1, Lions head coach Dan Campbell was asked about what goes into his gutsy fourth down decisions. Campbell crediting defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard's game plan for slowing down Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry on Monday night. At the Ryder Cup, Team USA and Team Europe will play a 9-hole practice session this afternoon after this morning's celebrity matches at Bethpage. Today's events conclude with the opening ceremony that was supposed to happen tomorrow but was moved up to today due to impending weather. And reigning national champion Western Michigan is ranked number 1 in the U.S. CHO preseason poll. It's the first time in program history the Broncos have had the top spot. Michigan State is ranked 3rd. Michigan is 12th. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I do want to bring something up that we really haven't touched on last night.
Sebastian Cossa started in net and played pretty well for the Red Wings?
No.
Oh.
But good to hear. Dude, David Fry got hit in the face by a 99.6 mile an hour fastball.
In the face. Deflected off his bat. Foul.
Yes. He was transported to Lutheran Medical Center, and they're going to further test. Afterwards, they talk like he's okay, but there's going to be an update today at some point. That was scary.
It was, and obviously, Scuba's reaction immediately, you knew something was really bad, and he felt awful. He throws the glove, covers his face. Player's down for a long time, lots of blood, and they stand him up. They start to they're going to cart him off, and he lets Scuba know, dude, I know it's not your fault. I was trying to bunt. It's one of those things that happens, and kind of gives him a thumbs up, which is really cool of him to do. But it clearly rattled Tarek Skubal, and he didn't want to admit that after the game, and I'm not sure why he didn't. I mean, he just doesn't want to make any excuses, but it's not an excuse, dude. I mean, every human being is going to have that feeling of being human when an accident happens. Of course, you didn't mean to do it, and it's just part of the game. You know, if he's not leaning over the plate to try to bunt, it's going to be an inside pitch and you take it for a ball. But he leaned over and tried to bunt at it and hit him right in the face. It happens. But when all the dust settles and you go out there and pitch again, the first pitch is, one of these 58-footers in front of the net, in front of the catcher, and it goes past him and scores a run. And, then there's a balk involved. And more chaos on the field. I mean, it's just, of course it rattles you. It's okay to admit it.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to admit it.
Yeah, and let's just say that it looks like David Fry's going to be okay. I enthusiastically look forward to these tests to find out for sure. Because that was a scary, scary moment, and nobody wants that. And I thought Benetti was funny. He's like, hey, look, the priority here is Fry, but that was a foul ball, too. Just a heads up. And, yeah, it sucked. That absolutely sucked. All right, so the Lions. Hey, Kang, you were out yesterday with a bad case of an allergic reaction to a
bad case in the mill.
Bad case in the mill. Do you let's get your thoughts, because that Monday night game was incredible.
What a game! What a great game, Gator. You almost nailed the score, but you nailed the fact that you said this. You thought it would be a statement game, and it was. And what I think is, when I watched that game, and I'm guilty of this, I think we did forget, a lot of people forgot who the Lions were. And Dan Campbell said it after the Bears game. It's like they forgot we were fighters. And it's like we forgot this is one of the best teams in the National Football League. And that was a reminder to the rest of the country that we're still one of the best, and we're still to be feared, and we're still to be reckoned with. And to do it on the road against another Super Bowl caliber team, they're absolutely as good as we think they can be. And so, yeah, what a game and what a drive, the 98-yard drive, 2 90-plus yard drives. Everything about it, like I said, just reminded me, hey, you know what? They're still good.
It's 23-24 is more who the 2023 season, the 2024 season, that's more who they are than the Packer game. Packer game happened. It happened. And I was trying to figure out, because in one of those Boomer Esiason deals, they talk for 6 seconds and then play a commercial.
Right.
But they got to give an opinion in 6 seconds. I think it was him that called the Lions win over Baltimore the most impressive win of the season. And I'm like, it trumps the Green Bay win over Detroit. Is that true? And the Green Bay win over Detroit was at home. And Lions went on the road and did it.
Well, it's also the difference between the first game of the year and the third game of the year, and you're going to make that improvement from one game to the next that everybody talks about. And I think it's also believing in what Dan Campbell said. It was communication problems in the first game. They got through it, and it made for a much better next 2 games. So, yeah, I can agree that Monday night was quite impressive. Was it the most impressive win of the year? It's up for discussion. I mean, I think it's one of the more impressive wins I've seen this Lions team have. I think it's probably top 5 under Dan Campbell.
It was incredible.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
It was great. It was the atmosphere. It was a Monday night. It's great. But I don't know if it was more impressive than going to Green Bay and beating Green Bay at the end of the season when Green Bay needed the win that meant nothing for the Lions. That was amazing.
It was impressive.
Was it more impressive than beating Tampa Bay or the Rams in a playoff game? I mean, those are more important games.
Yeah, the Minnesota game at the end of last year was really important.
It's up there, though. Like I said, I think it's probably top 5.
Yeah, the comeback at Houston on Sunday Night Football was pretty impressive. But all in all, it's affirmation that as long as they this year stay healthy, they should be there in the end again. Now, their path to get there might be completely different, and hell, Green Bay might be better in the end. That is yet to be determined. But it's interesting that Green Bay and Detroit have the same challenge back-to-back in Cleveland. And the Browns have a legit defense. And the question becomes there feels like when you play the Browns, there's a number out there that they can't get to. Like if you get to 25 points, you wonder if the Browns can score more than that.
Right.
Just because of their offense is what it is. But can you do that against this defense?
Well, it's a very well-respected defense throughout Allen Park, that's for sure. Dan Campbell completely respects what they do. Their front 4 is as good as it gets in the NFL. I mean, Myles Garrett might be the best defensive player in the league. He's a problem, and they're going to have to find a way to keep him off of Jared Goff. This is 2 games in a row. The Lions' offensive line has kept the clean pocket, and Jared Goff has not been sacked in the last 2 games. To make it 3 games in a row is going to be a really daunting task because you look at what happened with Green Bay to start that year. Again, communication issues, but some of them were just flat out getting beat, whether it was Micah Parsons coming off the edge or somebody else. So they got to pay attention, and I'm sure they are, and working hard at it. I'm like you. I feel like if you can score, I think north of 20 points, you probably win the game. Because Cleveland just doesn't have much offensively, but they can get points with their defense.
Well, and then the other thing is, as much as you guard against it and say it can't possibly happen, there are letdown games.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if you can be more, attention to detail and more fired up at home against a Cleveland team than you were on the road against a Baltimore team that's considered a Super Bowl favorite out of the AFC. I mean, right? You can try, but the players are human. You've got this gear that you get into where brings out the best in you, and it just feels naturally like a letdown game the next week. And Cleveland's pass rush is legit. What's amazing is Detroit and Cleveland have the same amount of sacks. So the want and the need for an edge rusher opposite of Hutch through 3 games, the data that we're getting back, there's only 2 teams in the NFL that have more sacks than the Detroit Lions. So it's a long time to get to the trade deadline, and we don't even know who's going to be available. And will Trey Hendrickson be available, and other players of that ilk that could make sense in Detroit? That you really start getting to the Falcons and Leonard Floyd. That name was printed up today as a possibility. I mean, the Detroit Lions, early feedback, pass rush is okay.
Pass rush is okay. If you had to say what's your number one concern, for me, it ain't the pass rush.
Well, I think the one thing that came up yesterday and came up over and over again is Terrion Arnold. And, I don't think his game probably wasn't as bad as people interpret it as. And the reason I say that is because there were a bunch of coverage sacks in that game. Like the fact is the Lions pass rush got home because Lamar was looking around for an open receiver, and Terrion Arnold was a part of that. And so while he might be the guy that gets picked on in that secondary, I would like to see Terrion Arnold play better. I'm a believer that he can. It's game 3 of his second year. But Dan Campbell talked about Terrion Arnold today, and you will hear what he had to say as we pulled the best of what he told our morning show. And we will start playing that today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson. And you will hear the fourth down calls, what goes into all the fourth down calls and his belief in his team. All that starting today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, if your garage door just stopped working and you're not sure what to do, give the folks over at Precision Garage Door Service a call today. They have same-day service and emergency repairs available, and weekends are available at no extra charge. I had to call them years ago when I had problems with my garage doors. They were just running really slow and sluggish and not right. The guys came over, diagnosed the problem right away, and the expert technicians in the field got the job done, not only to my satisfaction, but to anybody's satisfaction. They were amazing. Give them a call today if you have any problems with your garage doors. The number is 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. Or you want to schedule an appointment online, you can do this because you can set it up for a time that works for you at your convenience. Do that at precisiondoormi.com. Again, you can call them, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
All right, Dan Campbell spoke to the morning show. We'll get to the best of what he had to say. Coming up momentarily, first Tony in Madison Heights. Hi, Tony.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I was just thinking that, the Tiger woes lately at the end of the season, are we making a case for bringing back Torres, even if we got to give him a little more term? Because if these guys, I don't know, he's an all-star second baseman. He and Dingler are the only ones that are, doing okay during this problem time. And it looks like everybody else is a left-handed batter, so I think we're going to need Torres.
So they have a lot of decisions to make, right? Because they've got middle infielders on the way, some closer than others, like Howie Lee and Max Anderson. They've got McGonigal. Where's he going to fit into the mix? Where's Colt Keith's long-term position? And they'll have some very difficult decisions to make. I'm not sure they want to give him term. So it's a great question.
So we're gonna get by. We're gonna get by with A- players when here's an A+ guy who's going to be an all-star.
Dude, I'm not. I would argue a little bit that he's probably lost a little bit of steam here, and
He's
don't know that.
228 since the All-Star break, and a 684 OPS, and the 684 OPS is 30 points, 40 points below average.
Yeah, I don't think I'd call him an A+ player.
Okay, so he's still part of the problem?
I'm not saying he's part of the.
No, but in the context of do you re-sign him, I don't think of him as an A+ player.
I don't know if I want to give him $25 million a year or $20 million a year to come back. I'd explore it. I might see where they're at and how much money they think that he's worth. But I think the Tigers have a bunch of players that could play middle infield that they're really looking forward to seeing that'll cost nothing. And that money could be spent elsewhere and bringing somebody else in.
Which is the same theory that Lions took with, who's the guy? The guy they didn't end up signing.
Zadarius Smith?
Yeah, thanks. So it's the opposite of Darius Smith, or the same theory as Darius Smith.
Zadarius Smith.
Yeah.
I don't know if I understand.
I don't know if it's a.
Well, in other words, you're not going to pay him as much money.
Yeah, it's a similar thing to that. Sure, it's similar to that. But it's clear he wants Gleyber Torres back. I understand it. He's been a steady player. Has not been as effective in the second half, but few have been.
I shouldn't take total issue and say shut the idea down because he called him an A+ player. I don't think there's any way in hell he's an A+ player. He's more of a. He's a good player. Yeah, he's like a B- player right now. But they'll have to make some decisions because the pipeline truly is about to feed this organization. The problem is with rookies is that can you count on them? And are they still trying to win? Let's see what happens the rest of this year.
Look, I like Gleyber Torres a lot.
I do too.
And I think he's been very productive for a guy who's hitting second in the lineup every night. He's got 74 runs driven in on the year. And he's hitting second every night. That's impressive. He seems to have really good at bats. Everybody's been playing poorly since the All-Star break, with very few exceptions. But his numbers drop, but they're not god awful. Like they are below average on the season for the second half of the year here. But I just think there's too many guys that you want to take a look at, whether it's a Max Anderson, to see if Kevin McGonigal makes it. I mean, they've got decisions. Lynn Henning had an article in the Detroit News about Trey Cruz, who plays. One of these guys can play anywhere in the infield. Also plays at center field, and he had a heck of a season. They've got guys that they could lose in free agency or the Rule 5 draft that they have to make decisions on. Eduardo Valencia is another one of those guys. He's a catch a first baseman guy. He had a hell of a year in AA and AAA, and there's going to be casualties. So, do you lose? Are you willing to lose Gleyber Torres to let some of these other guys get a chance? I think the answer is probably yes, so that you can spend money elsewhere. So you can spend money on pitching. The Skubal question is going to be a big one this offseason too.
All right, let's get to some Lions stuff. Dan Campbell joined the morning show, and it's always great to hear from him. Win or lose, he's really interesting to listen to, and I do feel like he does a great job of conveying sort of his thoughts, what goes into every decision. And the morning show does a great job asking him questions. I feel like I go through and I highlight like 7 or 8 questions, in which case Kang always says, why don't we just replay the whole interview? And I'm like, you're right. So we try and really narrow it down to what's the absolute best of what he had to say. And let's start with the defensive game plan. I mean, they gave up 30 points, but it was about as impressive a defensive game plan you can have against Lamar and Derrick Henry and hold them, I put in quotes, to 30. I was happy with it. I think most people were. And here's what he said about the defensive game plan against Lamar and Henry. You know, the idea that they gave him all kinds of looks is nothing new in football. That he didn't know where it was coming from. We've done this, we've done that. The idea that Nowatzki was a part of the game plan. If somebody had called last week before the game and said, you know what I think they should employ? I think we really need to see more of Nowatzki in this game plan. We would have been like, what?
Yeah, and yet you think back on it, it can make sense to you. This is a guy who's a good open field tackler, has good speed, and that's a skill set that works when you're taking out a quarterback that you don't know where he's going to be.
Do you know how many snaps he played?
Probably not many.
He played 8 snaps.
Yeah.
I feel like he was felt in damn near all 8 of them. He was around the football.
This is the thing. He's just another one of these players. We talked about Zach Cunningham, who played 2 snaps, but they were impactful snaps.
He definitely made 1 play. The point being, they took a look at all of their weapons. How can we use these guys? What would surprise them might have been part of it. I mean, I would imagine that there wasn't a whole lot of, all right, when you see 53, that's Trevor Nowatzki. Be careful of that. Do you think that was said? And bravo to Trevor. I sound like I'm ripping on him. I'm not at all. It's just they used a depth guy for 8 snaps. Yeah. And that depth guy made a difference in that game.
Yeah, he definitely made a difference. And like I said, that sure tackler, you got to have him. And I think it helped the Lions in preparation for Baltimore that they played Chicago before, because it was the same discussion. How are they going to contain Caleb Williams? Because he's going to want to get out. He likes to make these off-platform throws and go beyond the pocket and really stretch things out, and he'll take off and run if he has to. And for the most part, they kept Caleb Williams in that pocket and eventually got to him. Well, they took it to a whole different level against Lamar Jackson, and it was brilliant.
It's such a who's who of quarterbacks that they play this year. They play Lamar. They were supposed to play Burrow. Obviously, that's not happening. They're going to get Patrick Mahomes. They're going to get Baker Mayfield, who's on fire. They're going to get Jalen Hurts, who's clearly a handful. I mean, they are going to see quarterbacks who've had a ton of success this year. And the game plan might be wildly different. But if they get to the postseason, they'll be tested on every front, and they'll have an idea who they have a chance to stop and who they don't have a chance to stop. All right, so offensive line. As a head coach of the Lions, the difference between game 1 and game 3. Hear what Dan Campbell said he sees next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you heard us talk about air quality alerts, right? Well, if you're concerned about the air you breathe, contact CGC Home Services. CGC offers Aeris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. Air or water concerns? Contact CGC Home Services. They help identify and prevent flooded basements and other water-related issues. Choose CGC Home Services and Connecticut for peace of mind. Learn more about their services at 855-339-4242 today. That's 855-339-4242. If you are just joining us, we did 2 hours of Tiger Talk to open the show. And it got to the point where it's so depressing what's happening. We could do nothing but laugh. It's unbelievable what has been just piddled away here in the last month. And it feels like there is no hope. Even though it, like, mathematically and beginning of the season, hey, it's going to come down to this. Like, they have created the scenario where the thing that would have excited us all at the beginning of the year, being tied with 5 games to go, awesome playoff style baseball, how much fun. They've created a scenario where it's not awesome, it's not fun, and there's no hope, which feels virtually impossible. So we've shifted gears and actually are talking some Lions here, which is way more fun. And, of course, coming off the Monday night win, and Dan Campbell was on the morning show. All right, so you heard what he had to say about the defensive game plan really worked. What about the difference in the O-line between Game 1 and Game 3? It is remarkable what has happened in just a couple weeks.
Yeah, they got their stuff together. They figured out the communication issues, and you can say it's more than just playing at home where the crowd is really quiet when the offense is on the field.
Yep.
Because the Monday night atmosphere in Baltimore was raucous, but they figured it out, and these guys are playing at a whole different level.
It was one thing to see Penei Sewell struggle in week 1 because we knew he was capable of being better than that, right?
Well, he's one of the best tackles in football.
Exactly. Yeah. And yet the real concern was clearly guard, center, guard, Mahogany, Glasgow, Ratledge. And, you know, questions about Glasgow, is he too old? Questions about the 2 kids, are they any good? Man, I mean, 10 yards a clip at the end of that game, running right behind the interior of the offensive line. It's almost unfathomable what it looked like between Game 1 and Game 3. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say about it. So he said something in there that I find fascinating. You call the game to help those guys too. So in the sport of football, there is an immense amount of scrutiny on play calling, right? When he says you call the game to help those guys too, meaning the young guards, I'm assuming that means we've got some blocking schemes that they've excelled at. And so we're going to try to call those plays early. So we're sitting here watching a game and we see a certain run, and we don't realize that we just see a run play. We don't realize that run play is called because Mahogany and Ratledge can handle it, or Mahogany and Ratledge have proven they can do this. And so a game plan or a play call is centered around that, which, I mean, I guess isn't like earth-shattering analysis here, but whenever I hear that, I want to know which plays. Right. Let's go back. Take us back to, third series, play 1, 1st and 10. We called this play to specifically help Mahogany and Ratledge, stuff like that. Like I'm always fascinated. Okay, what does that look like on game day? Show us the plays and show us why. You know what I mean?
Is it just playing to their strengths? Is it giving them help too by, hey, you're gonna have, it's not just you that's going towards this hole. It's also the tackle's going to join you, or the tight end's going to join you, or hey, watch what happens here with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Got lots of ways to get help in the blocking, and the Lions exploit all of it. I was so pleased in watching replays of what happened on Monday night, specifically with Tate Ratledge. I think he has grown by leaps and bounds, and it's a very, very savvy addition to this team. I think I'm ready to proclaim it. I think Tate Ratledge is going to be a stud.
Kang, we just asked the audience yesterday, what's the most important thing moving forward you took from that Ravens game? And I said it's guard, center, guard. Would you have one that tops that, or is that would you agree?
No, it's hard to top that because we know how this team is run, and it's run through protecting Jared Goff. If you protect Jared Goff, anything is possible with the offense. You see what he does with time, precision, no sacks taken, right? I don't know, few pressures versus the Ravens, and he's able to pick them apart. And then you add to the fact that these guys, run blocking, of course, because guard, center, guard, then they can take over any game, that offense, whether it's a long drive, an explosive play with JMO. When you protect Goff, anything's possible with this team. So I don't think you could top that, honestly.
And he told us yesterday, again, super clean pocket. What quarterback doesn't love that?
Yep.
All right, the fourth down calls get so much attention to the point where did you see the Twitter poll I sent out during the game?
It did not.
It was 4th and 1 from the 3. It was when they ran St. Gibbs.
Yeah.
The handoff pitch. I tweeted out the following Twitter poll. Will Dan Campbell go for it on 4th and 1 here? Your two choices were yes and also yes. Those are your two choices. Yes won at 75%. Also yes got 25%. We know what he's going to go for it. This is in his DNA. The Monday Night Football crew knew he was going to go for it. The Ravens knew he was going to go for it. Everybody knows Dan Campbell is going to go for it in situations where if the question is, are they going to go for it here? The answer is almost always yes. When it's 4th and 17 from your own 10, he's not going to go for it. But if it feels like there's strategic advantage to be gained by going for it, he almost always takes advantage of it. So what goes into those decisions and his confidence? Here's what Dan Campbell said. So, again, this is one of those ones where I want to know, like what?
Right.
So when he says Goff, there's a number of things he does that people don't even know about. That's where I want to. And look, I'm not mad at the morning show. They have a limited amount of time. I don't want to come across as criticizing them because you can't ask everything you want to ask when you got them for 10 minutes. But one of my questions would be, like what? Give us an example of something Goff did, because so much of this is pre-snap. Sometimes a quarterback has a running back. They're in a shotgun. They have a running back off their left hip, and that running back just shifts over to the right. Yep. Sometimes that dictates the whole play. What does the defense do when the running back goes from left to right? And I've seen I can give long examples of stuff that I know about.
I think a lot of it's coverages and hey, look, I think pressure is going to come from the left side. Get on my left side and then watch and see if the defense adjusts, and then you're going to have to adjust again.
One of my favorite examples of this came when I heard a story about J.J. McCarthy moving Blake Corum from his right hip to his left hip, and it made an Ohio State linebacker take one step to their right to when that shift was made. And JJ immediately knew that opened up Colston Loveland on a quick down and out on a 4th and 1 in the game back in Ann Arbor 2 years ago. There are all kinds of little things like that pre-snap that I'd love to know why he said that about Goff, because it probably with Goff, like when Goff got held, or I'm sorry, when Amon-Ra got held on that 4th and 1, that changes the whole timing of that route, right?
Yeah, and he still threw it.
And he still threw it, and it was still a perfect throw. Does Goff see the hold and go, okay, I need an extra beat for this to develop because he just got hung up at the line of scrimmage, didn't get it clean, didn't get off the line clean, and change the trajectory of his throw or something. Like all those little subtleties is fun to hear about. And Dan Campbell implied that there's a lot of it going on. All right, so the hot button issue yesterday was Terrion Arnold. Okay, hear what Dan Campbell had to say about Terrion Arnold, and we will talk about it. Coming up today at 12:47 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Look, replacing a roof isn't something that most of us look forward to. It's a big investment. That's why choosing the right company matters. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. Now, here's why. Not only are they local experts with a proven track record, but every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, that means that your investment is protected for as long as you own your home, and even if you sell it. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy customers. That kind of trust doesn't happen overnight. Nope, it's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So if your roof is aging, leaking, or you're just ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. All right, so one more from Dan Campbell, and this was a hot button issue yesterday. It was all about Terrion Arnold, and his answer was interesting. Where is Terrion Arnold in his development? Here's what Dan Campbell said this morning. Okay. That part at the end.
That's big.
Part at the end is maybe some other people will get some reps here. But that whole first part about Terrion, he can get better. It's a tough job what we ask him to do, but we believe in him, and we're going to give him some time. But that part at the end says to me, maybe that time will run out eventually. I think they should give him time. I think it's an incredibly difficult job. But what was clear to me yesterday is that there were more than a few people that thought Terrion Arnold is the thing that can bring this team down. Like he's the exhaust port that if you drop two protein phasers into, the whole Death Star blows up, right?
Proton.
Did I say protein?
You did.
So, but he's the exhaust port, right? That's what people are worried about, that they're going to pick on him so much that it's going to bring down the entire planet of the Death Star that is Alliance. And I'm not I'm not a full believer yet, but I do have patience with this player in year 2 in an incredibly difficult job. And that's an elite offense, man. That's a really good offense for a reason. They do that to a lot of people.
Yeah, like I've got patience with Terrion Arnold for sure, but I do think it was very telling what Dan Campbell said, because we've said all along with Dan Campbell, we've got instances where you can go back to it and realize that what he's saying means something. He's called out players, he's called out coaches, and that's, look, I'll look at that. What he said today is a call out in quotations, because he does it with respect, and it's like, look, he's got to get better, and he'll get better. He's young, he's going to get better. In the meantime, to help him along, Amik can do some of those things too. So he's already letting you know, don't, get ready, because Amik Robertson's going to play more. And maybe he starts, I don't know, but he's going to play more. And whether that's just to try to, kick it in gear for Terrion Arnold, or it's because they need to make this move, that they'll do it. Much like 4 years ago, I guess, when he first came on, or 5 years ago when he first came on and said that about Jared Goff, a quarterback has to play better. And okay, message sent. Hey, we're going to change offensive coordinators. Anthony Lynn's not getting it done. Okay, message sent. Hey, secondary's not playing well enough. We're going to move on from our secondary coach. Okay, message sent. Periodically, he's done this, and it's worked out almost every time. So we'll see how Terrion Arnold responds to this, and we'll see how Amik Robertson responds to this.
248-539-9797. Victor in Northville. Hi, Victor.
Hey, that was great information, man. You slipped that in at the very end about Arnold, about Amik playing possibly. Mm-hmm. That's got to hurt him. But what I was going to call about is about the defense on the last series when they went for it on 4th down. The way the defense was celebrating when they were sacking and all that stuff, high five, and they're so pumped up. I bet you secretly they were probably hoping, like, bring it on, man. If you guys fail, don't worry. They're not going anywhere, and they were ready to do some more celebrating.
I don't know what you're talking about in terms of what point in the game. What are you referencing?
At the very end. very end of the game when I think they were around like the 50-yard line, and they were going to
the Lions or
the Lions. Yeah, I'm sorry, the Lions. Yeah, when the Lions were deciding to go for it on fourth down at the very last series, or not it might not have been the very
pass
series.
the one that been the pass to St.
That's
Brown.
the one.
Yep. Okay.
That's the one. And there was like I don't know if it went to like 2-minute warning or something like that, but when they made that decision, prior to that, the defense was celebrating like crazy, sacking their quarterback, and
Whose
they were
defense?
just having a
The
great,
Baltimore defense?
Lions. No, the Lions defense. And if the Lions didn't complete that pass, that would have put the Lions defense back out there. There would have been a turnover on downs, and the Lions defense came back out there. And I think they were kind of chomping at the bit to get back out there. Like, don't worry, if you don't get this fourth down completion or conversion.
Okay, long story short, you think the defense was gaining in confidence at the end of the game, even if the Lions failed in that fourth down conversion, the defense had their backs.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They were, like, excited about the potential of going back out there to do some more celebrating.
Okay, thank you, Victor. I mean, I don't think you do that if you don't have faith in your defense, but I think ultimately he has faith in the offense. But Andy, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Andy.
Hey, how we doing, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, this is my second time calling into the show. Last time I called was the playoff game before the Commanders. I was worried about our pass rush getting towards the QB and, Dan Campbell's record against good-looking coaches. I have a similar issue coming up with this Browns game. And I feel like everybody has an affinity towards the Browns because they're Lake Erie bros. They're on the lake with us. But the only thing that's helping me, think that we're going to be okay against the Browns is David Montgomery. And, a lot of things going into the season, everybody kind of forgot David Montgomery's coming off the MCL injury. And I was a little worried about it, to be honest. The two-headed monster is a big part of the Lions offense. And, seeing him run and how hard he was running, the other night against Baltimore was honestly, I felt like an awesome, positive sign.
Oh, he was awesome.
Season for those.
No, David
unbelievable.
David Montgomery was fantastic, and he looked. He can make you miss, and he can run through your face. Like he's got everything you'd want in a running back, and what a 1-2 punch they have. We saw the best of David Montgomery the other night.
Yeah, and honestly, it reminded me of, I don't know if you guys are big Lord of the Rings fans, but there's a scene in Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, at the Battle of Helm's Deep when there's this orc guy running with this sparkler into the wall, and he's like, Legolas, shoot him down. And he shot 2 arrows at him, and he couldn't go down. That was David Montgomery. I mean, he was just unstoppable.
All right. There you go.
Okay, cool, bro. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but sure. Somewhere out there, I hope.
Bros.
I know. I don't know what did he say. I'm worried about them matching up against good-looking coaches.
I don't know
My man
what that
likes Dan
is.
Quinn. And that analogy at the end, I hope 95% of our audience is going, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm completely clueless. 248-539-9797. Rod's in Royal Oak, and he's next. Hi, Rod.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up?
I support whatever move Dan Campbell decides to make. If you feel like a Meek is better, put him there. But to ask these guys, you got to have a deep cornerback room to play man-to-man all game. And I know we nitpick at Terrion Arnold, but you still have guys like Mark Andrews, 2 touchdowns, 100 yards. That's not all Terrion Arnold. And you didn't hear his name called at all in the second half. And they had 7 sacks. That means coverage was tight from all defensive backs.
Yep.
So, I don't think he'll be the downfall, but he does have to clean some things up. And if Dan Campbell decides to switch up, then I'm fine.
I want to be clear here, and Rod, thank you for the phone call. I mostly agree with you. Dan Campbell just kind of implied there at the end that maybe they'll do something else. I don't want this to be misinterpreted as clearly Dan Campbell's got the clock ticking on Terrion Arnold. This is our interpretation of what he said. You know what I mean? I don't want to misrepresent it. But he did mention, maybe Terrion plays a little more. Or maybe Amik plays a little more. But let's I want to pump the brakes before this starts to turn into something it's not.
No, I think there's a message sent.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, just a reminder, you can listen to the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also stream it through our website, 971theticket.com. Streaming with Twitch, that's video. Go to 971 A Ticket there with the search bar, and same thing on YouTube.
With handsome hosts.
Check us out with video. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Hey, talking about the Lions. Still feeling good about that. I'm trying not to let the Tigers ruin my mojo. Mess with my vibe. They're messing with my vibe, man. They're messing with my vibe.
Yeah, well, my vibe too.
How's everybody's vibe?
Not good. Not good.
Red
Wings won.
Yes, they won a big game
That's
last night.
my vibe.
Except wasn't really the Red Wings, though, was it?
Well,
it's a bunch of guys in the Red Wings organization.
A lot of
won.
Griffins.
Yeah.
And,
a lot of Carters.
There were 2 Carters, first name Carters, and a couple of guys that are going to be on the roster.
Yep. Anyway, you just heard what Dan Campbell said about Terrion Arnold. It was a hot button topic yesterday. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to, and if you didn't hear, he basically said, look, he's a young guy. He can get better. It's a tough job what we ask him to do, but we're going to be patient. We're going to give him opportunities. And at the end, he said, and Amik's a good player too. So it's not like a unilateral clean, he's going to be here all year if he doesn't get better, but he believes he's going to get better. They have other options if they need to call on him, but I don't want to overstate what he said at the end there, but when he when he brings up Amik's name in the middle of an answer about Terrion Arnold, well, seems like it's a reasonably logical conclusion to draw that eventually, if this doesn't get better. Now, I do think there's some good things too. You don't get a bunch of coverage sacks without a guy covering. Just can he do it consistently, which is the difference between the good ones and the not good ones, right?
That is true.
Let's go to Dylan on a cell. Hi, Dylan.
How are we doing? You guys got me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear.
Yeah, I love that you bring up Terrion Arnold because I'm hearing everything positive feedback from Monday night, but the whole Terrion Arnold. Like, I seen a post on TikTok this morning of somebody, saying, oh, Terrion this, Terrion that. I mean, he's young. He had one mistake Monday night, and that was just the biggest thing in the world. I mean, other than that one pass interference call,
there were a couple. He missed out on a. He got juked badly by one of the receivers. Their like third receiver wasn't Hopkins, wasn't Zay Flowers, was one of the other ones that he got juked pretty badly on. But he also probably had some pretty good coverage moments late in the game when the Lions were piling up quarterback sack after quarterback sack because there's a lot of time there, and the quarterback then runs out of the pocket and still gets sacked. That's a coverage sack, and he has to do his job on that, but you're not seeing that from the television point. So I imagine the film is pretty mixed on Terrion Arnold. There's going to be plays that you're like, you got to be better than that, and there's going to be plays that he's going to get praised for. It's a work in progress. He's a young player.
I just think that the Terrion Arnold slander and, Terrion's a bust and this and that, that's just crazy.
Well,
he's young and
it's premature.
Yeah. And when he got drafted, I didn't really know who the guy was. So, I was looking on YouTube. Let's see what this guy's about. And it said, on the film, he's rough around the edges. He's very handsy. And obviously we can see that, but progression, it kind of seems like he took a little bit of a leap this year rather than last year, leading the league in pass interferences. I think he's heading in the right direction.
So one interesting thing about last year, Dylan, is he led the league in snaps taken in man-to-man coverage. So you're talking about a rookie thrown in the fire on a team that's playing important games, and he is in man-to-man coverage more than any other player. So when Dan Campbell says we ask a lot of him and a job's not easy, there it is. I mean, you're talk about thrown into the fire. And I remember, we've done this before, and I think maybe there's a little bit of some scarring from Jeffrey Okudah.
Oh yeah,
and because of that,
still hurts.
Yeah, that there's because of that scarring, people are maybe, oh God, it's another Jeffrey Okudah situation. And throughout the Okudah thing, like I remember hearing them say, it takes a while at that position. It wasn't just people here; it's everything. It can take a while before a good corner really steps up, and then there are elites of the elites. Let's see if he's got a learning curve. Can they get more out of him? 248-539-9797. Kang, what do you make of the whole Terrion Arnold stuff?
Listen, I can see people's frustrations with it because, they're obvious when he's 5-6 yards off a guy and he catches the ball and he's able to run. You look who's covering him. It's Terrion Arnold. I'm not ready to give up on him. I think he's got plenty of time. Well, I don't want to say plenty of time. He's got plenty of room to grow, and I think they're going to give him time. With that being said, he's leaky and he's got to get better. That's for sure. But I think also we got to remember the times they don't focus on him, when the blitz gets there or when they get a sack. I mean, Terrion was one of the people back there covering, right, long enough to let the guys get to the quarterback. And so we see the bad because it's pretty obvious, but I don't think we notice the good enough, you know? So I think he's got to get better. I don't think Dan Campbell mentioned Meek Robertson's name for nothing either. I think, you know, he's pretty upfront and blunt and honest about what he says to the morning show every week. So I don't think he gets benched anytime soon, but that's not out of the question.
Yeah, it's funny because we got a call yesterday, somebody calling out me specifically, Doug, when are you going to admit that Terrion Arnold's a bust? And I'm like, I don't know what you want me to say, week 8? At some point, I'm going to say it's not going to click with him. I just don't think we're there yet.
It's such a hard position to play, too. I always feel like it's the second hardest position behind quarterback to play. The defensive backs, they have no rules in their favor at all. You're on an island out there against basically the best athletes on the field in the receivers.
The tallest, fastest.
Yep. And they know where they're going and where the ball's supposed to be, and you have no idea, and you're supposed to anticipate that. And even when you have great coverage, you can still lose. So it's a real difficult position to play, but hey, when you're a first-round pick, expectations are high.
I guess. We go to Anthony. You're next. Hello, Anthony.
How you doing?
Good, Anthony.
Good, good. Hey, listen, don't get too down on the Tigers, okay? Enjoy this week, this Lions victory. The best regular season win for the Lions in I can't tell you how long.
4 games?
I mean, I'm going to tell you, I grew up in New York, and I became a Lions fan in 1970. So
here we go.
The last game that I can remember being up all night, being so pumped, was Week 3 Monday Night Football, 1994. The Lions were 14-point underdogs going to Dallas.
Different.
I don't know if you remember that game.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, after that game, I didn't sleep all night. It was just like this past week. I didn't sleep all night Monday night. I just kept watching the highlights. It was the best, absolutely the best Lions victory in a long time.
It was really good. It was really good.
It's up there.
Yep. So, yeah, man, now you know how old I am. All right, man, take care.
All right, see ya.
Oh, we knew. We knew.
I thought for sure he was going to reference the 5-0 playoff game.
You're right. I 100% was with you on that.
So, look, I mean, we're compartmentalizing my feelings about the Detroit Lions and the Detroit Tigers is somewhat easy to do and very difficult at the same time. Yesterday was so much fun to recount what had happened on Monday night. Then you turn around and you get to Tuesday night, and Tuesday night was pretty brutal. There's just no way around how brutal it was. It was just absolutely brutal. But look, the Tigers play again tonight, and we'll be right back hoping for the best. As far as the Lions are concerned, a short week, turn it around, chance to get better, chance to play even better, chance to prove that it wasn't just a fluke on Monday. I think it's going to be tough to be as up for Cleveland as they were for Baltimore. It's just human nature. But you got to start stacking these wins. And quite frankly, I feel like they got one back on Green Bay. They beat Cleveland and Green Bay didn't. You know, that's if Detroit and Green Bay split, this Cleveland game, the swap of what they did against Cleveland could matter. So
I'll just keep rowing in the right direction, right? Because the last 2 games, the offense has been fantastic. 90 points, over 900 yards in offense in the last 2 weeks. The defense is showing up with big plays. They've got a point, but they made some big plays to seal the deal or to just keep a team at bay. It's they've got 11 quarterback sacks on the season, 7 from Monday night. That's a big step in the right direction. For there were so many questions and concerns about this team going into the season that have been answered to a degree, and in some maybe they haven't yet, whatever narrative you have on this, but the coordinators, the pass rush, the 3 interior guys in the offensive line, hang another year on this guy or whatever you want to do, losing the coordinators. I mean, all this stuff is out there, right? And I don't think anybody's concerned about losing Ben Johnson anymore. Is that safe to say? Is that the one that's been exploded the most?
That like that narrative?
Yeah.
That losing Ben Johnson was going to kill him?
Yeah. because it's 2 weeks, 90 points, 900 yards plus offense.
It goes a long way to
You saw a
to
couple
making people rest a little easier.
The trick play crowd. Okay, well, we saw it. I mean, they ran a couple trick plays on Monday night. I feel like that one has been exploded the most. I think people still have some room to see when it comes to defensive coordinator. They still want to see the pass rush. Okay, one game, 7 sacks is huge, but can you do it again? Can you be consistent with that? And the offensive line, it's back-to-back games is great. Can you keep doing it? But I think there's a lot of these have been already blown up, and I like it.
97-1 the ticket.
Hey, I know that you see them. The red, white, and blue trucks are out there. They're everywhere, and they belong to the awesome folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Do you know that if your furnace is ready to fight against the crisp fall air, are you ready for that? Give them a call because they're here to make sure that you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating they have for the Better Business Bureau or some of those 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or water heater, boiler, water filtration, your air conditioning, whatever the issue is, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Paul is in Southfield, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Doug, how are you?
Eh.
No, come on. I'm gonna interject some positivity.
Let's
you
hear
ready?
it. Yeah, sure.
All right. So the Tigers, I believe, are going to win tonight. And if they win tonight, they've jumped from the 6th seed back to the 3 seed, putting huge amount of pressure on Houston to win out there, because we actually would have to lose 2 games and Houston would have to win 2 to take us over. And you know that these guys, they get in the playoffs, they're going to be celebrating. They're professional players, and I would love to see, after they win tonight, School Bowl next Tuesday, who's going to want to face them no matter where it's at. So there's my positivity to you tonight. And I know that line tonight is kind of even.
Well, hold on.
So
Hold on. So you are saying, well, I feel better if the Tigers win tonight and Houston loses. The answer is yes.
Okay.
Okay, but
all
now you say
win tonight, man.
That's it. That's all they've had to do for the last 2 weeks is just win one game to turn this thing around, and they haven't. And you know who Scuba will likely face in that scenario is Cleveland.
I don't care who.
Well, you should, because Cleveland beat him in Game 5 last year. Cleveland beat him last Thursday, and Cleveland just beat him again, and it's not all his fault.
Well, it all starts with tonight. Why are you confident they win tonight?
Yeah,
I mean, they haven't won, and they've won one game in their last 11. So why are you confident tonight?
I'm confident for the reason that Flaherty has. I know you guys have pointed this out.
Oh, he steps up against good teams. He steps up, and they still lost.
Well, hey, this happens in sports, but all it takes is a win, and the mindset will change.
Yeah.
But why? Why do they win? Why do they win tonight? But why do they win tonight? Give me something tangible.
Flaherty and somebody's going to get a big hit on one of these lefties is going to get a big hit.
Okay.
Finally.
I mean, I hope he's right. I can't believe it. I've lost all faith.
Right? I mean, Tanner Bybee's on the hill tonight, okay? He last pitched against the Tigers last Thursday. He went 6 innings, gave up 4 hits and 1 run, and walked 2, struck out 8. And Cleveland beat Detroit 3-1.
Mm-hmm. I'm.
He pitched against the Tigers on May 22nd in Detroit. Another game in Detroit. He went 7 innings, gave up 3 runs, 1 walk, no runs, and struck out 8. Tanner Bybee has been tough against the Tigers. I don't have a ton of confidence for this one. Look, are we all hopeful? Sure, there's hope there.
What does hopeful mean anymore? Hopeful usually says, I think it's going to go our direction.
That's hope is I hope. It is not a strategy.
Okay. You're right. I hope.
That's all we have. It's just hoping. There's
I feel
nothing,
like though, but you know what this feels like?
In the last 2 weeks that lets you think.
I want to. Here's an equivalency. Here's my equivalency right now. I think you hope you win the lottery every time you buy Powerball tickets.
Yep.
That's my equivalency right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with a Powerball of 6.
It's hurtful. Hurtful by you. But yes, I think the Tigers have a better chance
to win tonight than you do.
Than I do of winning the lottery, yes.
I hope you're right.
Yeah. Now, Jack
Actually,
Flaherty,
I don't. I hope you win the Powerball someday.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jack Flaherty was very good against Cleveland last week. 5 innings, 3 hits, 4 walks, 1 run. Tigers lost 4-0. They didn't score.
I know, dude. I know.
He pitched against Cleveland against Tanner Bybee in that game that the Gribe won back in May.
I've set the bar to the point where I'm like hoping for a productive out.
Right?
That's it. Show me a productive out.
Yes. Lift the fly ball. How about a sac fly?
Move the runner over.
Get somebody right. Grab all the right side of the infield and move the runner from second to third. Yeah, I'll take
And the
it.
crazy thing is, this team excelled in all that stuff.
Yes.
For like the last 11 months.
Hard to have productive outs when you're striking out 19 times in a single game.
All right, let me ask you a question. I got a scenario here I want to bring up, and I'm interested in how you think this is going to go.
Mm-hmm.
So my son, recent college graduate, has a bunch of, he's got buddies now all over the country. They came from different places in the country, and one of his best friends is a native of Dallas, but his mom was a cheerleader for the Green Bay Packers, and he grew up a Packers fan. I don't know if he was born there. I think he might have been born there, but he now lives in Dallas, and he grew up in Dallas, and he went to Michigan.
You trying to set me up?
With the mom? No.
Okay.
But he's a...
Just asking.
No. So he's a Packer fan living in Dallas. The Packers play Dallas. I think it's this weekend. It's either this weekend or next weekend.
It's this weekend.
Is it this weekend? And he just got his Green Bay Packers Micah Parsons jersey. And he's going to Jerry World Sunday wearing his Green Bay Packers Micah Parsons jersey.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that's going to go over?
I think it's going to be mixed results. I think there's going to be some fans going to be pissed at him. And I think other fans are going to be like, I get it. I want to wear a Parsons jersey too, because I don't think that the Dallas Cowboy fans wanted Jerry to trade him.
I'm going to be intrigued to see how he gets treated and also how he responds.
Talk more about the mom. She married?
Yes.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, back it up. Never mind. Yeah. I think everybody was asking a question in their head when they heard she was a former Green Bay Packer cheerleader. Is she hot? I think it's a safe question.
Does she still have the outfit?
Yeah. Does it still fit?
Second part, two-part question.
I should have known better. I could have got away with the story without mentioning that part of it.
I don't know why you did.
I thought there was a reason.
I wanted your prediction on whether or not he's going to survive the day wearing a Micah Parsons jersey at a Dallas game.
I think it's going to be all right. Mom will make it all better.
Yeah, I just completely derailed the.
Do you have the year? People are asking.
See, recent graduates. So look at like 23-year-old kid. Let's say, somewhere along the line, like 25 years ago, maybe more than that.
There you go. Nope. Never mind.
What?
I give up.
What's the problem?
She's cool.
I'm sure she is.
Yep. So
she got any Brett Favre stories?
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if she's got. I've never got into that. I haven't gone too deep into her. She's got any war stories from back in the day.
What kind of sentence is that? What?
You can't say it like that. I mean, this guy really?
Yes. Yes, you're right. I apologize. I'm the problem.
I mean, I was just flirting. What you just said was crossing the line.
That was
man.
vulgar.
Yeah. Woo.
We talk some college football next.
Yeah, let's bail.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is making sure that the customers win on every deal. The deals right now are unbeatable. Start with employee pricing for everyone on every EV in stock. You get a Blazer EV all-wheel drive for $199 a month with zero down. How about an Equinox EV? $199 a month with zero down. A 2026 Chevy Equinox gas is just $299 a month. There's no games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. And if you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered because they treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. And we're talking big money. It's huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're left in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, 696 and Telegraph. Or go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, so the Tigers are going to play this baseball game tonight, apparently, and although weather could be an issue. Double check that. So it might have some rain problems tonight. Could be a doubleheader tomorrow.
Oh, great. Let's play a doubleheader.
So I said this at the beginning of the show, and I know not everybody listens to all 4 hours. God bless those of you that do.
Thank you.
But I didn't get any pushback. I said, this is the most frustrated I've ever been with any Detroit team ever. Yes, including the Lions. And the teams that frustrated me the most in my lifetime, Michigan and Rose Bowls when I was a kid, the New Jersey Devils and their stupid left-wing lock thing, the Lions for years in a variety of ways, and this is number one. I feel like all collapses and frustration levels moving forward will be measured against this. This is setting the standard. And I think you and I often talk about, okay, it might be bleak, but how could it get better? I've lost all faith. I've lost all faith.
Doug, is this the most frustrating 1-3 Tigers team of your life?
Well, you know what's funny, right? I mean, I call them my favorite 0-3 baseball team of all time. I felt way better then. And they have proceeded to, which this is a historic collapse. And we are alive to witness it. And AJ Hinch doesn't seem to have the answer. He is as flummoxed as can be as to what to do. And you know what he always talks about he thinks what is being steady, being even keeled. I don't know. Is it time for AJ to just, rattle their cages and throw the bats and lollygag around the bases? You lollygag the first. I don't know what it is.
Bunch of lollygaggers.
Yeah.
Well, I remember what AJ Hinch said last week with the morning show, and he was talking, and again, last week talking about how do you get out of the slump and all this, and he had mentioned that he doesn't want to be somebody who does something out of the ordinary. He's the guy who's going to stay even keeled, not too high when you're doing well, not too low when you're doing poorly, and stay that way. And that's kind of how he operates, and that's fine. But I'm like you. I think there's a time and a place where you've got to shake things up. And the time was probably a while back, and not necessarily today. The urgency today is as high as it ever has been because they are now tied in the division, and Cleveland has a tiebreaker. So if you want to make the playoffs, if you want to win the division, you must win tonight. You must. And how do you impress upon this team? Of course the team knows. They're not stupid. They know what has to happen, but somehow they've got to get it in their heads that they can do it and break this spell that's over them where they cannot hit. The situational hitting is non-existent. It feels like every home run that they've hit over the last 30 games has been a solo shot. Mm-hmm. I looked the other day at the statistics since the All-Star game. Torkelson, Green, and Carpenter each have 10 home runs. Torkelson only has 19 runs driven in with 10 home runs in the second half of the season since the All-Star break. That tells you something. Nobody's on base. And guys aren't drawing walks anymore. Javi Baez has like 1 walk since the All-Star break. He's not alone. There's a lot of guys that aren't doing it, but Javi's the most egregious offender of the group. Riley Green at least started to walk a little bit, but Riley Green isn't a guy who walks a ton. And it just flies in the face of what this organization has said is one of their tenets, is to navigate and control the strike zone. But 19 strikeouts last night. You and I said go into one of these rooms where you can just smash stuff up, take baseball bats and break stuff because it's fun to do. And yours was, hey, you used to do that with the kids in Little League and pitch apples to them and they can smash apples. I think that's an awesome idea. I really do. I think
these are major leaguers. You don't do that to major leaguers.
Something to just shake it loose and say, all right, we're getting all this out of our system right now. We're not going to be finger pointing at anybody. We're all in this together. Let's do something to change our direction. And I think these are ways that you can do something to just expend the energy, breathe a sigh of relief, and then go out and play baseball. Pitch, catch, hit, run.
They were so fundamentally sound. They were always getting extra 90. They were making great plays in the field, base running, timely hitting, and it's like all evaporated. Not some of it, all of it.
Yeah. You would start innings. We've seen this happen during this stretch, too, where, hey, first inning, they got 27 pitches on the other pitcher. They hadn't really worked it. And then it goes from 27 in the first inning to 12 in the second inning, 13 in the third, 9 in the fourth. And next thing you know, this pitcher is, hey, my pitch count's in good shape because they let him off the hook. Stop letting him off the hook.
The Guardians are willing to take baseballs to the face, man.
Dude, by the way, he's got a broken nose, but he's going to be okay.
Yeah.
That has just become public because that was scary for everybody. Yeah. Nobody wants to see that. But
the manager came out today and said that based on reviews, it did not hit the bat. It was a straight shot to the face, which is horrifying.
99.6 miles per hour. I mean, you could be killed.
Yeah.
That was scary. That was scary. But hey, they've made me turn. Like last night, I started flipping around while the game was going on. Key times, I kept thinking, here comes the big hit. Here comes and none of it. And it's funny because you're listening to like the broadcast, and they're looking for any sign that they're about to break out of this slump. And the whole thing is gone. The lead is completely gone. And now they got to try and pull out of this tailspin. And by the way, it's what Cleveland's done is amazing. And I guess it's what Detroit did last year. So it can happen. We're just on the other end of it this year. And it's wholly depressing. Rico Beard has made his way in studio. Hello.
Gentlemen, yeah, it is the other side of the mirror, that parallel universe. Yes. All the highs that we had last year, looking forward to the next game and who's going to be that hero. And, yeah, now it's just when you watch your ace, you're the best player on the team, have a meltdown. It's like, whoa, didn't see that coming.
Nope.
Yeah, from the balk to the hiking the ball over the
punter's head.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. They're hitting the batters like, oh, what is going on out there?
And it all started with a bunt from Stephen frickin' Kwan. Stage 3.
That guy.
I moved beyond respect, and now I'm done with the respect. I'm getting very irritated, and soon it'll be pure old-fashioned disdain.
Well, it was funny because when you heard that he was up on the trade deadline, I'm like, I would just get him just so he can't play against me.
Well, the idea
I'll just get him and stash him.
I think the idea that he was up at the trade deadline was probably erroneous, but I mean, Cleveland might have floated themselves just to see if somebody would offer them an elite edge rusher or something. But what do you guys got playing coming up next?
What you did there. Probably picking up exactly where you guys left off, just talking about this Tigers game. Also, quite a 24 hours in Detroit. Are there other examples that you can think of a extreme high to extreme low within like 24 hours? And then how long do you have to wait to have your college football team win 8 games without being considered a bad person?
All right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Hi, everybody. Hi.
Interesting mix right there.
Yeah. I mean, losing's one thing. Losing that way is completely another. Welcome in on a Wednesday. I have watched baseball since my earliest memories on this planet, and I can just tell you with a high degree of certainty, I have never, even just sitting, watching the game last night and thinking, just thinking, I have never in my life watched an inning like that, where a ball doesn't leave the infield. And you don't give up a 1-run lead or a 2-run lead. You give up all 3. You damn near have a guy get killed at home plate. I mean, listen to this. And this is what we watched. And when I read it to you, Rico, by the way, good afternoon and all that. I just, it's almost even more staggering when I just read it. Quan singles on a bunt. Okay, I can live with it. You got a dominant pitcher on the mound. You're a great